Prologue. Hughie felt cold, smooth stone pressed against his face, and a terrible wind roared in his ears. He opened his eyes. Nothing but pitch blackness surrounded him. He remembered his fight with Harlondo. He felt his body searching for the wounds that the half-man had inflicted. No injuries. "We have healed you," said a voice from the darkness. It was soft and musical, but neither male nor female. Hughie tried to tell where the voice originated from, but it was as if it came from everywhere. "Where am I?" He got to his feet as his voice echoed. "Who are you?" "You are home," said the voice. "You are with us. We have been waiting so very long. You haven't answered my question. There is plenty of time for questions. For now you must take your ease." A light appeared several yards away, piercing the darkness. He was stood on a raised stone walkway, surrounded by pure nothingness that went on forever. The only other thing he could see was a silver door at the end of the path. Hughie crept forward, careful not to step too close to the edge. When he was only a few feet away, the door opened and the light dimmed. "What's in there?" he asked, but received no reply. He stepped inside the door and found himself in his own house. A fire burned cheerfully, and a hot plate of roast lamb and honey-split bread was on the table. Harmon Stedding, his father, sat at the far end of the table smiling at him. "Finally," said Harmon. "Did you have a good day?" Hughie turned pale and tried to back out of the door, but it was no longer there. "What's wrong, son?" Harmon asked. His father was just as he remembered him, tall and lean with salt and pepper hair. Hughie had always thought he looked more like a teacher than a farmer. He wore the same green linen shirt and trousers that he'd always worn in the evenings after the day's work. "Who are you?" Hughie demanded. He reached for his sword, but it was no longer at his side. Harmon looked concerned and tried to walk over to him, but Hughie ran to the other end of the table, looking for something to use as a weapon. Harmon sighed, shaking his head. "He told me this might happen. Hughie, let me explain." "Explain what? You're not my father. My father is dead." Harmon backed away. "Son, please. You've been through a terrible ordeal. Let me help you." "Liar! Get away from me!" He found a knife on the table and snatched it up. Fear struck Harmon's face. "If you'll just let me speak to you for 1 second." Hughie tried to calm himself and focus. "Speak," he growled. "But if you come near me, I swear I'll kill you." Harmon slowly pulled up a chair and motioned for Hughie to sit as well, but Hughie backed away and put himself near the front door. "You've been ill," said Harmon. "Very ill. Lord Starfinder took you to Garth for treatment. You've been back for 3 days now." "Garth, eh?" said Hughie. "I was in Garth with Lee, and so far that's the only true thing you've said." "I'm not lying, son. This is the 3rd time you've lost your memory since you've been back. It's the medicine they gave you. Lee told me that the healer said this might happen." "You expect me to believe that?" Hughie snorted. "You've been dead for 2 years. I buried you myself." "Your fever is causing you to hallucinate," said Harmon. "Last time you lost your memory, you thought you were a god. You even told me I wasn't really your father." Hughie glared. "This won't work. Tell me the truth, or I'll gut you right now." Harmon bowed his head. "You're not going to make this easy, are you? We really hoped that being here and seeing your father alive and happy would be enough for you just to accept this." Hughie raised his knife and readied himself to attack. "What are you?" "I'm here to care for you," he answered. "You are with us now. Your body has been left behind." "My body? What have you done to my body?" "Your body was destroyed. Only your spirit remains. However, you shouldn't fear. We love you, and we will care for you. Anything you want is yours." "You still haven't told me who you are." "We are the first," he replied. "We are the lovers of the gods. We have been waiting for you. We love you." "Return me to my body now," Kiwi demanded. "You can't keep me here. You don't have the right." "I cannot return you," said Harmon. "Please don't worry. Soon you will forget about the troubles of that other world. Here you can be anything you wish. All we ask is that you love us as your kin had once done." "My kin? You mean the gods? What do you know about them?" "We were favored by them above all others. When the Dark One trapped them, we were left all alone. We had you once and should not have let you go. But we were betrayed." "You're not making sense," said Kiwi. "Who betrayed you?" "Felsafel," he said bitterly. "He convinced us to let you go. Then he left us too." "Your spirits? That's what you are? What do you want from me? I have nothing to give you." "We only desire your love," he said. "It is everything to us. We need it. We are so lonely." "I cannot stay with you," said Kiwi as he moved to the door. "I don't belong here." "You cannot leave," cried Harmon. "There is nowhere to run. Soon you will forget. Soon you will love us as we love you." Kiwi couldn't help but feel pity for the creature, but he knew he had to get away. He opened the door and ran from the house. The figure of his father appeared in front of him. "Get away from me!" screamed Kiwi. "Let me go!" He pushed his way past the spirit and ran in the direction of town. "You are with us," the voice of the spirit carried on the wind, following him as he ran. Kiwi ran until his legs burned. When he reached the village, all the familiar faces he knew as a child were there to greet him, but he ignored them and made his way toward Lee's house. The trees and brush whizzed by as he ran at full speed down one of the many roads Lee had built. Kiwi stumbled to a halt. He couldn't remember why he was running or where he was going. "Wait up!" His father ran up from behind. "I'm too old to keep up with you any more." Kiwi stood there scratching his head. "What happened?" he asked. "Why was I running?" "We're going fishing," Harmon replied. "Don't you remember?" It was then Kiwi realized he was holding a fishing pole in his right hand. Harmon carried one as well, along with a bucket of bait in the other. "Yes," said Kiwi after a long pause. "Of course I do. I'm sorry. I was just confused." Harmon smiled warmly and threw his arm around Kiwi's shoulder. "That's all right, son," he laughed. "It happens to everybody." Kiwi and his father walked for about 3 miles to a spot along the Good Branch River where they had fished since he was a small boy. The sun shone brightly and the birds chirped merrily as father and son sat on the bank near a large oak and fished throughout the day. Kiwi landed 3 nice-sized trout and Harmon 4 others. His father always had better luck at fishing. As the sun began to sink closer to the horizon, Kiwi lay back on the grass and took a deep breath of the fresh spring air. "Are you happy, son?" his father asked. Kiwi looked at Harmon, mildly surprised. "Of course I am. Why wouldn't I be?" "I'm glad." He stretched his arms with a satisfied moan. "I think it's time for us to go home and eat some fish." It was nearly dark when they arrived back at the farm. Kiwi cleaned the fish on a wooden table next to the house, while his father prepared the stove and wash water inside. After they had both cleaned up and cooked dinner, they sat down to eat. The fish tasted better than any Kiwi could remember. "I have a surprise," said Harmon, getting up and bringing a pitcher down from the cabinet. Kiwi could smell orange juice as his father placed it on the table. "Where did you get that?" asked Kiwi. Harmon just smiled and poured Kiwi a cup. "My little secret." He winked and returned to the chair. There was a knock at the door. Harmon sprung up and looked out of the window. "Who is it?" asked Kiwi. "It's no one. No one at all." "No one? Someone knocked." He got up and started to the door. Harmon rushed in front of him, barring Kiwi's way. "I told you it was no one," said Harmon, this time with more force. Again there was a knock. "What's wrong with you?" said Kiwi. "Why won't you open the door?" Kiwi tried to push his way around his father, but Harmon shoved him hard, sending him flying across the room and crashing into the wall. "I said, leave it!" Kiwi stared in horror as his father changed and distorted until he became a creature of quivering mass and swirling colors. "What are you?" "She doesn't belong here," cried the creature. Its voice echoed loudly. "She must leave." Kiwi felt panic grip him as the creature closed in. He bolted around the table and tried to get to the door, but the creature got there first. "You must stay. We love you." Kiwi slowly backed away until he was stood next to the window. Without thinking any further, he propelled his body through the glass and onto the porch. "Kiwi," a familiar voice called out. Kiwi tried to focus, but the world around him blurred. "Who's there?" he cried, as he tried to regain his feet amongst the shattered pieces of glass. A figure stood in front of him, but he couldn't tell who or what it was. "It's me, Kalia." As soon as he heard her name, it all came rushing back to him. The figure cleared, revealing Kalia dressed in the same shirt and trousers she'd been wearing when he'd first met her in the forest. "Kalia!" he cried, his voice filled with relief and joy. She took his hand and pulled him from the porch. "Hurry," she ordered. "We must get out of here." The door to the house shattered, sending splinters flying. Kiwi and Kalia ran as fast as they could, paying no attention to where they were going. "You must not leave!" the creature screamed as it pursued them. It appeared to float just above the ground. "Where are we going?" asked Kiwi while they ran. "How should I know? Anywhere but here." Kiwi nodded in agreement as they continued heading down the road east, away from town. After a few minutes he glanced over his shoulder, but he couldn't see any sign of pursuit. "Hold on," he said, grabbing Kalia's arm and bringing them to a halt. "We need to keep going." "But where to? I don't even know where we are, let alone where we should go." "We're in the spirit realm." Kalia looked around for signs of the creature. "You became trapped here after your battle with Harlondo." "The spirit realm?" said Kiwi, frowning. "Then how are you here?" "We took you to Valshara to be healed. But your spirit was lost. I used our bond to find you." "Valshara," whispered Kiwi. "How long have I been here?" "Not long," she said. 2 days. But time may not flow the same here. For all I know, we've both been here for weeks, maybe even months." "How do we get out?" "You don't," called a voice from behind them. They turned and saw the form of Kiwi's father smiling at them. "Who are you?" Kiwi demanded. "And why are you keeping us here?" "We did not bring her," said Harmon, looking at Kalia. "We only want you. She does not belong here. She must leave." "We will both be leaving," said Kiwi. "Release us." "I cannot," he replied. "We need you here. We have been so alone." "What are you?" asked Kalia. "We will not speak with you," said Harmon. His hand flashed from his side, and a dagger flew through the air straight at Kalia's heart. Kiwi shoved her out of the way just in time. Instead of finding its target, the dagger buried itself deep into his arm. Pain shot through him as he fell to his knees. Kalia rushed over and pulled out the blade. Blood soaked his sleeve and dripped from the ends of his fingers. "That was foolish," scolded Harmon. "But no matter." He waved his hand, and the wound was gone. "You will come to no harm, but she must be destroyed. You cannot stop this." Kiwi stared in amazement at where the dagger had struck. "If you hurt her, I'll kill you all." He got to his feet and squared his shoulders. Harmon looked amused. "You cannot kill us. The dead cannot die." He stepped toward Kalia menacingly. Without warning, there was a blinding flash of light. When Kiwi's eyes adjusted, he gasped. Felsafel stood between Harmon and Kalia. He was dressed in his animal skins and carried his walking stick. "Leave her be," Felsafel commanded. Harmon's face twisted in anger. "Traitor!" he shouted. "Leave this place!" Kiwi looked into Kalia's eyes and smiled. "Are you okay?" Kalia nodded, still staring at the scene. "Your heart is rotten," said Felsafel. "It's rotten and cold. You take what is not yours. You seal your own doom. Yes, you do." "You left us," said Harmon. "You broke your promise." "There was no promise," Felsafel replied. "Oh, no. You are doomed and foul. I no longer care for your words. Our people are gone, and I will join you soon enough." "We will not let him go." Harmon clenched his jaw. "You can't make us." Felsafel shook his head slowly. "I can't make you. But I'll tell him not to love you. Yes, I will. You'll still be alone. Alone forever. Unloved and alone." "I will never love you," cried Kiwi. "Not if you hurt Kalia." Harmon shifted his eyes to Kiwi. "You will love us," he said. "Your father and mother loved us. So will you." "You're wrong," said Kiwi. "But I will release my mother and father. Then you can be with them again." "You see," said Felsafel. "You are a fool. The fool of fools. You keep the one who can give you love, but if you do, he will never love you." Harmon turned his back and lowered his head. "Will you return to us, brother?" he asked. Felsafel walked up and placed his withered hand on Harmon's shoulder. "I cannot. I must help free the fathers and mothers, and more there is to do for me. But I will join you soon enough." Kiwi watched as Harmon faded and disappeared. "What happened?" he asked. "Is he gone?" "Gone?" Felsafel replied. "No, not gone. Just far away." "Thank you," said Kalia. "I owe you a debt." Felsafel smiled. "You will repay," he said. "Oh, yes. Then I can rest my old bones and tired head." Chapter 1. Millet, Mabel, and Malstisas made their way toward Hazra. The first snows began to fall just as they had rounded the western end of the Razor Edge Mountains. Luckily, the snow was light and didn't bar their way, but Millet feared for Mabel's health nonetheless. As strong as she was, he knew the long days of travel and the cold weather took a toll on her aging body. He and Malstisas kept a close eye on her and did their best to lighten her burden, though she didn't make it easy for them. Mabel had an annoying habit of taking on extra work, especially if they tried to do anything she saw as her duties. Aside from the dropping temperatures and light snow, travel was pleasant. Malstisos was open, friendly, and free with his humour. Millet couldn't help but being pleased to have him along, and his skill as a hunter came in handy, as did his ability to know when harsh weather was coming. They had done well avoiding other travellers, and only once had they been forced to seek shelter at a village inn. Malstisos insisted on accompanying them, stating his desire to see humans from other parts of the world. At first Millet and Maybelle objected, but soon realized that he could remain unnoticed even in a crowded tavern. They were 3 days outside of Hazra when they encountered the first indication that things had changed in the north since Millet had last been there. Malstisos stopped abruptly and led Millet and Maybelle into the nearby brush. "Wait here and keep silent," he whispered, then disappeared into the woods parallel to the road. Maybelle and Millet did their best to stay hidden and keep the horses calm, but as the minutes passed, the cold set in. Maybelle began to shiver uncontrollably. Millet held her close in an attempt to keep her warm. At first she tried to shake him off, but eventually relented. 30 minutes later, Malstisos returned, his expression grave. "5 soldiers are camped 300 yards down the road," he said. "They bear a standard I'm unfamiliar with, though admittedly I know little of human nations in the north." "What did it look like?" asked Millet. "Red with a grey background, and it bore the image of broken scales." Millet and Maybelle looked at each other. "That's the standard of Angreil," grumbled Millet. "We must not let them see us." "We should go around then," said Malstisos. He turned to Maybelle. "I'm sorry, but we cannot rest yet." "I'll be fine," said Maybelle. "It's not riding that bothers me. It's standing still that chills old bones. Lead on." Malstisos led them northeast, away from the road and through forest. Millet could feel the wind picking up as it howled through the bare limbs of the trees. They rode for 2 hours before Malstisos finally called for a halt and built a small fire. "Rest here," said Malstisos. "I'll scout ahead." He pulled a small flask from his pack and handed it to Maybelle. "Drink this. It will help you stay warm." "What is it?" she asked. "Not Jarvis tea, I hope?" Malstisos smiled warmly. "It's elf brandy," he said. "A small sip should take the chill away. I'll return before dawn." He strode off into the woods. Millet watched Maybelle's hands, trembling with the cold as she lifted the flask to her lips. The concern showed on his face. "I'm fine," said Maybelle. "Quit looking at me like that." "I'm sorry," he said, "but please understand I'm only thinking of your well-being. Even a young man couldn't stand this cold for very long." "Then worry about yourself," she said. The warm rush of brandy filled her, putting colour back into her cheeks. "I may be an old woman, but you're no spring chicken either." Millet laughed as Maybelle passed him the flask. "Point taken." Neither of them was able to sleep. The fire and the brandy kept them warm, but soon the howl of wolves mixed with the howl of the wind. "How close do you think they are?" asked Maybelle, trying her best to hide her fear. "Not far from the sound of it," he answered. "But don't worry. Wolves rarely trouble travellers, and they won't come near the fire." Malstisos returned just as the sun was breaking the horizon. "There is a garrison due east of here, bearing the same standard as the other soldiers," he said, "but I have found a way around that should keep us out of sight." "If they have built a garrison this close to Hazra, then it's likely they've already taken the city itself," said Millet. "The king would never allow a foreign army to go unchallenged so near to the capital." He turned to Maybelle. "There is a mining village a day's ride from here. I have a friend there who can shelter us while we gather information and form a plan. I don't want to march headlong into the sights of Angreil unless there is no other choice." "If Hazra has fallen, this trip may have been for naught," said Malstisos. "The garrison is organized, and they are well prepared. Whoever leads them is no fool. Entering the city unnoticed may be impossible. If getting into the city unnoticed isn't an option, then we'll hide in plain sight, Millet replied. This is not my first dangerous mission. I may be able to help, said Maybell. If your friend can get word to the Hazra Temple, then perhaps they can find us a way in. There may not be a temple to contact, said Millet. Remember what Salmataya did to the temples in Kaltenor? Maybell's heart ached at the thought. I should have killed her when I had the chance. Don't second-guess yourself, replied Millet. Your actions were correct and merciful. I, for one, am glad you spared her. Once her masters discover her failure, I'm sure they will be less than pleased. I doubt that her comfortable life in Kaltenor will last for much longer. I hope you're right. Maybell wiped a tear from her cheek. Millet explained to Malstisas their position relative to the mining village so that he could scout ahead for patrols. As it turned out, they were forced to change direction 3 times to avoid detection. When they eventually reached the edge of the village, they hid behind some bushes and watched for a time. No soldiers came into sight, so Millet told Maybell and Malstisas to wait while he entered and made contact with his friend. I don't like you going alone, said Maybell. Until we know what's going on, we can't risk being taken together, he replied. I'll need to talk to Marcus and make sure it's safe. Don't worry, Maybell, said Malstisas. If he is taken, I will free him. Fine, said Maybell, scowling. Who is this Marcus person, anyway? He's the foreman of the Kessel copper mine, said Millet. He and I were good friends when we were young. How do you know you can still trust him? She asked. I don't. But when we were young, he was the most honest and dependable man I knew. Besides, it's either this or we ride blindly into danger. I'd rather try to escape from here than from the city gates. If you are captured, be certain to make enough noise so that I know to come get you, said Malstisas. Absolutely, Millet agreed. Millet scanned the area one final time to make certain he wasn't being watched, and then hurried to the nearby street. Malstisas handed Maybell the flask of elf brandy, which she gratefully accepted. An hour later, Millet returned. I spoke to Marcus, he said. He offers us food and shelter. What news of Hazra? Asked Malstisas. It's not good, he replied. We can discuss it at Marcus' house. Keep your hood on until we're inside. Marcus knows you're with me, so there will be no reason to hide your identity once we get there. Millet led them into the village. It was typical of a mining town, mostly single-story wooden buildings built for utility rather than aesthetics. The streets were empty aside from a few workers on their way home from the mines. Being the mine foreman, Marcus lived in one of the larger houses. Even so, it was still not much bigger than the average farmhouse. Millet tied the horses to a nearby hitching post, then walked straight up to the door and opened it. The interior was modest yet comfortable. A sturdy dining table was already set for the evening meal at the far end of the room, and a fire crackled in the fireplace just inside the door. A balding, stocky man with deep-set eyes and a weathered face stood next to the table slicing a loaf of fresh bread. He looked up and smiled as the party entered. "Welcome," said Marcus. "Please have a seat. Supper will be ready shortly." "Thank you, old friend," said Millet. "This is Maybell and Malstisas." Marcus walked over and took Maybell's hand. "My lady, you are most welcome. A priestess of Eleazara is sorely needed here." Maybell curtsied. "I cannot tell you how grateful we are for your hospitality." "It's my pleasure," he replied, and turned to Malstisas. "And you must be the elf Millet told me of. Truly, the world is changing." Malstisas smiled and bowed low. "I am at your service and in your debt." Marcus smiled broadly. "Not at all. Millet is an old friend, and his friends are mine." They sat at the table while Marcus passed around the bread and retrieved a small pot of beef stew from the stove. "I'm sorry that there's not more, but this is considered a feast in these dark times." Millet reached in his purse and brought out a gold coin. "Take this." He pushed the coin to Marcus. Marcus pushed the coin back, shaking his head. "I don't need the money, my friend. It's food we lack here. Most of what we have is sent north to feed the armies of Angrail. I'm one of the lucky ones. As foreman, I'm given extra provisions." "So the Dark Knight has taken Hazra," said Malstisos. Marcus stared down at the table. "He has, and he's brought misery with him. Of course, they call him the Reborn King, and not the Dark Knight." "How long ago did his armies arrive?" asked Malstisos. 3 months ago, but his agents were here long before that. They negotiated our surrender. We didn't even put up a fight." "Why not?" asked Millet. "The king's army could have held out for years. The city walls have never been breached." "I don't know," said Marcus. "Those kinds of questions land you in prison these days. As far as the king's army is concerned, most have been sent north to Angrail. Some have returned carrying the banner of our conquerors. It's like the Dark One is trying to eat the world, and we're the appetizer." "What of Lady Nalthane?" asked Millet. "Is she well?" "If that's why you've come, you've wasted your time," replied Marcus. "No one has seen or heard from the house of Nalthane for weeks. The rumor is that the lady has been sent north, but I don't know how much truth there is in that." Millet lowered his head. "What of her son?" "I'm afraid that I have no news of Jacob's whereabouts. There are whispers that he was the one who convinced the king to surrender. After that, he seems to have vanished." "I don't believe it," cried Millet. "The son of Lee Nalthane would not betray his people." "I only know what I hear," said Marcus. "Whether there is truth in this, who knows?" "We must find them," said Millet. "Can you get us inside the city?" "I doubt it. They check everyone coming in or going out, but I may be able to help. I make monthly production reports to the city clerk, and the next one is due in 2 days' time. I could try and contact them for you." "What about the temples?" asked Maybell. "I could claim to be sent from Baltria. Certainly they wouldn't stop a priestess." "I hate to be the one to tell you this," said Marcus, unable to meet Maybell's eyes. "But the temples have been shut down. They house Angrail's soldiers now." "What?" she cried. "Foul beasts!" "I'm sorry," said Marcus. "Worship of the gods is forbidden now. Most of the priestesses and monks were sent north for re-education a week after the soldiers arrived." "I still can't believe that the king has done nothing to stop this," said Millet. "The time is long past for the king to take action," said Marcus. "Is there no resistance?" asked Malstisos. "There was at first, but Angrail crushed it. I know you won't want to hear this, Millet, but it was Jacob Nalthane who helped them rout out the resistance. This I saw with my own eyes." Millet shook his head, rubbing his temples. "It doesn't matter," he finally said. "I was sent to retrieve my lord's family, and I will do as he has commanded me." Marcus sighed. "Very well. Tonight you and your friends will sleep in the basement. I will leave in the morning, but I cannot promise that I will succeed." "I thank you for your help, old friend," said Millet. "I know how much you're risking by leaving. You can come with us if you wish. We can offer you sanctuary." "My place is here with my men. I cannot abandon them." "I understand," said Millet. After their meal, Millet retrieved their packs from the horses, which were then put in a small stable behind the house. Marcus gave each of them extra bedding and led them into the basement. "Please keep as quiet as possible," he said. "The soldiers rarely check my house, but a little extra caution won't hurt." He walked up the stairs and closed the door. The clank of the latch echoed throughout the basement. "I don't like being trapped," said Malstisos. "If we are discovered, there is only one way out." "I don't like it either," agreed Mabel. "What choice is there?" said Millet. "We are asking Marcus to take a huge risk. If he says we should stay here, I must trust him." "I hope your trust is justified," remarked Malstisos. "Hardship can do strange things to a person's loyalty." "I don't like what you're implying," said Millet. "I've known Marcus for more than 40 years. He is as solid and honest a man as I've ever known." "We shall see," said Malstisos. They set up their bedding and went to sleep. Bad dreams troubled Millet, causing him to wake up several times. Eventually he decided to forego sleep completely and spent the rest of the night huddled in a corner. After a few hours, he heard the door slowly creak open. Malstisos woke immediately and drew his knife. Mabel stood up and moved behind him. "What?" Millet asked in dismay. "There are a dozen soldiers upstairs," Marcus announced as he descended the steps. "If you don't disarm, they'll burn you alive down here." "Traitor!" shouted Millet. His fist shot out, landing solidly on Marcus' jaw. Marcus stumbled back and fell to the ground. "It's not my fault," said Marcus, still sitting on the ground and rubbing his jaw.
Sweet.
"You were seen coming in here by one of their spies. Please understand. If I didn't do this, they would have killed me and half of my men as well." Malstisos glared furiously at the door. "I say we fight our way out." "No," said Millet. "Let me speak to them first." He looked down at Marcus. "Lead me upstairs." Without a word, Marcus got to his feet and led Millet up the stairs and through the door. He entered the main part of the house and immediately saw 12 soldiers in full armor, swords drawn. With them was a man in a dark blue velvet suit, carrying a white ash walking stick. He had long, dark blonde hair and fair skin. He smiled as Millet entered. "You must be Millet," he said. "My name is Brandis. I am here to escort you and your companions to Hazra, if you wish." "We will not be used as hostages," said Millet. "If that is your intent, you might as well kill us now." Brandis laughed. "No, no, no. You are not my captives. You're my guests." "And if I decide not to accept your hospitality," said Millet, "what then?" "Leave if you wish," he said. "But I believe you are here at the direction of the former Lord Nalthane. Is this not so?"
Sweet.
Millet remained expressionless and silent. "No need to answer," said Brandis. "I already know. Marcus was kind enough to fill me in. It's a good thing he did. Otherwise you may have been foolish enough to attempt sneaking into the city. Naturally, you would have been caught. Heaven knows what may have happened before I could get to you." "What do you want with us?" Millet demanded. "To help. You are here to retrieve the Nalthane family, and I'm here to see that you accomplish your task." Millet looked warily at Brandis. "So we can simply take them and leave?" "Certainly," he said. "Jacob Nalthane is a troublemaker we would be happy to be rid of. As for Lady Penelope, you have a choice." "What might that be?" asked Millet. "She has travelled north to the court of the reborn king," said Brandis. "It will take several weeks for her to return. You may wait, or you may take young Jacob and leave immediately." "If you are being truthful, then have Jacob brought here," said Millet. "Now." "I see your suspicions abound," Brandis chuckled. "As you wish. But I must ask that you remain here until he can be brought." He turned to leave. "Oh, I nearly forgot. You must surrender your weapons first, of course." Millet made no move to comply. "Come now," said Brandis. "They will be returned to you when you leave. A small thing to ask, all things considered." Millet nodded and went back down to the basement. Malstisos was still standing in front of Maybell with his knife drawn. "I could hear your conversation," said Malstisos. He handed Millet his knife. "We have little choice." "I'm sorry for this," said Millet. "Clearly Marcus is no longer the man I knew." "You are not at fault," he replied. "There was no way for you to know." "If you would all join me," called Brandis from upstairs. Millet led Maybell and Malstisos up and handed their weapons to him. "Thank you," said Brandis. "Very wise choice." "What happens now?" asked Millet. "Now we wait," he answered. "One of my men is on his way to bring young Jacob. Then you may leave. That is, unless you choose to wait for the Lady Nalthane." "If she still lives," said Millet. "As I told you," said Brandis.
"Sweet.
"She is at the court of Angray. I have no reason to lie." He looked at Malstisos. "I am honored to have an elf among us." Malstisos said nothing. "No reason for apprehension," continued Brandis. "My lord holds your kind in high regard. Certainly you know of our offer of friendship." "I know of the lies your master has told," said Malstisos. "Empty promises of glory made to a generation that still clings to the past. You will find that I am not so easily swayed as some." "Not empty promises," replied Brandis. "Soon we will spread our message of hope throughout the land. And when that happens, those who have seen the wisdom of our cause will benefit the most." "Your cause?" snapped Maybell. "You've destroyed temples and murdered their followers." "Ah, the priestess," Brandis sneered. "I had almost forgotten about you." Malstisos moved his body between Maybell and Brandis. "There's no reason to be alarmed. I have no intention of harming any of you." Maybell seethed with rage. "You've killed innocent priestesses and monks. You are an abomination." Brandis laughed and shook his head. "I haven't murdered anyone. Your own people betrayed you. Not me, and not my master. All we have done is told people the truth." "And what truth is that?" asked Millet. "That the gods are as corrupt as the people who serve them. Your elf friend will certainly agree with this. They have caused nothing but harm to man and elf. They are greedy and petty, and now, thanks to the reborn king, they are gone." "You assume that all elves believe the old tales," said Malstisos. "Not all of us blame the gods for the split." "You are wise," said Brandis. "You do not take what you are told at face value. Sadly, in this case, you are wrong. It was the gods that cursed the elves. But what you do not understand is that they cursed man as well. They turned us into slaves. We were sent on a path of endless destruction without guidance. However, that horrible chapter of history is coming to an end. Soon the world will be at peace, and both elf and human will be able to live as they are meant to, in peace." Maybell sneered. "You speak of peace and freedom, and yet here you stand, conquerors and invaders." Brandis laughed. "We have taken Hazra without spilling blood. When before in history has that happened? We allow you and your friends to leave in peace, even though you have sworn to destroy us. We give you Lee Nalthane's family as a token of goodwill, and still you accuse." "You try to have us killed," replied Millet. "You've destroyed temples, and only the gods know what you've done to the clergy. Whatever your motivations are for letting us go, I suspect they are part of some grander design. You allow us to leave because it serves your needs to do so, though I don't yet know what those needs are." "The attempts on the lives of you and your friends were unfortunate," he said. The people responsible have been dealt with. Of course, I don't expect you to believe that. And, frankly, it doesn't matter. You will think my master is your enemy until the very end. But when that end comes, you will see the truth. I see the truth now, Millett shot back. And unless you force me to do so, I will hear no more of your lies. As you wish, said Brandis. My soldiers and I will wait outside. He spun on his heels and left the house. Marcus and the soldiers followed close behind. Do you think they actually intend to let us just walk out of here? Asked Maybell. Millett was correct, said Malstisar. If it serves their objectives, they will. This may well be a deception, but I cannot divine the purpose. If they want us, they have us. We'll know soon enough, said Millett. 2 hours later the door opened and Brandis entered. Behind him was a tall, thin youth, aged no more than 20, with light brown hair that fell in loose curls to his shoulders. He was dressed in tan leathers and boots, and carried a pack over his shoulders. Apart from being a bit more rounded at the chin and having eyes that were deep green and wider set, his face was strikingly like Lee's. I give you Jacob Nalthane, said Brandis. Millett looked Jacob over for several moments. How do we know this is Jacob? Who else would I be? Jacob sneered. And who are you? I am Millett Crystal, the personal assistant to Lee Nalthane. My father, said Jacob. So this is what you brought me here for? You dragged me from my cell for this? Millett cocked his head. Your cell? Young Jacob has been somewhat of a troublemaker, Brandis explained. We have had to lock him away for the good of the city. I see, said Millett. He turned to Jacob. Where is your mother? Jacob glared. This dog knows where she is. In Angrail, where they took her. How many times must you be told? Said Brandis. She went there of her own free will. I'll never believe that. And if you expect me to go willingly with these people, just so they can kill me when we're out of sight, then you're mistaken. Kill me now, for all to see. Brandis sighed. For the last time, if we wanted to kill you, we would have done so long before now. You will either go with these people or leave on your own. Either way, I tire of you and will no longer tolerate your presence. You will come with us, said Millett. I was sent to retrieve you and your mother. Being that your mother is not here, I will at least retrieve you. Why should I believe you? Asked Jacob. What's to prevent you from killing me the moment we're out of sight? As much as I hate to admit it, replied Millett, Brandis is correct. If they wanted you dead, they wouldn't need such an elaborate deception. In fact, we are in more danger from you than you are from us. Jacob thought for a moment. Very well, I will go with you. For now. Good decision, said Brandis. I'll leave you to it, then. He started to the door. Please tell Lord Nalthane that we will allow him to see his wife any time he wishes. And as for Gwye Stedding, the reborn king still wants his friendship. Please convey the message to both of them, if you would. I'll tell them, replied Millett. Good, he said. You will not be hindered when you leave. I'll wait outside until you're ready. He turned and left. I'm not sure what your game is, said Jacob. But if you wish me harm, even your friend the elf may find that difficult. Malstisar stepped forward. If I wanted you dead, I would have killed you the second that door closed. It is not we who need to prove our intentions. I agree, said Millett. You look like my lord, but I have no way of knowing for sure.
Sweet.
What do we do? Said Maybell. Certainly we cannot trust that this is not a deception. We won't, said Millett. There is one way of finding the truth, but in order to do so, I must contact Lord Starfinder. "I've heard that name before," said Jacob. "Of course you have," he replied. "That was the name of your father before you were born, and it is the name he goes by now. I'm sure your mother has mentioned it." "No," he said. "I heard it when I was in prison. The Dark One wants him. They mean to kill him." "They've already tried," said Millet with a wicked smile. "So far, they've failed miserably."
Sweet.
"Enough talk," said Malstisos. "We need to leave while we still can." "Agreed," said Millet. "We'll head west for now." "Then what?" asked Maybelle. "We can't bring him back with us. At least not until we know with certainty that he is who he claims to be." "I have no intention of being taken anywhere," said Jacob. "As soon as I'm able, I'll be going my own way." Millet looked irritably at the boy. "I suggest you accept our company for the time being, at least until we're away from here." Jacob looked disgusted and walked to the door. "I'll be outside when you're ready." He slammed the door behind him. Chapter 2. Millet, Maybelle, and Malstisos gathered their gear and left the house. Jacob was sat on the front steps, fiddling with a small knife. Their horses were ready and waiting. Brandis stood a few feet away, along with 2 guards. "Here are your weapons," said Brandis. He motioned to one of the guards, who handed them over. "I trust you will not need them any time soon. And we have provided young Jacob with a sword as well as a mount. If you wish an escort, one can be provided, but I suspect you do not." "No escort is necessary," replied Millet. "We know the way." "In that case, I wish you a safe journey," said Brandis. He nodded to the guards, who followed him as he headed off down the street. Millet led them through the village to the west road. The street was conspicuously empty. "Do you think they plan to ambush us?" asked Maybelle as they mounted their horses. "I doubt it," answered Millet. "They could have killed us already if they wanted to. Malstisos is the only one who might have escaped. No, whatever their plan is, it involves us removing Jacob from Hazra." He looked suspiciously at the boy. They continued until dusk and made camp along the road. While on their way earlier, they had passed a patrol, but the soldiers simply ignored them. "It would seem that Brandis intends to let us leave without incident," said Malstisos. Millet stared at the fire and rubbed his hands together. "So it would seem." He watched as Jacob checked his horse and unpacked his gear. "We must find a way to contact Lee without giving away his location. Until then, I'm afraid we have no way to trust the lad." "I have exceptional hearing," said Jacob. "From my father's side of the family, I assume. Contact him if you must. As for me, I'm heading for Baltria once we're safely away from here." "You intend to abandon your mother?" asked Millet. Jacob glowered. "There's nothing I can do for her." He placed his blanket near the fire. "They won't send for her. I don't care what they told you. I doubt she's even alive." "They let you live, didn't they?" said Malstisos. "That may be, but I'm in Hazra and my mother is not. The House Nalthane still has a good name among the people. To kill me without scandal or reprisal, they would need to do it away from the city." "We were told that you helped Angrail take control," said Maybelle, huddled close to the fire and sipping elf brandy. "That's a lie," spat Jacob. "I did everything I could to stop them." "That may be," said Maybelle. "But if the people believe it, I doubt your death would cause much of a scandal." Jacob pulled his blanket close and stared into the fire. "What did happen?" asked Malstisos. "From what we have seen, it didn't take much of an effort for Angrail to seize control." Jacob scowled. "It was the king," he muttered in disgust. "He sold us out." "You're not making sense," said Millet. Even the king couldn't simply hand over control of the land to a foreign power without resistance from the nobles. That's not what happened, replied Jacob. They were far more subtle than that. A year ago an ambassador arrived at court with a message of friendship. He said he was from a kingdom in the north and desired to establish relations and trade. Naturally, the lords were skeptical. All the old tales of the northern kingdoms are of terror and war, but the ambassador assured us of his good intentions and suggested that we send an envoy to meet with his lord. After much deliberation, the king agreed. I wanted to be the one to go, but Mother wouldn't allow it. Wise woman, said Millard. In this case she was. Jacob nodded in agreement. The king sent his second cousin to gauge the truth of matters. Sadly, though loved dearly by the king, he has no skill with diplomacy. He returned 2 months later, accompanied by a full entourage of representatives from Angrail, enough to occupy a proper diplomatic embassy. At first the king protested, but his cousin convinced him that relations and trade would be in the best interest for the kingdom. Before long they had bought a building close to the palace and had established themselves as the embassy of the reborn king of Angrail. Didn't that send up warning flags? Asked Millard. The reborn king can only be referring to the demon king, Redsterfan. Surely the temples intervened when they heard this? He retrieved a loaf of bread and dried meat from his pack and passed it around. I believe the temples had been infiltrated long before the arrival of the ambassador, replied Jacob. Why would you think that? Asked Mabel, trying to contain her irritation. From the moment they arrived, they showed their contempt for the gods. They refused to have their embassy blessed and turned away any offer of friendship the temples made. On the streets they openly mocked the gods and said that anyone who trusted in them was a fool. A few of the temples were even vandalized. Everyone knew who did it, but there was no proof. More than that, the temples did little to stop it. All this, the king still did nothing, said Mabel.
Tasty.
There was nothing to do, said Jacob. The temples made no complaint, not to the king nor anyone else. In fact, it was widely known that many of the high priestesses and senior monks had dealings with them on a regular basis. I myself saw the chief librarian of the Temple of Gerath riding with the ambassador, talking and laughing as friends. That means nothing, said Mabel. You can't know why they were speaking. True, he answered. But the next day the library was robbed and nearly every important text stolen. The culprits were never found, despite the fact that I told the magistrate what I had seen. Naturally, after that, life became more difficult for my mother and me. Several of our trade caravans were attacked, and our interest in the copper mine was suddenly audited. I went to the magistrate to complain, but I fear he had already been bought. The chief finance minister manufactured reasons for our mining assets to be stripped away. Of course, they were sold to an unknown party. And by unknown, I mean Angrail. Was anyone else attacked like this? Asked Millard. Oh, yes. I was not the only Lord of Hazra with the courage to stand up to these interlopers. But our resistance was short-lived. With the king and the temples against us, we were reduced to simple acts of defiance and petty acts of vandalism. Unfortunately, in my case, they found my weakness. And what might that have been? Asked Malstisas. My mother. As I became more brazen in my resistance, they threatened to kill her if I didn't fall in line. My first reaction was to send her away. We have friends in Baltria, and I thought she'd be safe there. But they got to her before I could make the arrangements. I was told she had volunteered to attend court in Angrail as the personal representative of the king. But the truth is, they were using her as leverage against me. It was a week after she left when the first Angrail troops arrived. The king announced that there was a growing threat from the southern kingdoms, and that they were only there to assist in our defense. But it was soon clear that it was an occupation. It's difficult to imagine all this, said Millard. The people of Hazra would have risen up and fought in my day. Some tried, he said. But any who actually took up arms was slaughtered and called a traitor to the throne. Most were arrested and sent north before they could organize properly. "Is that how you ended up in prison?" asked Maybelle. Jacob nodded slowly. "At first they said I was being held for questioning about a raid on a grain shipment. There was, of course, no such raid. It was clear I was framed to get me out of the way. They made it seem as if I was cooperating in order to coerce me into furthering their goals, but I refused. I think the only reason I've kept my head is that my mother has agreed to work with them." "I can't believe Lady Nalthane would side with the Dark Knight over her own people," said Millet. "She would rather die." "You're right," said Jacob. "But it was my life, and not her own, that she was protecting. That's what they do. They use the people you care for against you." "How long have you been in prison?" asked Maybelle. 6 months, he replied. "I was released once, but immediately rearrested. When I was jailed for the first time, their troops were just arriving. Now they are at least 2,000 strong." "What do you intend to do?" asked Millet. "If you go back, you'll be imprisoned, or worse." "What I told you earlier," said Jacob, "was not entirely truthful. I will most certainly not abandon my mother. I do believe she still lives. But I am indeed going to Baltria. I have friends there who can help me. Then I'm going to get her out of Angrail." Millet thought for a moment. "In that case, I'll go with you." He turned to Malstisos. "You and Maybelle go back and tell Lord Starfinder what has happened." "I don't need you slowing me down," said Jacob. Millet laughed. "If you are who you say you are, then you will need my help. I travelled with your father for many years, and am far more capable than you might think." Malstisos smiled. "You should listen to your elders, young one. Millet is far more travelled than you. Besides, I doubt they left you with any coin. How do you intend to eat and lodge?" "I can hunt," said Jacob stubbornly. "I've learned to survive on my own." "That may be," said Millet, "but I serve the house Nalthane and have an obligation to see to your well-being." Jacob met Millet's eyes. "You serve my father, not the house Nalthane. He gave up his right to use that name when he abandoned us." "You speak from ignorance," said Millet. "But now is not the time for me to enlighten you." Millet straightened out his bedroll. "I am going with you." He then turned to the others. "We'll take the road east to Manisalia. There is a crossroads a few days from the city. We'll split up there." Maybelle's eyes lit up. "Perhaps we should see the oracle?" "You can try," said Millet, "but I would not tarry long. If she will not see you right away, you should move on." "I, too, would relish the chance to see the oracle," said Malstisos. "She is well known to my people." "I think you will be disappointed," said Jacob. "The rumour is she has left Manisalia to escape the armies of Angrail. I even heard that she is dead." "I hope you're wrong," said Maybelle, settling into her blanket. "It would be a great loss to the world. Her wisdom has helped guide the world away from destruction for many decades." "Decades?" said Malstisos. "My people have tales of her that go back to before the Great War. I have always assumed her to be more than one person, the title passed down, but perhaps not." "You think she is that old?" asked Maybelle. "She is human, after all." "Are you so certain of that? Our stories always describe the same person, always looking the same way. That in itself means nothing, but I've also heard human tales of her, recent ones. They are too similar in her description to think it a coincidence. At least, it seems that way to me." "Maybe you can ask her if she is still there." Millet pulled his blanket over his chest and yawned. "We still have a long journey ahead. We can continue this discussion tomorrow." Chapter 3. The next day they rode in silence. At midday they stopped to eat and rest the horses. Several groups of soldiers and a few local farmers passed, but all of them ignored their presence. The temperature had dropped substantially, and a strong north wind cut straight through the group's clothing. Soon they were underway once again, but it quickly became clear that they would need to risk a town and an inn. "No need for us to hide at this point." Millet's voice trembled from the cold. "Whatever their plan, it's obvious they do not intend to hinder our departure." "I agree," said Malstisos. He glanced over at Mabel, who was riding in silence, her eyes down. He couldn't help but worry. Despite remarkable resilience for a woman of her advanced years, he knew the elements must be taking their toll. "In fact, I intend to remain in plain sight for as long as possible," he added. Jacob chuckled and slowly shook his head. "It would do no good to run. They have trackers from Angrail following us even now. Of that I have no doubt. Where we go, they will follow." Millet grunted with displeasure. "When we split up, they may have a harder time of it. I have a feeling it is you and I who they will be following, and my skills in evasion should not be underestimated." Jacob sniggered. "You should not let your eyes always be your judge, child," scolded Malstisos. "Your father has great confidence in Millet, and thus far he has shown his worth more than once since I've travelled with him. I dare say his skills and usefulness outweigh yours." Jacob suddenly halted his horse, his face twisted in anger. "Mind your tongue, elf." His hand slid to his sword. "Don't be foolish." Malstisos' voice became low and dangerous. "I will not be threatened, no matter who your father might be." The two stared at each other intensely for what seemed like an eternity. "Enough of this!" Mabel's voice echoed over the trees. The ferocity of the woman's tone startled the others. Malstisos bowed his head. "I am deeply sorry, sister. I know you must be cold and tired." He turned to Jacob. "I'm certain we can conduct ourselves with better manners." Jacob continued to fume, but nodded sharply. "For now," he grumbled. Mabel snorted in disgust at the scene. "How much farther to the next village?" she asked Millet. 2 days, he replied. "But there's a hostel we could reach before sundown if we keep our next rest short." "Good," said Mabel, trying to hide her relief. Abruptly, Malstisos' back stiffened. He drew his long knife. "What is it?" whispered Millet. "Something follows." The elf dismounted. "I told you," scoffed Jacob. "They have sent trackers. Weren't you paying attention?" Malstisos shook his head. "This is no tracker. Whatever it is, it smells wrong." He closed his eyes for a moment and sniffed the air. "Stay here." He placed his hand on Millet's shoulder. "If I do not return in 1 hour, flee as fast as you can." "Where should we go?" asked Millet, alarmed. "Stick with your plan," the elf replied, then turned to Mabel and smiled. "Don't worry. I may only be chasing shadows." He disappeared into the nearby trees, leaving the group behind. Many minutes passed before anyone dared to move. Finally, Millet reached into his pack to retrieve a loaf of bread and passed it out to the others. Mabel reluctantly took a piece, then found a spot a few yards from Millet and Jacob to sit alone and nibble. "What do we do if he doesn't return?" asked Jacob through a mouthful of bread. Millet met Jacob's eyes. "We'll do as Malstisos said and continue to Baltria. There I will contact your father. Now, if you don't mind, I would rather not speak until Malstisos returns." "If he returns," muttered Jacob. Millet shot a furious glance and stormed away. Minutes seemed like hours as the group stared into the surrounding forest, hoping to see Malstisos return. Finally, just as Millet was about to tell the others it was time to leave, he caught sight of the elf, head bowed low, holding what appeared to be a severed head in one hand and his long knife in the other. Mabel gasped. Millet and Jacob stared in horror as the elf tossed the head to the ground beside the horses. The elf's knife and hands were covered with thick, black ooze, and the stench of rotting flesh filled the air. The head resembled a human man, but its features were distorted and grotesque, as if burned by fire, its hair tangled, stringy, and covered in filth.
"What is that thing?"
whispered Maybelle with a shudder. Malstisos looked at Jacob. "I was hoping our young friend here might be able to enlighten us." Jacob's eyes went wide. "Me? How should I know? I've never seen such a creature." Malstisos studied Jacob, then looked down at the remains. "I found it about half a mile behind us. It was clearly following our trail. I tried to approach unseen, but it must have had a keen sense of smell because it knew I was there the moment I saw it. I am no seeker, but no human I have ever encountered, save perhaps Lord Starfinder, could have heard my approach. When I knew I was discovered, I decided to withdraw, but the thing was on me in an instant. It moved as quickly as any elf, though not as graceful. It struck at me with bare hands, but with power beyond human strength. As it was unarmed, I had the advantage and buried my knife in its heart." "Then why cut off its head?" interrupted Jacob. "And why bring this disgusting thing here?" "Like I said," Malstisos replied in a low tone, "I was hoping you could help to identify it. You have been here throughout the entire occupation. Have you never heard of such a creature?" He reached into his saddlebag to retrieve a flask and small cloth and began cleaning his hands and knife. "But that's not the only reason I bring it with me. I have the creature's head because it was the only way I could kill it. My blow through its heart served only to enrage the beast. As I pulled my blade loose, it charged in yet again with a ferocity I have never before encountered. Again and again it charged. I was barely able to avoid its blows. I slashed away at every part of it, and watched in horror as my strikes had no effect. It wasn't long before I knew I had to either kill this beast or flee, so I waited for it to charge one last time. Then I brought my blade across its neck. To my great relief, my stroke fell true, and the creature died." "What should we do now?" asked Millet. "If there are more of these things around, we don't stand a chance." Malstisos dried his hands and wiped his knife with oil. "If there are more, then we are in mortal danger." He checked his pack and sheathed his knife. "I cannot protect everyone at once. Still, I don't see that we have any other choice but to continue with our plan. If we are lucky, there will be no more of these things about. If there are, then I'll do my best to kill them before they are upon us. Now that I know how to kill it, one will pose me little danger. And with only Maybelle at my side, I should be able to keep her safe." "It's settled." Millet mounted his horse. "The crossroads, then we will part ways. By then we should know if there are more of these creatures." The party rode on through the rest of the day in silence, and it was nearly sunset when they arrived at the hospice. This was little more than a small cabin with a small adjoining stable, but the smoke from the chimney and the aroma of roast pork filled their hearts with joy. Millet dismounted and motioned for the others to wait. "I'll see to our accommodations," he said. "I won't be but a moment." The interior was as he expected. The single room was large enough to hold a dozen beds and a roughly made dining table. A fire crackling in the hearth was the sole source of light, giving it a comfortable, albeit dim, atmosphere. A thin young man sat at the table, carving a piece of roast pork. His blonde hair and fine features indicated that he had not seen many winters. He looked up as Millet opened the door and frowned. "If you're here to rob me, I have nothing to take but some roast pork and a half-bottle of wine." Millet stopped and bowed low. "I am not here to rob you, young man. My companions and I seek a bed for the night." He scanned the room for signs of other people, but saw none. "Are you master here?" "I am," the boy replied. "At least until my uncle returns." The boy stood, wiping his hands on his trousers. "I'm Gerald, and you are welcome here, though I have little to offer." He walked to the hearth and stirred the fire. "How many are you?" "4," Millet replied. and we ask only for a bed and perhaps a bite to eat." He fished 3 coppers from his pocket and placed them on the table. "This should cover our expense." Gerald's eyes widened as he retrieved the coins, clutching them tightly.
"In that case, you are very welcome."
Millet smiled warmly. "If you would allow me to stable my horses."
"Of course," said Gerald. "I'll do it for you if you'd like."
He headed toward the door, still clutching the coins. Millet grabbed the boy gently by the arm. "That won't be necessary, but I would be grateful if you could prepare us a meal."
Yes, said Gerald. "It will be waiting."
Millet thanked the boy and returned to the party. After they'd unpacked and stabled the horses, they entered. 4 plates and cups had been placed around the table. Malstisos was careful to hide his features behind his hood. Gerald whistled merrily as he placed blankets on the beds. The roast pork, though a bit plain, was well received, and soon they were laughing and talking as if they hadn't a care in the world. "Hostels in this area are usually filled to bursting this time of year," said Millet once his belly was full. "Why are you so empty?" Gerald's face twisted in anger.
"Angrail," he spat. "It's because of those damned soldiers. Most people are too afraid to travel, and the few that do are agents and officials of the invaders. They take what they want and leave us to starve."
His hands trembled as he drank from his cup.
"This hostel has been in my family for 3 generations. We've never had much, but donations from the temples and travellers kept us fed and clothed. We were able to help hundreds of people who might have otherwise perished on the road. I always took great pride in the work my family has done here. Now I can barely survive."
"You mentioned your uncle," said Millet, his voice filled with compassion. "Where is he?"
"Hunting,"
replied Gerald, regaining his composure.
"We can't afford to buy food most times, so my uncle hunts for what we need."
He nodded to the leftover pork.
"Without it, we'd starve."
Maybelle reached over, took Gerald's hand, and said softly,
"You're very brave to stay here alone."
Gerald managed a weak smile.
"It's my uncle that's brave. The forests are riddled with bandits and thieves. So far he's avoided them, but it's only a matter of time before I fear his luck runs out."
"I'll pray for you," said Maybelle, tears welling in her eyes. Gerald jerked his hand away.
"Save your prayers," he uttered sharply. "The gods care nothing for me."
He stood up and faced the wall.
"I'm sorry."
His voice cracked as he forced back his tears.
"I know you mean well. It's just that it has been so long since hope has been in this land. I've prayed and prayed, but I think the gods have abandoned us."
"Perhaps not," said Millet. "Perhaps help is on the way." Gerald turned and sighed.
"I hope you're right."
They soon retired for the night. The earlier cheer was overcome by sadness, and none slept peacefully. Chapter 4. Lee sat by the fireplace in the main library of Valshara, reading quietly. Over the past 8 days it had become his favourite way to pass the time, and the only thing that took his mind off his wife and son, not to mention Giui and Kalia. He had always been proud of his own collection of rare books, but Valshara held treasures beyond his imagination. When he wasn't in the library, he spent time with his mother. She told him of her life in the temple and recalled memories of his father. It soon became clear to him the love she held for the man and the pain she felt after his death. He found it difficult at times to fight off feelings of guilt for the anger he had felt toward her for so long. Giui and Kalia had shown no signs of reviving. Lee visited them at least twice a day, but was only allowed to be in the room for a few minutes at a time. The healers clearly thought any intrusion an imposition, and Lee was not inclined to argue. Besides, there was nothing he could do, and he did not enjoy feeling helpless. Dina spent her time recounting her experiences in her journal. Selina had held a small ceremony signifying her elevation to full cleric, and then set her to task. Lee had scarcely seen her except for when they happened to run into each other on their way to check on Giui and Kalia. Word had come that Linus was seeking out Theopoulou, and that he hoped to have the sage there soon. He'd arrived in Alphatas 2 days after the battle between Giui and Harlando, and had been contacted by Valsharan agents. Lee took comfort in this. He knew if anyone could hasten the arrival of Theopoulou, it was Linus. The door to the library opened. Lee looked up and saw Urtik. His face was grave, and he was dressed in white ceremonial robes, something Lee had only seen at Dina's elevation to cleric. Lee placed his book on the table beside his chair and rose to his feet as Urtik strode over. Urtik bowed. "Lee," he said in a respectful tone. Lee smiled warmly. "Why so formal today?" He reached out and shook Urtik's hand. "Theopoulou has arrived," he replied. "The High Lady asked me to tell you that we will be meeting with him this evening in the main receiving hall. Appropriate clothing has already been brought to your room." "I see," said Lee, noting Urtik's demeanor. "How many are with him?" "He has brought an escort of 10 elves. Linus is also with them." Lee nodded. "I'll be there." "Mind what you say. These elves are not like others you have encountered. They do not enjoy the company of humans. That we possess the Book of Souls is the only reason they've agreed to come." Urtik lowered his voice to a whisper. "This may not go well. Be prepared." With that, he bowed and left. Lee stood for a long moment, his brow furled with worry. He knew the elves thought the Book of Souls was rightfully theirs, but his experience with more enlightened elves left out the possibility that they may try to take it by force. Since he had arrived, he had counted maybe 12 men that belonged to the Knights of Amon Dale. Though he knew their reputation, he alone had actually fought an elf. Lee doubted very much that he and 12 men would fare well against 10 trained elf fighters. If Theopoulou was as great among his people as he was told, he was likely to have brought elves of great skill. It was midday. With several hours until the meeting, Lee decided to check on Giui and Kalia again. He wound his way through the stone hallways, nodding and smiling at the passers-by. Word had spread quickly that he was the son of the High Lady. At first he had become a bit of a celebrity. People practically tripped over themselves to shake his hand or help him find his way around. After a few days, however, the excitement died down and most of the temple simply became a bit more cheerful when they saw him. The door to the healing chamber was usually unattended, but to his surprise he now saw a tall elf standing guard on either side of the entrance. Both had light bronze skin and shoulder-length black hair, tied neatly into a small ponytail. They wore well-oiled, studded leather mail over emerald-green shirts and trousers. Their feet were clad in soft buckskin boots, adorned with tiny beads that formed multiple interlacing patterns. Vicious-looking curved swords hung from their belts. Lee found this curious. From what he had learned, elves preferred to use a long knife or dagger, though Kalia had mentioned that they did use swords when in pitched battles. This thought put his nerves on edge. Lee stopped a few feet away. The elf guards did not look at him, though clearly they knew he was there. "Excuse me," said Lee. "I would like to pass." Both elves now turned their gaze on him. The one nearest to Lee took a single step forward and bowed his head slightly. "You cannot enter at this time," he said. His voice was deep and masculine. "I would ask that you return later." "I will not return later," Lee insisted. "2 of my friends are inside, and I will see that they are all right." "I cannot allow you to enter," the elf insisted. Lee could see the elf's muscles tense. He didn't want a confrontation, but neither could he leave until he knew that Giui and Kalia were unharmed. "Who is in there?" Lee demanded. "That is none of your affair," the elf replied. The other guard stepped forward, and both of their hands crept to their swords. "It is my affair," Lee countered. and I will see to my friends." He also stepped forward, positioning himself less than a foot away from the first elf. He knew that, should things turn violent, he needed to be close. He was unarmed, and swords were awkward in tight quarters. The door to the chamber flew open, and Lee's mother stepped quickly into the hall.
"It's all right, Lee."
She pushed him back and placed herself between her son and the elves.
"Guy and Kalia are fine."
"Why am I being kept out?" growled Lee.
"Theopolu is in there with them," she replied. "He has asked not to be disturbed, and I have agreed."
Selina placed her hands on Lee's chest.
"Please, son, I give you my word they are safe."
Reluctantly, Lee yielded. "Very well." He slowly backed away and headed for the parlour. When he arrived, he found Dina sitting on the couch next to Linus. Linus beamed as Lee entered the room. He sprang to his feet and grasped Lee's shoulders tightly. Lee returned the gesture. "It's good to see you, my friend," Linus laughed. "Though I wish it were under better circumstances." "It's good to see you, too," said Lee, giving Linus' shoulders one final fond before releasing him. They took a seat on the couch across from Dina. She was in her formal robes, just as Urtik had been, and her hair was wrapped in a tight bun. "Dina was telling me details of your travels since we last parted," Linus said. "It would seem I have missed much." "Indeed," Lee replied. "Much that I wish I had avoided." "I understand," said Linus. "But often we are beset with hardship in order to prepare for greater challenges ahead."
Dina laughed. "I don't think I want to know what those challenges are, if this is what it takes to prepare."
"No doubt," Lee agreed. "But I fear this is but a taste of what's to come. Angrael is on the move, and if Guy doesn't recover—" "Do not despair, my friend," said Linus. "If the boy fought a half-man and was victorious, as I have heard, then I am certain that he has the strength to overcome this. His true nature is still a mystery to me, but I do believe that his part in what is to come has not yet been played out." Lee realized that Linus was still unaware of just what Guy was, and made the decision to tell him. "I know how the elves feel about the gods," said Lee, once he had recounted the tale. "And I hope you can see beyond old hatreds, as you have in the past." Linus was stunned. He rose and moved slowly to the fireplace. He stood in silence for several minutes. "It is good that you have kept this secret from me until now," said Linus finally. "And I am honored that you have chosen to share it. Had I found out about this before I had come to know the boy, I am unsure how I would have reacted."
"I think you would have been fine," said Dina. "When you found out about me—"
"You are different," said Linus. "You are the natural result of two people sharing the same world. Guy's nature, on the other hand, stirs feelings even in me of the old hatreds. It is a thing no elf would ever expect to be faced with." He turned to Lee. "You must keep this from Theopolu and the others." "I only tell you because of our friendship," said Lee. "The presence of your brethren is causing me great concern, and not only because of Guy." "The Book of Souls," whispered Linus. "To think I travelled with both the Book of Souls and a god at the same time." He burst into laughter. "A thing worthy of a tale, wouldn't you say?" Lee joined his laughter. "No doubt it will be told for ages to come." Lee motioned for Linus to rejoin him on the couch. "Tell me about Theopolu." Linus's eyes shifted back and forth from Lee to Dina for a moment. "He is a great among my people," he began, "and his knowledge vast. His family had been keepers of the Book of Souls for generations until its disappearance."
"How does he feel about what you and the others are trying to do?" Dina asked.
"You are referring to our contact with humans." Linus breathed deeply. He is of the old way of thinking, but so far has done nothing to hinder our efforts. Some elders distrust him for that very reason. They imagine that he secretly aids our cause. That is untrue, of course, though his presence here will not help to quell the rumors.
Surely they understand that he comes because of the book, said Dina.
None of the others know, Linus replied. Aside from his personal guard, I am the only elf that knows of his reasons.
Why? Asked Lee. Wouldn't it be to his benefit to allow the other elders to understand why he is here?
Yes, said Linus. But there is another complication. As you know, Kalia is to be killed, should she be found.
I know, growled Lee. I went to see her and Kiwi just before I came here. I was stopped at the door by 2 elf guards. Theopolu was inside, though I didn't see him.
You needn't worry about Kalia, said Linus. She is the reason he is here, not the book. He is her uncle.
Dina straightened in her seat and gasped. Her uncle? I thought her uncle was one of the elders who want her dead.
No, replied Linus. He cannot support her publicly, but he was strongly opposed to having her killed before judgment could be passed. Understand that after the death of her father, he took her for his own daughter. Theopolu may be set in his ways, but he loves Kalia. He could not abide her assassination, especially when such an act breaks our traditions.
I see, said Lee thoughtfully. Then he is here to do what? Heal her? Take her to be judged? What exactly?
To be honest, I'm not sure. Linus shrugged. He knows I will not allow her to be taken. I've told him as much.
I hate to point this out, said Lee, but he has 10 guards with him. There are maybe a dozen knights in Valshara, and most of them are either too young to have seen battle or too old to be effective against a trained elf warrior.
I don't think it will come to that, said Linus. But still, I have sent word to the other seekers. They'll be here soon. I've instructed them to guard the way from Valshara. If Theopolu or any of his guards try to take Kalia, they will be stopped.
That is good, said Lee. Still, I am concerned. If this meeting goes badly—
If that happens, Linus interrupted, I will give you time to get Dina and your mother out of danger. My brethren will be reluctant to fight me, and that should give you enough time to escape.
Lee nodded. Though I hate the idea of leaving you to fight alone, it seems the best option.
I don't like this discussion, said Dina. Nothing is going to happen, and talk of killing and escaping upsets my stomach. If it goes wrong, we'll deal with it then.
Quite right. A smile returned to Linus's face. We have so little time for good company and pleasant talk. It would be a pity to waste what we have been given.
The conversation was light for the next few hours. Linus told them that he had sent his band of seekers along the coast of the Western Abyss to open relations with the coastal villages, while he had made contact with several small groups of elves in an attempt to sway them to his cause. But this had so far met with only marginal success. After a time they decided to take their afternoon meal and then retire to their quarters in order to prepare for the meeting with Theopolu.
I would caution you, Linus warned Lee as they parted. Theopolu is soft-spoken, but dangerous. He may not want to see his niece come to harm, but I doubt that sentiment extends to you or the rest of the people here. If you notice his escort becoming agitated, get ready to make your escape.
Lee nodded grimly and went to his room. A fine white linen shirt and trousers embroidered with gold runes, along with a pair of black leather boots and matching belt, lay neatly on his bed. Steam rose from the hot water, filling a large washtub in the corner. Lee smiled. He enjoyed a long soak, allowing the tension to flow from his body as he meditated on the situation. Once clean and dry, he got dressed, careful not to wrinkle the linen, and attached his sword to the belt. It wasn't long before a light tap sounded on his door. Lee opened it. Dina was stood there, dressed in her best ceremonial robes, smiling sweetly.
"I take it you're my escort," said Lee.
"Indeed I am. Your mother and the elves have just entered the main receiving hall. They will begin as soon as we arrive."
Dina led Lee through the passages of the temple to the western wing and down a long, arched hallway. A large oak door stood at the end. Dina entered first. The main receiving hall was 100 foot long and nearly twice as wide. The walls were lined with paintings and tapestries depicting monks, priests, and priestesses involved in various acts of charity and bravery. 4 immense brass chandeliers hung from the ceiling, illuminating the hall. At the rear of the room, a cushioned mahogany chair stood on a small crimson rug. There sat Lee's mother, dressed in the same white robes that Dina wore, but with a deep blue sash tied loosely about her waist. A long wooden table was positioned in front of the high priestess. The elves were standing, backs to the door, next to their chairs. They had discarded their armor in favor of multicolored shirts and trousers made from a material that caught the light and made them shimmer. Each had a long knife attached to their belts. The fact that they wore no swords somehow made Lee feel better. The elf in the middle, though dressed similarly to the others, had a long silver ponytail tied tightly by a black cloth and wore no weapon. A chair had been placed on either side of Selina. Dina motioned for Lee to occupy the one to her right. As he passed in front of the table, he glanced over to the elves. Their faces were grim as they watched Lee stand next to his seat. Theopoulou was clearly the eldest. His skin was pale compared with the others, and the tiny lines around his eyes and the corners of his mouth spoke of many winters and many worries, though only Lee's keen eyesight would have noticed this. Dina stood next to the opposite chair. Lee scanned the room for Linus, but could not see him anywhere. In fact, there were no temple guards of any kind present. This made Lee nervous. The only way out was the way he'd come in. Should the meeting go poorly, it would not be easy for him to get his mother and Dina to safety. Selina stood and addressed the room.
"I bid you welcome. I am Selina Starfinder, High Lady of Valshara and leader of the Order of Amon Dale. This is Sister Celandine, a historian of our order, and this is my son."
"We know of the half-man,"
said Theopoulou. His voice was deep and stern, but tempered.
"And as you and I are acquainted, we should forego introductions. My companions prefer not to be named at this moment. Time is short, and we have much to discuss."
Selina nodded and took her seat. The rest followed suit.
"I would have Linus here," said Lee. "It is because of his efforts that we are together today."
Theopoulou furrowed his brow.
"You speak out of turn, half-man. Your presence here is only allowed out of courtesy."
Lee leveled his gaze.
"My presence is not an option," he corrected. "You would do well to remember that."
The other elves shifted in their seats, but Theopoulou shot them a glance, and they settled down.
"Son, please," whispered Selina. "Mind your temper."
Lee ignored her. His eyes never left Theopoulou's.
"You are bold," said Theopoulou. "I was told as much. I was also told you ended the life of Barathis."
Lee's expression did not change.
"I did. He died with honor, facing me in single combat. His passing weighs heavy on my heart."
The elves whispered to each other, but Theopoulou only nodded somberly.
"If you are concerned for the safety of your mother, you needn't fear. I gave my word to Linus just before we entered this hall that we will commit no violence within these walls. It was the only way to keep him out." "Why would you want to keep him out?" asked Lee. "That is between Linus and me," the old elf replied. "But rest assured he is not far. I can have him summoned if he is needed."
His eyes fixed on Selina.
"I assume you have brought it with you?"
Selina reached beneath her chair and pulled forth the box containing the Book of Souls. An audible gasp came from the elves as the High Lady held it aloft.
"As I promised, it is here," she said.
"That belongs to the elves,"
blurted out a young elf sitting at the end of the table.
"Silence!"
commanded Theopolu. The young elf lowered his eyes in obedience. "May I approach, High Lady?" Theopolu asked. Selina nodded, and he rose to his feet and walked over to her chair. She handed him the box. Theopolu gently ran his fingers across the ancient letters. "It is the Book of Souls." He handed the box back to Selina. "How did you come by this?" "It was in my possession," said Lee. "I inherited it from my former lord and master, Dorvis Nalthane." "I see," Theopolu muttered. He returned to his seat. "The Nalthane family is known to me. They were fierce adversaries during the Great War. It is likely that it was they who stole the book in the first place." "Some may say it was stolen," said Lee. "Some might call it the spoils of war." "Some might," said Theopolu. "It matters little. What concerns my people is what is to become of it now. We were the keepers of the Book of Souls for generations, and believe it is best left in our care." "I don't understand," said Lee. "From what I've learned, the Book of Souls was written by the gods. Unless I'm mistaken, you and your people don't exactly hold the gods in high regard." "You are not mistaken, but we do not believe it was written by the gods alone. We believe it was written by the hand of the Creator, then passed into our care. We were charged with its keeping until the time of the coming of the Emancipator. The Emancipator will free us from the curse that took away our understanding of the All-Father. Without the Book of Souls, we will be forever lost."
"I understand why you would want it so badly," said Selina. "But we believe it may hold the key to our own salvation as well."
"You refer to the power that grows in the north," said Theopolu. "We are aware of the one you call the Dark Knight, and know that he seeks your destruction, as well as the destruction of the gods."
"And we are aware that he has contacted your people," said Selina, "and that many believe him to be the reincarnation of the demon King Retztafel."
"You know much," said Theopolu. "Then you must also know that we have not agreed to join his cause." His tone darkened. "At least, not yet."
"A threat?"
asked Selina. "No, High Lady. A fact. There are many who feel that should Angrael march, we should join them. But we have not decided to do so. We are still uncertain of his true intentions." "I'll tell you what his intentions are," roared Lee. "He wants to destroy everything and reshape the world in his own image. If he is not stopped, blood will cover the land." Selina placed her hand on Lee's forearm to calm him.
"Do you truly believe that there will be a place for your people in his new world?"
"It is that question that has caused much debate." Theopolu kept his eyes on Selina, ignoring Lee's agitation. "And also why it is important that you return the book to us." "If the Book of Souls was in your possession," said Lee, "what's to stop you from giving it to the Dark One?" "How dare you!" Theopolu's age melted away, and suddenly he looked very much an elf warrior. The other elves jumped to their feet, shouting curses, but none reached for their weapons.
"It's a fair question," said Selina calmly. "Should we hand over the book, what is to say that it will not be used against us later? It is said that it only can be opened by one who possesses the power of heaven. The Dark Knight has the sword of truth. He may be able to use it to open the book."
"We would never give it to him." Theopolu settled back down. "This I swear." "Yet it may be taken from you if he knows you have it," said Lee. "It was taken once before."
It may be taken from you as well, Theopolu shot back. From what I have seen of your defences, that could easily happen.
Aside from you, your escort, and a few others, replied Selina, none know the location of this temple. And though you may not think so, we have the means to defend ourselves.
This location is not as secret as you think. My people have known of it since it was first built. It would not be difficult for the spies of Angreal to find it, if they have not already done so.
You assume the book would be kept here, said Selina with a wry smile.
I assume you have summoned me to return it.
Let's not play games. You know why I summoned you here.
I saw Kalia and her young friend, said Theopolu. I told you there is nothing I can do for them. They are beyond my reach.
We had hoped that you would know a way to open the book, said Selina. Perhaps within its pages we could find a way to help them.
Theopolu shook his head. I cannot. My family has been the book's keeper and guardian, but we have no knowledge of how to open it, or what is truly inside. Even if I knew, I wouldn't. It is not meant for me, or any but the Emancipator. Perhaps not, said Li, but the thought of handing over a potential weapon to a people who have such deep hatred of humans does not sit well with me. I understand, Theopolu replied thoughtfully. As I have given my word, we will not take it by force. But you must know that once word of this reaches my people, they will not suffer you or anyone else to possess it. They will come for it. Any attempt to attack this temple will fail, warned Li, and many will die in the attempt. All the more reason for you to return it, he replied. I have no desire for bloodshed, but I cannot prevent it from happening. My kin will take back the Book of Souls. Of this I am certain.
As the High Lady of Valshara, I will tell you this. Selina's voice was commanding and firm. Any attempt to take the Book of Souls by force will fail. You may know of the location of this temple, but you do not know its secrets. Even should you succeed to breach our walls, you will never find the book. It will be lost forever. She slowly rose to her feet. I promise you that the moment a single elf steps inside without invitation, this will be the last moment the Book of Souls will see the light of the sun. I will cast it where no one will ever find it again.
This is getting us nowhere. Theopolu's frustration bled through in his voice. What will make you see reason? The door to the hall flew open, and Sister Wilhelmina ran straight to the High Lady. As she whispered in her ear, Selina's eyes widened. We must resume this later, Selina announced. Li, Dina, and Lord Theopolu, I need you to come with me at once. What's happened? Asked Dina. Giui and Kalia are awake. Sister Wilhelmina, will you see that Theopolu's companions are fed? Wilhelmina gave a quick nod, and Selina rushed out of the room. Li, Theopolu, and Dina followed closely behind. Chapter 5. When they arrived at the healing chamber, they found it nearly empty. A single healer was mixing herbs with a stone pestle in the corner, and Giui and Kalia were sitting up in their beds, talking quietly to each other. Their faces lit up when they saw Li and Dina, but Kalia's expression quickly changed to concern when Theopolu entered. It's about time you two woke up, Li laughed. It's good to see you too, said Giui. His voice was weak and cracked. They mustn't speak too much, said Selina. At least not until they've had a few days to regain their strength. We've kept them alive with herbal mixtures, but that's not a replacement for a good hot meal. We're both fine, said Giui, although I wouldn't turn down a bit of food. I've already sent word to the kitchen, High Lady, said the healer in the corner.
It should be here shortly.
Theopoulou moved next to Kalia's bed, ignoring the others.
It is good to see you well.
Kalia nodded.
I am pleased to see you, Uncle. I am confused, though. How did you come to be here?
Your friends sent for me. They hoped I could heal you. He motioned, indicating Giui. And this one, too. But it seems this was unnecessary.
Healing me cannot be the only reason you have come, said Kalia. I am to be killed on sight, am I not?
That is not of my doing, replied Theopoulou. I have opposed it from the beginning. I despise what you are doing, but I would never see you put to death without judgment.
But you would see me put to death, she shot back.
Have you not broken the law? Are you not in the company of humans? Have you not chosen to travel with them openly?
And why should that be a crime?
You should know better than most.
Kalia fumed, but Giui reached out and took her hand.
I thank you for coming, said Giui. But, as you can see, neither of us is in need of help.
Theopoulou stared at Giui, holding the hand of his niece, for a long moment.
I see, he said finally. Then you have committed yourself to treason, and there is nothing more I can do for you.
Treason?
Kalia scoffed.
Then what have the elders who sent assassins to hunt me down committed?
I agree, said Theopoulou, but that changes nothing. If you come home now, then I might just be able to persuade the elders to let you live. However, the look in your eyes tells me that this will not happen.
You're wrong, Uncle. I have given my word that I will face judgment, and I will do so, but not until my task is finished.
And what task is that? What business could you have with these people?
That is not for me to say. At least, not yet.
Theopoulou sighed heavily.
Then, if you are no longer in need of aid, that only leaves one final matter. He looked over to Selina. The Book of Souls. That can wait, said Li. I would speak to Giui and Kalia first. There is much I have to tell them, and much I would like to know. Very well, said Theopoulou. I too would hear their account. They have journeyed where no elf has gone. How this could have happened has weighed on my mind.
Forgive me, said Giui to Theopoulou, but there are things you cannot know.
Then please omit any details you feel necessary, he replied. I already know that you are not what you appear to be. That your spirit travelled beyond my reach or understanding tells me as much, and that Kalia was able to join you tells me even more.
Giui looked at Li, who just shook his head and shrugged.
Fine, said Giui, but only if Kalia allows it.
Kalia stared hard at her uncle.
He is wise, and will learn the truth if he stays, no matter what you leave out.
You know me well,
stated Theopoulou with a hint of pride.
But I already know that you have bonded your soul to the boy. That is clear. And the places his spirit has travelled say that he is either one of Felsafal's race or something else.
Silence fell over the room for a moment. Hearing Felsafal's name caused Giui's chest to tighten.
"What do you know about him?"
asked Giui.
"I know that he is neither human nor elf, and that he is ancient. His people were here before humans walked the earth. Some believe that they were here even before the elves, but there is no way to know. Perhaps you could ask Felsafal, if he allows you to find him. I know that his race was able to project themselves into places unreachable by any, save the gods."
"I have met him," admitted Giui. "I spent the night in his home, and I saw him again just before I woke."
Theopoulou looked at Giui in wonder.
"Then I think I would hear your tale now."
Giui nodded and recounted the experience he and Kalia had had in the spirit world. When he had finished, Lee doubled over in laughter.
"You are a wonder. Just when I think I've heard everything, you tell us this."
"You are a wonder indeed," agreed Theopolu, "and the only one of your kind, unless I am mistaken." Lee tensed.
"Whatever you may think, I'm sure you are mistaken."
Theopolu raised his eyebrow and smoked.
"I see that you believe I shall reveal his secret. Perhaps I would, if circumstances were different. But as my niece has bonded with him, I will not. Besides, if I did, I would be put to judgment for not killing a god when given the chance. Even my own gods would turn on me."
Hearing Kiwi's true nature said aloud brought a wave of anxiety throughout the room.
"How long have you known?" asked Selina. "I suspected from the moment I discovered where his spirit had travelled," he replied. "But when I heard about your experience with Falsafel, there was no question in my mind. And it does explain Angrael's sudden mobilization in the north, and their pursuit of a young boy." "What do you mean?" asked Lee. His thoughts turned to his wife and son. "Our seekers tell us that his armies gather. He will be ready to march by spring at the latest." "When did you learn this?" asked Lee. "Just before I came here. The information can be no more than a week old." "How is it we have heard nothing of this?" Selina's eyes flashed with anger. "If you have sent spies north, they would not likely have made it far enough to have seen anything," replied Theopolu. "The way is well guarded. Even my people have difficulty moving undetected." "We need to start building alliances here," said Lee. "As the elves will not join us, we should finish our business and move on." "Quite right," Theopolu agreed. "But as we are at an impasse, I do not see what there is left to say."
"What business?"
asked Kiwi. Lee told Kiwi about the meeting. Kiwi sat up straight in bed and rubbed his chin.
"I would like to speak to Kalia and Theopolu alone."
Lee and the others paused for a moment before obeying.
"What do you suppose they're talking about?"
wondered Dina as they waited outside the chamber. Lee shook his head. "If I know Kiwi, he's doing something foolish."
"Give him some credit," said Dina. "He's managed to do pretty well so far."
Lee grunted and crossed his arms. Selina placed her hand lightly on Lee's shoulder.
"It will be fine," she said softly. "If what you've told me about the boy is true, his heart will guide him well."
For over an hour they waited, the only interruption being a healer who brought Kiwi and Kalia a bowl of stew and some apple juice. Lee was just about to lose his patience when Theopolu came to the door and invited them inside.
"We have come to an agreement," said Kiwi, "but I don't think you're going to like it."
"No doubt," remarked Lee. "Don't worry," interjected Theopolu. "It's conditional on the approval of the High Lady. And you, of course."
"What is it?"
asked Selina.
"I have agreed to allow Theopolu to possess the Book of Souls," said Kiwi. "In return, he will help me persuade the elves to join us." "Assuming I agree," said Selina, "how do you propose to do that?" "I will open the Book of Souls."
"You'll what?" exclaimed Lee. "How?" "If the boy truly is a god, then he possesses the power of heaven," Theopolu explained. "With that power, there is a possibility that he may be able to open the book. If he can, that will go a long way toward swaying my people, if not into joining you, at least into not opposing you." "And when they find out what he is," argued Lee, "what then? Even elves that befriended humans hold no love for the gods." "Nor do I," said Theopolu. "But I do not subscribe to the notion that it was the gods that caused the split. I was there." He turned to Kalia. "As was your father. I saw no evidence of divine intervention." "Then what do you think really happened?" asked Li. "That is not a thing I would discuss here. It is the business of the elves. I only say this much to set your mind at ease regarding my intentions toward Giui. I may not wish to befriend humans, but as Giui is not human, I bear him no ill will."
"I wish you could let go of the old hatred, Uncle," said Kalia. "They're not as we have been told. At least, not the ones I call friends."
"You did not suffer through the Great War, or the Split. I watched the humans take advantage of our weakness and decimate our people. I could never trust them, and without trust there can be no friendship. If I can help Giui convince my people to help your cause, it is only to fight a greater threat. I do not believe the promises made by the Dark One. Once he has defeated his human enemies, he will turn on us and destroy us too."
"I'm still concerned about the book falling into the hands of our enemies," said Selina. "How does this agreement prevent that?" She walked to the bed and sat beside Giui.
"If I fail to help sway my kin, I will take the book and hide it away where it will never be found," Theopolu replied. "You have my solemn vow on this." "And just how do you propose to sway them?" asked Li. "Giui and Kalia will accompany me to my home. There the elders will meet and decide." "Hold on a minute," said Li. "Do you really think we would allow Giui and Kalia to simply leave with you and deliver themselves into the hands of people who want nothing more than their deaths?" "They will be under my protection," replied Theopolu. "No elf will harm them while I give them sanctuary. That I return with the Book of Souls will also go far in aiding our cause. If you do this, I will go with you."
Li planted his fist on his hips.
"No, Li," said Giui. "It can only be Kalia and me. If we have any hope of bringing the elves to our side, we must show them we can be trusted."
"You will not be welcome among us, half-man," said Theopolu. "If you come, our efforts will surely fail. Find a way to make them bear my presence, if you are so bloody wise."
Li could barely contain his frustration.
"Insults are not called for. I have given my word that the boy and Kalia will not be harmed."
"And what of Kalia?"
Dina was careful not to come too close to Theopolu, afraid he might discover her heritage.
"What if they decide to judge her?"
"Kalia will face judgment," he replied, "but not at this time. I have granted her my protection, and my people will honor it."
"Let us think on this," said Selina. "I will give you my answer tomorrow. In any event, they cannot travel until they are stronger." "I would like Dina and Li to stay a while," said Giui. "They've heard my story, and now I'd like to hear theirs."
Selina smiled.
"Only for a short while. You must regain your strength."
She turned to Theopolu.
"I'll have rooms made ready for you and your escort."
Theopolu nodded.
"Thank you, High Lady. If you can provide us with rooms that are, how shall I put this, secluded, that would make our stay more pleasant for everyone."
"That can be arranged."
She showed no sign of being insulted.
"I can have your meals brought to you as well, if you wish."
"That would be fine."
"Then, if you will follow me," she said,
leading Theopolu from the room.
"You certainly wasted no time in causing me trouble," said Li once the door had closed.
"I'm sorry," said Giui, "but there is no other way."
"I didn't say you were wrong. I just don't like it."
"Enough," said Kalia. "I want to know what has happened while I was asleep." "Yes," agreed Giui. "So would I."
"Fine,"
Li sighed. Li recounted the events up until that day. Giui smiled when he heard about the meeting between Li and his mother.
"It's hard to believe," said Giui once Li had finished. "All this time, and she was living right here."
"Yes," Li chuckled. "The world is full of surprises." His eyes grew sad. Now, if only I had word from Millet.
Huey thought for a moment. I think I may be able to find them, with Kalia's help.
How would you do that?
Asked Lee, unable to contain his excitement. I believe I can touch the mind of Malstisos. With a healthy dose of Jarmus tea, and Kalia lending me her strength, it may just be possible.
Lee looked at Huey doubtfully. They're hundreds of miles away. How could you do such a thing?
Huey smiled wide. One thing I realized when I was with the spirits is that time and distance don't amount to much there. Now that I know the way, I can return. Dina became alarmed. But won't you risk being trapped again? Not likely. The spirits will leave me alone now, and they are the ones who trapped me in the first place. Without them in my way, I should be able to come and go as I please. With Kalia there to help me find him, I think I can reach Malstisos no matter how far away he is.
I still can't ask you to risk it.
Lee shook his head.
If you're wrong—
He is not wrong, said Kalia. Reaching out and returning is not the challenge. Finding one particular mind is. We have an advantage in that Malstisos will probably be the only elf in the area, so it will be easier to single him out. That's where I come in. Our bond allows me to travel with Huey, and my familiarity with an elf's mind should increase our chances. When you say travel, said Dina. I mean it literally, replied Kalia. It's different to when one touches the mind of another, the way you or I would do. The world where we go is as real as this one, in a way.
I am familiar with this sort of contact, as you know, said Lee, but it's still difficult to understand.
As much as I'd like to show you, I'm not sure what the risks would be, explained Huey. Just imagine yourself in a dream where anything is possible, only you're wide awake. Sounds wonderful, said Dina. It is, Huey nodded. But it can be terrible, too. If it wasn't for Falsafel saving us, we'd probably still be trapped.
That's probably the most confusing thing about your tale, remarked Lee. Little is known about him, and if the Opaloo is right about his being part of some ancient race, then his motives are a mystery. I don't like mysteries.
Whatever he's after, it doesn't seem he means to harm me, said Huey. Until I can see him again, that will have to be enough.
But he was the one who freed you, said Lee. What if the spirits decide to keep you there again?
They won't, said Huey. Even if they did, I think I could escape them if I needed to. And you really think you can contact Malstisos? Asked Dina. I do, Huey nodded. Tonight, I will try. Lee nodded reluctantly. With that settled, Kalia turned to Dina. I see you are in full dress. Indeed I am. While you and Huey slept, I was elevated to full cleric. I'm a temple historian now. That is wonderful, said Kalia. I know you'll do well. I'm going to try. The High Lady has put a great deal of trust in me. You won't disappoint her, said Huey. I know it. Dina smiled, and her cheeks flushed. I hope you're right. It's everything I've hoped for. I just didn't think it would happen so quickly. She choked back tears of happiness. But enough of that. Do you really think you can open the Book of Souls? I'm not sure, Huey admitted. I do believe it's the only way to bring the elves over to our side.
I agree that we need them, said Lee, but I'm not sure this is the best way to go about it. Why not leave it to Linus and the others to sway them?
Do we have that kind of time? Asked Huey. If the Dark Knight moved on us today, what would happen? Could we fight him?
Then perhaps if I can't go with you, Linus can, suggested Lee. We could insist upon it.
We could request, corrected Kalia. But Linus is an outlaw as well. It may prove difficult.
But I agree that it's worth a try. Outlaw or no, he is among the greatest of all the Seekers, and his presence carries weight.
The door opened and Selina returned. Lee told her about their idea of Linus accompanying them.
"I like it," said Selina thoughtfully. "I think if I agree to allow the Book of Souls to return to the elves, Theopolu will agree also. I'll approach the subject in the morning."
She took a long look at Giui and Kalia.
"I think it's time you two rested. We can talk more in the morning."
Giui protested, but Selina stopped him with one stern look. Lee and Dina embraced them tightly and bid them good night.
"I'll wake you if I'm successful,"
Giui called to Lee as he was leaving. Lee nodded and shut the door. Chapter 6. Malstisas felt a cool breeze caress his cheeks as he walked between the massive redwoods. The noon sun shone through the leaves, making the grass sparkle like a million tiny emeralds. The forest was familiar, but like a distant memory from childhood. He reached over and touched the almost black bark of a nearby tree. It should have been hard and coarse, but it wasn't. It was soft and smooth, and yielded to his touch. He withdrew his hand in amazement. He reached out again and gently moved his hand over the bark. Light rippled up the length of the tree and back down again. Malstisas stood transfixed by the sight.
"This can't be real,"
he whispered.
"It's real,"
a voice called out from behind. Malstisas spun around, but there was no one there.
"Who are you?"
There was no answer. He reached for his knife and found that it was no longer at his side.
"Show yourself."
"I am here." This time the voice was softer and clearly feminine.
"Why can't I see you?"
he asked, straining his eyes. The forest began to blur and shift.
"What's happening?"
"Don't be afraid. We are friends."
"We?" he said.
"Who are you, and what do you want?"
"It's Kalia. I'm here with Giui." "Kalia? Why can't I see you? What is this place?"
"You are at the edge of the spirit realm. Why you can't see me, I do not know. I suspect that you would in time. But time is not a luxury we have. We have guided you here, though I do not know how long you can remain."
"How do I know you are who you say you are?" he challenged. "How do I know this isn't just a vivid dream?"
"Does it feel like a dream?"
"Yes and no," he said. "I feel awake. But all this—"
He looked around as the forest ebbed and flowed like a green tide.
"It can't be real."
"It is real," said Kalia. "At least in the sense that this is a real place. This is only our second time here, but I think that it changes with your thoughts and emotions. I do know that the dangers here are very real."
"Dangers?" said Malstisas. "What dangers?"
"There is no time to explain. Giui is struggling to keep you in this world. Did you succeed in saving Lee's wife and son?"
"His son is with us," he replied. "But I'm sad to say that his wife has been taken north to Angrail. Millet is taking the boy to Baltria, while I escort Maybell to Althetas."
"I see." She paused.
"Stick to your plan. Lee will find Millet in Baltria. Giui and I have our own task, but you will be met in Althetas. Go to the Frog's Wishbone when you arrive. An agent from Valshara will contact you there." "How am I to know—"
Malstisas began, but he was already losing contact. The forest turned into a swirl of light and colour. He felt as if he were falling. Then blackness. Malstisas awoke, drenched in sweat, his heart pounding. For a moment he didn't know where he was. As his mind cleared, he heard the sound of Millet, Jacob, and Maybell's deep, regular breathing. He reached over and shook Millet.
"What's wrong?"
asked Millet groggily. Malstisas recounted his experience.
"Do you believe it was them?"
Millet asked.
"I do. How they accomplished it I can't imagine, but I sensed no deception.
"Then we should keep to our plan," said Millet. "It's several hours until dawn, so we should try and sleep. Maybelle can be told of this in the morning."
Malstisos nodded in agreement and drew his blanket tightly around him. Sleep came slowly, and his dreams were troubled. The morning brought the smell of crisp bacon and fresh bread. Gerald was busy setting the table and humming. Millet was first to rise and helped with breakfast. At first Gerald protested, but soon realized Millet wasn't one to be deterred. The duo had the table prepared a full 10 minutes before Malstisos and Maybelle stirred. Jacob was last to awaken.
"Things are in order from the smell of it."
Maybelle yawned and stretched. She looked over to Malstisos, who was just waking up.
"I always imagined elves to be early risers."
"My sleep was troubled and eventful," he replied. "But we'll discuss that after breakfast."
About halfway through their meal, Gerald excused himself and left them alone at the table. Malstisos informed Maybelle and Jacob of his dream experience.
"Amazing," remarked Maybelle. "Well, I'm happy that you'll be met in Baltria."
"I'm not," Jacob growled. "I have no need of my father, and have no intention of seeing him."
"If you intend to go to Baltria, you won't have much of a choice," stated Millet. "According to Malstisos, he will certainly be there, so you had better get used to the idea."
Jacob folded his arms.
"He had better stay out of my way."
"Calm yourself," said Malstisos. "First you must arrive at your destination, and that may not be easy."
"We'll get there," said Jacob, "if I have to kill every soldier I see on the way." "Young man, you would do well to take Millet's lead," said Maybelle. "He has seen much more of the world than you. If getting to Baltria means saving your mother, then you do well to keep your mouth shut and your eyes and ears open."
Jacob glared at Maybelle, but could find no words to reply.
"I do not think you should take time to speak to the oracle when we arrive in Manassalia," said Malstisos.
Millet nodded.
"I agree. In fact, I would have you avoid the city entirely, if it's possible."
"I'm sure I can find a way around if need be," said Malstisos. "But, seeing as how I intend to leave you with the remainder of the provisions, Sister Maybelle and I will need to resupply once you're departed. There is no way we can avoid the city, at least for a few hours."
"Good," said Maybelle, "and I most surely would like to consult the oracle, if she's still there."
The front door opened and Gerald entered, smiling.
"I see you've nearly finished breakfast. I hope you enjoyed it."
"Very much."
Maybelle returned the smile. The rest nodded in agreement.
"I've readied your horses," said the boy. "I'll bring them round front whenever you'd like."
"We'll be leaving shortly," said Millet. "You can bring them now."
Gerald nodded and dashed off. They gathered their belongings and filed out of the front door. As promised, Gerald had saddled their horses and had them lined up a few feet away. He bowed to each in turn, handing them a cloth wrapped around a piece of roast lamb and a loaf of bread, thanking them for their kind donation. Maybelle embraced the lad tightly and whispered into his ear. Gerald smiled sadly, turned and entered the hospice. Travel that day was slow and miserable. By noon, the wind howled through the trees, and the sky filled with clouds that promised snow. Malstisos stopped periodically to check for signs of pursuit, but found none.
"I think perhaps whatever that creature was, he must have been alone," said Malstisos during one of their stops. "That is not to say that more are not waiting for us ahead."
Millet shivered at the thought. The monster's distorted features still burned in his mind.
"Let them come," boasted Jacob. "I don't fear them."
Malstisos snorted loudly.
"Then you're a fool. Fear may keep you alive. You are no warrior, that I can clearly see. If you encounter one of them, you should run if you can."
Jacob leapt from his horse and drew his sword.
"I have had enough of your insults, elf."
Malstisos stared down at the boy for a moment, then casually slipped out of the saddle.
"Come then," he said. "Let us see what you're made of." He didn't bother to draw his blade. Jacob's mouth twisted into a malevolent grin. He lashed out at the elf, his blade seeking flesh, but it found only cold winter air. Though Jacob moved with uncanny speed, he was no match for Malstissos. "Come now, boy," Malstissos taunted. "Certainly you can do better than that." Now thoroughly infuriated, Jacob ran headlong at the elf, slashing maniacally. Malstissos ducked quickly, spun around, and brought his heel into the back of the boy's knee. Jacob's leg collapsed, and he fell hard onto his back. Malstissos stepped on Jacob's blade, trapping it. Jacob struggled to pull the blade free, but Malstissos bent down, pressing his knee on Jacob's throat. "You have passion," said Malstissos, "but no discipline." Jacob bucked and twisted, but Malstissos only pressed harder. Slowly, Jacob stopped struggling and relaxed. After a moment, Malstissos released him and held out his hand, but Jacob only glared, his eyes filled with hate and anger. "Take my hand, young one," said the elf. "The fight is done. You have lost, but there is no shame. You did well, considering your lack of training." Jacob reached up, took Malstissos' hand, and allowed the elf to pull him to his feet. He brushed himself off and retrieved his sword. "Now, if we are done with all this foolishness," said Maybell, "we have distance to cover."
"That we do," agreed Millet. "If we quicken our pace, you and Malstissos should be able to reach Manassalia in 3 days.
"As we are no longer followed, that should be easy," added Malstissos. He took another look at Jacob, who was mounting his horse. "It appears you are uninjured."
"I'm fine," Jacob grumbled. "It takes more than that to hurt me."
"I do not doubt your toughness," said Malstissos, "but mind your pride and your anger. It will be your undoing if you are not careful."
"That comes from his father," said Millet. "He was the same way." "I'm nothing like him," said Jacob. Millet shook his head sadly. "I know you must think he abandoned you and your mother, but he only left to protect you. One day you'll understand."
"Then explain it to me," said Jacob in disgust.
"It is not my place," said Millet. "Your father is the only one who can reveal his motives. For me to do so would be a betrayal."
Jacob sniffed and turned his horse. The others followed close behind. The rest of the day the group travelled without speaking, and when they made camp, Jacob chose to sleep far away from the others. Millet tried to convince him to come closer to the fire, but he was met with cold silence. The next morning snow began to fall. Gently at first, but by midday it was well on its way to becoming a full-blown blizzard. Millet shivered.
"If this gets much worse, I'm afraid we will freeze to death long before we reach Manassalia."
Malstissos nodded in agreement and glanced back at Maybell. She was slumped in her saddle with a coat and a blanket wrapped tightly around her. They trudged on for several hours until they were virtually frozen. About an hour before dark, Malstissos motioned for everyone to stop. "There is a large group of humans ahead," he said. "They have many horses and wagons."
"Could be a merchant caravan," suggested Millet.
"Or soldiers," said Jacob. Malstissos slid out of his saddle. "Wait here." With that, he disappeared into the brush.
"I'm hoping for merchants," said Maybell, rubbing her arms. "We can barter for a place by a fire."
Millet nodded in agreement. By the time Malstissos returned, the snow was coming down in earnest. "Merchants," he announced. 10 wagons strong, and something else." His face wore a strange expression.
"What is it?"
asked Millet. "There are elves among them. I didn't notice their presence until I was nearly upon them, but there is no mistake."
"What difference does that make?" asked Jacob. "At least you don't have to hide."
"You don't understand," said Malstissos. "In the West there are places where we have dealings with humans, but as far as I know, no such alliances exist here."
"Did they know you were there?"
asked Millet.
I don't think so, but I cannot be certain.
What should we do? asked Maybelle.
Malstisas shrugged.
What choice do we have? Winter has come early, and we are not prepared for this type of weather. If we don't seek shelter, we will freeze to death.
Millet sighed heavily and urged his horse forward. The caravan was camped a quarter of a mile away in a large clearing on the north side of the road. Several large canvas tents stood in a semicircle, and a half-dozen cooking fires flickered in the centre. At least 36 men and women, all wrapped in thick coats, were busy preparing the evening meal. As they came closer, 2 cloaked figures walked toward them. They were tall, lean, and wrapped in heavy wool blankets.
"Elves," said Malstisas under his breath, and looked to Jacob. "Do not speak until we know why they are here."
Jacob scowled.
"I'm not stupid." "I did not say you were."
The elf turned his attention to his approaching kin. He jumped down from his horse and raised his right hand in greeting. The other 2 elves returned the gesture.
"Greetings, brother,"
said the elf on the left. His voice was deep and rough, unlike the elf voices Millet and Maybelle had heard before.
"I am Grentos, and this is Vadnoltis."
Malstisas took a step forward. "Greetings." The 2 pushed back the blankets from their heads, revealing their features. Both had honey-blonde hair, pulled tight in a long braid that disappeared into the folds of the wool. Their skin was ivory pale and flawless.
"I see you are from the northwestern steppes," remarked Malstisas. "I have not seen those of your tribe in many years. I am Malstisas of the Finsulas clan. What brings you here?"
"It has been long since we have had dealings with our southern kin," said Grentos. "And what brings us to this frozen land is a discussion to be had over a hot meal and good wine. You must be near death in this frigid cold."
"We were hoping to take shelter with the caravan," admitted Malstisas, "but I did not expect to find elves among humans."
"Nor did we expect to see the same." Grentos smiled broadly. "But you need not fear. The humans here are from the shores of the abyss. Elves are not unknown to them, nor do they fear us. A tent has been erected to shelter the horses near the tree line. Vadnoltis will show you the way. I'll prepare a meal and a place for you and your friends to rest."
Malstisas bowed low.
"I thank you."
He motioned for the others to dismount. They followed Vadnoltis around the outskirts of the camp to the horse tent. 2 boys sat next to a fire near the entrance. They sprang to their feet and took the visitors' mounts. Millet gave both boys a copper, and their eyes lit up.
"I promise they'll be well tended, sir," said the older boy,
a dark-haired, scraggly youth, barely 11 years old. Once they'd removed their packs, Vadnoltis led them through the heart of the camp. A few people turned to glance at the newcomers, but most ignored them. They stopped at the far end of a large red tent, with smoke rising from a small opening in the top. Vadnoltis held open the tent flap, allowing Malstisas and the others to enter. The interior of the tent was simple. 6 bedrolls surrounded a small fire in the centre. A lantern in each corner combined with the firelight to give the tent a cheery glow. Grentos was at the far end, pouring hot stew from a large pot into 6 bowls.
"Please, choose a place to sleep,"
said Vadnoltis. His voice was even rougher than his comrades', and just as deep.
"It matters not where."
Grentos passed out the bowls and retrieved a large jug of wine and some cups from his pack.
"First we eat," he announced. "Then we talk."
Malstisas and the others gratefully accepted the food and wine, but as Grentos and Vadnoltis did not speak while they ate, the others remained silent as well. The stew was unlike anything Millet, Maybelle, or Jacob had ever tasted. Each smiled with delight after their first bite. Malstisas seemed to be more accustomed to the taste, and gave no reaction other than a slight nod of approval. Once their meal was complete, Vadnoltis collected the dishes and left the tent. The cold air chilled them when the flap opened, and a wisp of snow blew inside to remind them of how close to death they had come.
"I hope you are satisfied with our poor fare," said Grentos.
"It was the best stew I've ever tasted," said Millet.
Maybelle and Jacob agreed enthusiastically.
Grantos smiled and bowed his head. "You are too kind. But now that we have eaten, I believe you have questions, as do we."
"Should we wait for Vadnaltis?" asked Maybell.
"That will not be necessary," Grantos replied. "As your host, I will have you ask of me what you will. I expect he shall return before you are finished."
"In that case, I'll be direct," Malstisos began. "How is it you are here, and in the company of humans? I was not aware your tribe had started relations with them."
"Only a few of us have," said Grantos. "We have heard of the progress made in the coastal cities with elf-human relations, and it has inspired some of us to do the same. We realize the world is getting smaller. We need to learn to live in this world alongside mankind, or face destruction. The old hatreds must be left in the past."
"I agree," said Malstisos thoughtfully. "But that does not explain your presence here."
"We came to gain intelligence on the gathering power in Angrail," said Grantos. "Unfortunately, we were only able to get as far as Hazra. We were unable to find a clear way further north, at least not one where we could pass unnoticed. They have every inch of ground well guarded. We gained passage with this caravan in Althetas, so that we might travel without drawing attention."
"So you are returning home?" asked Malstisos.
"Yes," he replied. "We will stay with the humans until we reach the Western Abyss. Then we head north back to our people."
"Have you learned anything?" asked Millet.
"Sadly, no," Grantos sighed. "At least, nothing we didn't already know. The armies of the north are gathering. For what purpose, we can only guess."
"Don't be a fool," said Jacob. "You know why they gather."
"Young one," said Grantos, "I can see you are of this land, and dismayed that it has been conquered, so I will overlook your insult. But you know nothing." He reached over and took the jug of wine. "Armies gather. Still, motives may not be known. We have no way to be certain that they intend to march further. They may not have the strength for such a campaign."
"I think they have the strength," said Millet. "And I think they intend to keep marching. It's when that troubles me." "You may be right, Millet," said Malstisos. "But I know my brethren. They will not come to arms easily. Without proof of a threat, they will be content to do nothing."
Grantos nodded. "Without proof, I can do nothing to persuade them."
Jacob jumped to his feet. "Proof!" he shouted. "They've invaded the north and practically enslaved my people. What more do you need?"
"Calm yourself," said Grantos. "I did not say that I disagreed with you, only that I cannot convince my people without more evidence."
Jacob glared at the elf for several moments, then marched out of the tent into the bitter cold.
"That one needs to govern his passions."
Grantos took a long drink from the jug. "He's young," said Millet, "and his land is invaded. I share his frustration. I too am from here, and it pains me to see what has become of my home."
"I am sorry," said Grantos. "I will try to be a bit more delicate."
"Perhaps we should address more practical issues," suggested Malstisos. "The road splits about 20 miles west. If you are headed for the Western Abyss, I assume you will be taking the northwestern road through Manisalia."
"Indeed," Grantos affirmed. "It's the best way."
"Millet and Jacob will be taking the southwestern road," said Malstisos. "But Sister Maybell and I would like to accompany you, at least through Manisalia, once they leave us."
Grantos smiled broadly. "We would be pleased to have your company. You may stay with us as long as you wish."
Malstisos nodded. "Thank you, brother. I am grateful." "As am I," Maybell added.
"It is I who am grateful," said Grantos. "This journey will allow us to strengthen bonds long neglected."
They spent the rest of the evening in cheerful conversation. The wine flowed freely, and soon the tent was filled with laughter. Jacob returned after a time and proceeded to sulk on his bedroll, despite Grantos' efforts to make amends.
By the time the wine was gone, they had all but forgotten their troubles and fell into a deep, peaceful sleep. Chapter 7. Lee was woken by the gentle, feminine voice of one of the young healers who had attended Huey. It had taken him quite some time to fall asleep. Despite his cool demeanor, he was excited by the prospect of Huey finding out what had become of his wife and son, not to mention Millet, Maybelle, and Malstissos.
"What is it?"
asked Lee groggily.
"I'm sorry, but Master Huey wishes to speak with you. I told him to wait until morning, but he insisted."
"Don't be sorry,"
he said, trying not to knock the girl down as he sprang from his bed and headed swiftly to the healing chamber. When he arrived, Huey was sitting up and sipping a cup of hot tea. Kalia was still fast asleep in the bed next to his. He looked tired and worn, but managed a thin smile.
"We did it,"
said Huey. Lee was stunned. He had prepared himself for bad news.
"Are they safe?"
"From what I was able to tell, they're all just fine," he answered weakly. "They're a few days from Hazra. Your son is with Millet, and he is escorting him to Baltria."
Lee sighed with relief.
"And my wife?"
Huey's eyes fell, and his face clouded over.
"She isn't with them. She's been taken north to Angrail. There was no time for Malstissos to tell us anything more than that."
Lee's heart froze.
"To Angrail," he repeated. "Why would they take her there? Unless—"
While Huey remained silent, Lee began pacing, rubbing his temple. They must have taken her there as some kind of hostage, he told himself. It was the only logical explanation. If the Dark Knight had wanted his mother killed, that could have been done easily enough without dragging her all the way to Angrail. For a moment, blind rage clouded his judgment, and he had to battle against a wild impulse to set off on a one-man rescue mission immediately. Gradually, though, the red mist of anger began to dissolve, and common sense took over. If she were a hostage, then she was obviously being kept alive for a purpose, and unlikely to be in any immediate danger. On the other hand, for him to go rushing off to Angrail with no knowledge of his wife's situation or exact whereabouts could change everything and place her in great peril. Lee thought some more. Maybe his son was planning a rescue mission of his own. From what he had heard, Jacob was hot-headed enough to do just that. Yes, of course, that was why he was heading to Baltria. Jacob and his mother had friends there who would most likely be willing enough to help him in such a mission. But his son was still a mere child, with no experience whatsoever of such things. For him to make such a rescue attempt would be suicide. With a rush, Lee could see the truth and knew what he had to do.
"I must go to Baltria."
He looked up at Huey.
"I'm sorry, but I must."
"I know you must. Besides, there is nothing you can do here. The elves won't allow you to go with me anyway."
"I'll leave after you've gone,"
Lee said.
"I should still be able to beat them there easily enough."
Huey nodded, clearly exhausted. Lee frowned.
"Are you all right?"
"I'm fine," Huey replied. "It took a lot of effort to reach Malstissos. I wasn't ready for it, that's all."
"And Kalia?"
"She'll be okay after a good night's rest."
"I'll let you both sleep, then. I can't thank you enough for this."
Huey nodded slowly and sunk back into his bed. Lee returned to his room, but sleep took a long time coming. Thoughts of his wife trapped in Angrail were bad enough, but even more important at this stage was for him to reach Baltria. If Jacob were to set out on such a foolhardy rescue mission before he got there, his son's chances of survival were almost nil. Even worse, a bungled attempt may well bring about the death of the boy's mother as well. Much as these thoughts troubled him, Lee finally accepted that it was pointless dwelling on them. There was nothing he could do until he reached Baltria, and he had others to think of as well. Having accepted this, sleep at last came. The next morning, Lee joined Giui and Kalia for breakfast in the healing chamber. The healers insisted that they rest for at least one more day. A small table had been set up, and Dina and Selina soon joined them. Conversation was light, much to Lee's relief. He never enjoyed serious talk over a meal.
"Theopoulou has agreed to allow Linus to accompany you," said Selina after the table was cleared. "But I fear you may be forced to leave before you are fully recovered."
"We could leave now, if necessary," stated Kalia.
"I am rested and not accustomed to being idle."
Selina's eyes wandered to Giui.
"I'm fine, too," said Giui. "Besides, it's no good for a farmer to be lazy."
Selina smiled warmly.
"Don't worry. Neither of you will be idle for long."
She turned to her son.
"I did try to convince Theopoulou to let you go."
Lee stopped her short and told her about Giui's contact with Malstisos.
"I'll do my best to find out what has become of your wife," she said. "In the meantime, I'll have preparations made for your journey. We have friends in Baltria. You will have whatever help you require."
She reached over and took Lee's hand.
"Don't worry, son. I will do what I must to ensure their safety."
Lee gave her hand a tight squeeze.
"Thank you, Mother."
"I'll go with you," said Dina.
Lee smiled.
"I appreciate it, but I won't put you in unnecessary danger."
"Don't be a fool, Lee. You can't go alone, and I grew up in Baltria. You may need me." "I think it's a great idea," said Selina. "I'd feel better knowing you had someone I trusted along with you, and as a temple historian, it's her duty."
Lee sighed heavily.
"Very well. Meet me in my chambers after the noon meal to discuss our plans."
Dina grinned with satisfaction.
"When does Theopoulou want to leave?" asked Kalia.
"In 2 days," said Selina.
"He has already sent word to the other elders. They should be there upon your arrival."
"I don't like it," said Lee. "I'd rather Giui and Kalia arrived first. Less chance for a trap to be set."
"Linus agrees," said Selina. "That's why he's sending his people ahead, just in case."
Linus opened the door, his face grave. His hand gripped the handle of his long knife so hard his knuckles had turned white.
"What is it?"
asked Lee.
"I just received a report that the roads are being watched."
"That's not surprising," said Selina. "We know that the elves are aware of this place."
"It is not elves," said Linus.
"Men?"
asked Kalia.
"No, we do not know what they are, but they're fast and cunning. My seekers have only been able to catch a glimpse of them before they disappear, but there is little doubt that they are stalking the routes away from here. If the Dark One has discovered the location of this temple, then you must evacuate," said Lee.
Selina lowered her head.
"We will hold if attacked. Our walls are strong, and the Dark One has no army here."
"Don't be foolish," said Lee. "You have few men here that can fight or mount a defense. To cover the walls you would need 100 soldiers at least."
100 we shall have," said Selina. "What you see here is not the entire strength of the Order. I shall send word for all of the knights to gather here. That will be enough to hold this temple indefinitely."
"How long will this take?" asked Linus.
"I can double my strength in a week," answered Selina, her hands firmly on her hips. "In 3, I can defend this place against any attacker."
"Then I shall stay until your men arrive," said Lee.
"No! You will protect my grandson."
Lee sat back in his chair, stunned by his mother's sudden anger. Selina's face softened.
"You must protect your family, as I could not. Don't worry about me. If these walls are breached, I can escape. There are secrets here that only I know. I will not be captured."
Lee took his mother's hands and pulled her close.
"Swear it."
Selina smiled.
"I swear," she said tenderly. We will not lose each other again."
Lee lowered his head and sighed heavily.
"We should leave right away, Hughie," said Linus. "Tonight, if you are able." He turned to Selina. "You said there are ways out of here that wouldn't be noticed?"
"Yes."
She wiped her eyes.
"I can get you and the others out of the temple unseen."
"Good. I'll inform Theopolis."
Linus nodded curtly and left. Lee rose from his chair and looked at Dina.
"Prepare to leave," he commanded. "I want to be gone ahead of Hughie. Perhaps we may draw off any pursuit."
"Of course."
Dina rushed off to pack. For the rest of the morning, the temple was a beehive of activity. Lee and Dina were ready to leave by midday. Selina provided them with gear and enough provisions to last more than a week, along with 3 strong horses. Lee had decided to leave Lord Ganflin's steeds behind, and made his mother promise to ride one to safety if the need came. Hughie and Kalia had been informed by Theopolis that they would be travelling on foot, which pleased Hughie. He had not been looking forward to saddle sores and preferred to travel light. Linus spent the morning going over the plans with Theopolis and his guards. Theopolis was troubled when he heard the roads were being watched, but agreed that there was little to do but move forward with their plan. The healers made the loudest protests, insisting that Hughie and Kalia were not ready to be out of bed, let alone travel. However, neither one of them was showing any ill effects from their ordeal, and the insistence of Selina was eventually sufficient to quieten the healers' opposition. Just before 1 o'clock, Lee and Dina made their way to the front gate. The entire temple had gathered in the courtyard to see them off. Selina, Hughie, Kalia, and Linus stood by the large oak doors, each one trying to hide the concern in their heart.
"Be careful, son,"
said Selina as she embraced him.
"And you," she said to Dina with a smile. "Keep yourself safe at all times. I won't have my most valued historian getting herself killed."
She embraced Dina tightly. Linus handed Lee and Dina a small flask each.
"Keep this with you," he told them. "Should you find yourself lacking food and drink, it will keep you strong for several days. Only a mouthful is needed."
They received their gifts gratefully and bowed in turn.
"Thank you, my friend," said Lee.
Linus took Dina's hand.
"I look forward to our next meeting."
Dina blushed and smiled.
"As do I."
Kalia embraced Lee and then turned to Dina. Dina laughed as Kalia whispered something into her ear. Hughie hugged Dina before looking at Lee.
"Be safe, and bring your son home."
Lee placed his hands on Hughie's shoulders and studied him for a moment.
"You have grown up so much in such a short time. Still, listen to what Linus says, and be careful whom you trust. I don't like the idea of delivering you into the hands of the elves, but I think you're right. It is the only way."
"I'll be careful," said Hughie.
Lee smiled, and then he and Dina mounted their horses. As they rode through the doors, they could hear the farewells of the temple calling after them. Nonetheless, Lee's mind was immediately focused on their journey the moment he heard the boom of the doors closing behind them. They hadn't ridden 100 yards when the hairs on the back of his neck stood up. They were being watched. He knew it. But from where exactly, he couldn't tell. The rocky terrain made it impossible for him to spot anyone, and if whoever it was could evade the elf-seekers, then he had very little chance of catching him. Lee turned to Dina, who was looking around nervously.
"I feel it too," she whispered.
"Be ready," warned Lee.
Dina's hand slid to the knife in her belt. By the time they reached the end of the path, her nerves were frazzled. Lee, however, seemed calm and alert.
"We should head in the direction of Althetas," he said. "If we are still being followed by nightfall, we'll continue on to the city and try to throw them off. If not, we'll start west. There's a road about a day's ride that will take us to Idilia. From there we can make our way to the southern coast."
By the time the sun began to set, Lee no longer thought they were being followed. He and Dina found a small clearing and made camp.
"It seems we are not worthy of further attention," Lee said as he laid out his bedroll. "Which means Giui and the elves are the likely targets."
His eyes scanned the nearby brush.
"Still, I should scout the area. Wait here."
He disappeared into the fading light, leaving Dina to munch on a piece of bread and some dried fruit. About an hour later, he reappeared.
"Whoever or whatever it was is gone," Lee said. "For now, we aren't the objects of their interest."
"I hope they feel the same way about Giui and Kalia," said Dina.
Lee nodded slowly, lay down on his bedroll, and stared at the night sky. Chapter 8. Giui, Kalia, Selina, and Linus joined Theopoulou and his companions in the receiving chamber shortly after Lee and Dina's departure. Their gear lay next to Selina's chair at the far end of the hall.
"Follow me,"
said Selina. She walked to the far left corner of the room where a tapestry depicting the symbols of the 9 gods hung. She reached behind it, and a loud clack echoed throughout the chamber. A hidden trapdoor in front of her fell open, revealing a ladder leading down into a dark hallway.
"Follow the passage below for about 1,000 feet. There you'll find a small iron door."
She handed Giui a key.
"This will unlock it. The passage will let you out along the western wall of the temple. From there, follow the trail west until you reach the Sintil Sands Road."
Giui nodded and put the key into his pocket.
"Thank you, High Lady."
They gathered their gear and readied themselves to climb down the narrow ladder. Selina had packed the Book of Souls in Giui's satchel. Theopoulou and the other elves thanked Selina for her hospitality. Linus bowed low and held out a small silver dagger sheathed in an ivory scabbard. The handle was wrapped in soft leather, and it was crowned with a large blood ruby.
"Take this as a reminder of our friendship," he said.
Selina smiled and took the dagger.
"Thank you, Seeker. You and your kin are always welcome here."
Kalia took Selina's hand in hers.
"I can never repay you for your kindness, High Lady." "Nonsense," she replied. "Your bravery has saved us all. Without you, the only hope we have for survival would still be lying helpless in the healing chamber."
Kalia lowered her eyes and smiled.
"As for you," she said to Giui, "I charge you with keeping yourself alive and well."
"I'll do my best," Giui replied with a smile, then made his way to the ladder. Giui went first, followed closely by Kalia, Linus, and the others. The narrow hallway was pitch black, and it took a few moments for Giui's eyes to adjust. The air was stale, and the rough stone walls echoed to their footsteps. Just as Selina had said, the passage sloped gently up for about 1,000 feet. There at the end, he could make out the outline of a small door. After retrieving the key he had been given, Giui felt around until he found the keyhole. The lock was old and rusted, and for a moment he feared the key would break, but then, to his relief, he heard the sound of grating metal as the lock gave way. Giui pushed hard with his shoulder, and the door screeched open. He breathed deeply, allowing the welcome fresh air to fill his lungs. The sun was still high in the sky, and for a moment he was blinded.
"I should take the lead for now," said Linus.
Theopoulou nodded his approval. They followed the trail west for a few miles before Linus ordered a halt.
"I assume you have no intention of traveling the main roads?" he asked.
"Correct," said Theopoulou.
"Once this path ends, I will lead the way."
They continued for several hours. The terrain became less and less rocky, replaced by thinly spaced oaks and pines. The long grass bent and shifted as a constant breeze blew in from the west. What struck Giui as odd was the utter silence. With the exception of their footfalls and the sound of the wind, nothing, not even birds, could be heard. The elves also appeared to notice this oddity, and Giui could see that it was making them uneasy.
"Something foul is near," whispered Linus.
"What do you mean?"
asked Kiwi. I'm not sure, but I intend to find out. Linus motioned for a halt and disappeared into the thin brush. A while later he returned, muscles tensed and eyes wide. We are being followed, said Linus. But by whom or what, I can't say.
How? Said Kiwi. I thought this way was secret.
So did I. It would seem the High Lady was mistaken. I tried to spot our pursuer, but it is as crafty as my seekers reported, assuming that what they saw is the same thing that hounds us now. We should try and capture it, said Theopolu. I would know who this is, and why they risk following elves. Whatever it is, it's neither human nor elf, said Linus.
How do you know that? Asked Kiwi.
Human alive could avoid me. Not even a half-man could manage it. As for it being an elf, no elf feels like this creature. Life flees from it. Not even the birds come near.
Theopolu looked troubled as his brow furled and eyes surveyed the area.
Take as many from my escort as you need. I should need no more than 3, said Linus. He turned to the other elves. Who among you have had seeker training?
Stintos and Haldrontis, 2 tall blonde elves, stepped forward.
And I make 3,
announced Kiwi. Linus looked at Kiwi skeptically.
I know you have training, but I do not think Lee would approve of this.
Lee is not here, said Kiwi, and if he were, I am still the best choice.
Linus' mouth tightened, then he sighed.
Very well, but you must do exactly as you are told.
Kalia grabbed Kiwi's arm.
You should let me go instead.
Kiwi squeezed her hand. This drew uneasy stares from the elves.
Don't worry. I won't do anything too stupid.
Linus motioned for the volunteers to follow him into the brush. They walked north for about 100 yards. Then he told them to halt.
You 2 split up east and west. See to it that you make enough noise to announce your presence. I will move north while Kiwi follows slowly behind.
His eyes met with Kiwi's.
Make sure you are at least 300 paces behind me at all times. The thing that follows us fell back north as I approached. Ahead is a clearing. The creature will likely try to avoid being exposed, which means it will double back and try to sneak by me. When it does, we will close the trap.
He looked hard at the entire group.
If you encounter whatever this is, do not take it on alone.
Everyone nodded in agreement. Kiwi began to feel the pulse of the earth flowing through his limbs. The world around him opened up, and he could sense everything around him. He closed his eyes, listening for their prey.
It's 100 yards north, he quickly announced. And you're right, it's neither human nor elf. How is it you know this? Asked Stintos.
Never you mind, shot Linus. If Kiwi says the creature is there, then you can count on it. He turned to Kiwi. Do you know what it is?
Kiwi shook his head.
No, but I think it knows we're coming.
All the more reason to be mindful, said Linus.
Stintos and Haldrontis drew their long knives and headed in opposite directions. Linus gave Kiwi a final glance and set off north. Once he was out of sight, Kiwi crept slowly forward. With his heightened senses, he could hear the movements of the creature ahead. Slowly he slid his sword from its scabbard. It felt warm as it throbbed in his hand. Energy rushed through him like a torrent. He could feel the sinews of his arms and legs pulsing and growing stronger. Kiwi heard Linus as the elf neared the creature. Linus had not yet spotted it, but Kiwi was certain he would very soon. How could he not? He was practically on top of it. Even so, it quickly became clear that he had missed it entirely. Linus continued past the creature without showing any sign whatsoever he had noticed it. With a rush, Kiwi realized that the hunters had become the hunted. From the east, Kiwi heard 2 more of the creatures moving, closing in on Stintos' position. He knew he had to decide quickly what to do.
Linus! It's a trap!
Kiwi yelled at the top of his lungs. His legs burst into life as he sped towards Stintos. The creatures revealed themselves just as Stintos came into Giui's view. Their figures were that of a man, but this was the only thing they had in common. They wore tattered clothes, blackened with grime and decay. Their faces were burnt, misshapen, and covered with deep scars, as if they had been assembled from the rotting corpses of a dozen dead men. But despite their outward appearance, their movements were unearthly, their speed unmatched by any Giui had seen, save for Lee. They were on Stintos before he knew they were there. Each beast held a cruel dagger in hand, and with these they slashed at the elf's throat. Stintos only just avoided death by falling back onto the ground, but this put him at a greater disadvantage. One of the creatures moved to plunge his dagger into the elf's chest, but Giui got there just before the fatal blow could be struck. He removed the creature's head with one swift stroke. Thick, black blood poured from the beast's neck as the body fell. Giui turned his attention to the second creature, which was already in striking distance. The creature struck at Giui's heart, but the power that flowed through him allowed him to easily avoid the attack. He brought his sword down across the creature's chest, splitting it open and sending it tumbling to the ground. But, to Giui's dismay, this did not end the battle. No sooner had the creature landed than it sprung to its feet and charged again, this time at the elf. The creature slashed at the left arm of Stintos, who deftly moved aside and spun around, bringing his long knife across its back. But this did nothing to slow it down either. The creature also spun, swinging its own knife wildly. This time the blade struck home and slashed across the elf's ribs. Stintos groaned and staggered back. Giui knew this must end now. Linus was alone with one of these creatures, and he knew he must hurry to his aid. The head, he thought, aiming his sword at the creature's neck. The blade found its mark, and the beast fell. "Go back to the others," Giui commanded Stintos, before tearing off in the direction of Linus. He found the elf 300 paces north, kneeling beside the dismembered body of the third creature, dismembered except for the head. "Are you injured?" cried Giui, relieved to see his friend alive.
"I will live," Linus panted. "But as for this thing, it has seen better days."
Giui moved closer. His eyes shot wide as he realized the beast still lived. The ground was covered with the creature's thick black blood, and its limbs were hacked and scattered about the ground. Still the thing snarled and growled, its eyes fixed on Linus. Linus stared in return. Giui touched Linus' shoulder. The elf looked up at Giui and forced a smile. Blood soaked Linus' shirt. Elf blood. "We must tend to your wounds," said Giui. "Stintos was hurt as well."
"Is he seriously injured?" asked Linus.
"I don't think so. He was on his feet when I left him."
"Good," Linus sighed. "As for me, I am fine. Thanks to your warning, it is only a scratch."
Giui's eyes turned to the creature.
"How does it still live?"
"I don't know,"
said Linus in a whisper.
"How do you live, beast?"
His voice boomed, startling Giui.
"I was never alive,"
hissed the creature. Its voice was like the wheezing of a dying man, sick and labored.
"It speaks,"
gasped Giui.
"So it does," remarked Linus.
"You shall all fall by the hands of my brothers,"
spat the creature.
"The Master will see that it is so."
"You mean the Dark Knight, don't you?"
said Giui. The creature let out a gurgling laugh.
"I know you. The god will die like a man. The Master will see to you soon enough."
"What manner of beast are you?" demanded Linus.
"We are the Frykol. We are the instruments of your demise."
Linus gripped his long knife so hard that his knuckles turned white.
"We shall see."
His blade flew down, cutting off the Vrykol's head.
"Are you all right?"
called Kelea's voice from behind. Giui turned to see Kelea, Theopoulou, Haldrontis, and 3 other elves running up with weapons in hand. They stopped short when they saw the mangled body of the Vrykol strewn about the ground.
What is this thing? Gasped Kalia in horror.
It's a creature of Angrail, said Linus. It called itself a Vrykol. He turned to Theopoulou. Have you heard of them? I have, but they are supposed to exist only in legend. They are said to be damned souls, forced from paradise to walk the earth. But I have never heard of them as physical beings, only spirits.
They're physical beings for sure, said Giui. They almost killed us. So you spoke to it before it died, said Kalia. What did it say?
Linus described his encounter and the short conversation with the Vrykol.
You should have waited until I had a chance to interrogate it, said Theopoulou.
It wouldn't have told you anything, said Giui.
Theopoulou shot a glance at Giui.
You know very little, young one. I may have been able to discover more than you could guess.
He paused.
But there is no use belabouring the point. As it stands, we know they are intelligent and resilient. Whether or not they are in fact Vrykol, or just use the name, matters not. They are on our trail. How fares Stintos? Asked Linus. His wounds are being tended, Theopoulou answered. But he will slow us considerably. I'm sending him back to Valshara with Haldrontis until he can travel.
Theopoulou noticed Linus' wound.
Are you able to travel?
I am, replied Linus, seeming to just notice the wound on his arm.
Thanks to Giui's warning, the Vrykol's blade did not bite deeply.
Still, it needs to be dressed, said Kalia. Come, I have salve and bandages in my pack.
The group started toward the trail, but Theopoulou paused.
Bring the head, said the old elf.
Linus nodded and picked up the head by its grimy hair. A wave of nausea washed over Giui as more of the black blood poured onto the ground. When they got back to the trail, Linus immediately unpacked a spare cloak and wrapped the Vrykol's head inside. Stintos was there, leaning against a tree while two elves treated the wound on his ribs. He noticed Giui's approach and motioned for him to come near. Giui reluctantly obeyed.
You saved my life, human, said Stintos.
He winced as an elf rubbed salve into the deep cut.
I owe you a debt. Forget it, said Giui. I didn't do anything you wouldn't have done in my place, I'm sure.
Stintos smiled.
That you think an elf would come to your aid is remarkable, and speaks to your character. However, I don't understand how you knew to come. I was far out of sight and earshot. Only an elf-seeker could have heard them coming, and even a seeker would have had difficulty.
Giui was unsure what to say.
He stammered at first, before adding, Kalia and Linus have been instructing me.
Stintos looked at Giui skeptically.
I see. Then their training has heightened your senses. I was not aware that humans could gain such abilities.
His eyes fixed on the boy. Then his smile returned.
It matters not. You saved my life, and for that you have gained my friendship.
I value it, said Giui, bowing his head.
Giui,
called Linus. Giui turned to see Linus standing near the packs. Kalia was dressing the cut on his left arm. He took his leave from Stintos.
We leave at once, said Linus. Theopoulou says we should arrive at his home in 6 days, if we press our pace, but I disagree with moving at too great a speed. With these so-called Vrykol about, I would not risk being taken by surprise. I would ask you to remain extra vigilant. You can hear what I cannot, it would seem.
I'll do my best, said Giui. But I heard the Vrykol because I channeled the power of the earth. I've never done it for more than a few minutes at a time. To do it for 6 days.
You must try, said Linus. Our lives may depend on it.
Giui's stomach knotted at the thought of so many lives depending on him.
I will not have him put his life at risk, said Kalia fiercely.
I doubt it will harm him, said Linus. Seekers use the same power at times. I have used the flow, as we call it, for 2 straight days, and it did me no harm.
He's not an elf, countered Kalia. Or have you forgotten?
I have not forgotten, Linus shot back. But we also both know what he really is, don't we?
Mind your tongue,
hissed Kalia, looking around for prying ears.
Would you have Guy exposed?
She jerked tight Linus' bandage, causing him to wince.
I thought Lee confiding in you might be a mistake.
It was not a mistake, child, chided Linus. Lord Starfinder thought I should know what is at stake. He confided in me out of friendship and trust. I will not expose Guy, and I will not be scolded by you. I am a seeker.
Guy had never heard anyone speak to Kalia as if she were a mere child. He could see the fury in her eyes, but she managed to contain her rage.
You are correct, of course, growled Kalia. My apologies, seeker.
Linus' face softened.
I know you love him, but remember, I have named him friend and care for him as kin. I only ask of him what I must.
I know, replied Kalia weakly. I just want to keep him safe. The bond we share can be maddening at times.
You are young to have done such a thing, said Linus, but it seems to have been the right thing to do.
He bent and flexed his arm as Kalia finished dressing the wound.
Guy, if you feel any ill effects from the flow, release it at once and consult me.
I will,
said Guy. Theopolis approached, his pack already on his back.
We must depart. Gather your things.
Once everyone had donned their gear, they said farewell to Heldrontus and Stintos and continued down the trail. Guy allowed the flow of the earth to saturate his body, taking great care to listen for anything out of the ordinary. After an hour they left the trail and headed south across country. The ground was level and the trees still sparse. Guy was relieved to hear the return of the birds and small animals. The flow was difficult to maintain at first, but after an hour or so it felt more natural. By the time they halted to make camp, he couldn't imagine what it would feel like to be without it. Kalia and Linus had been keeping a close eye on him, constantly asking how he was. Kalia was clearly relieved that he had shown no sign that it was hurting him. Linus, on the other hand, maintained a look of deep concern. Once they made camp, Theopolis sat next to Guy and handed him a cup of honeyed wine and a small loaf of bread.
"How much rest do you need?" asked Theopolis.
"None," answered Guy. "I am ready now, if you'd like."
Theopolis raised an eyebrow.
"Is that so? Well, you must at least appear to rest. The flow has made you strong, but it would raise suspicions among my guard if you didn't look a bit fatigued. I would have them in the dark for now."
He looked more closely at Guy.
"Why do you still use the power? There is no danger near."
Guy's features were hard and determined.
"So I'll know if it approaches."
"Linus has asked you to do this, I take it?"
Theopolis shook his head.
"You should not. Even a seeker such as Linus cannot hold on to it indefinitely. It can be dangerous."
"What do you mean?"
Guy's eye wandered to Kalia, who was a few yards away changing Linus' bandages.
"Linus is a worthy seeker, likely the best that still lives, but he does not know all. Seekers learn to use the flow from a very young age, but they are too busy with other training to learn the nature of the power that fuels them."
"And you know these things?"
asked Guy. Theopolis laughed softly.
"More than most. I know that to hold the power of the earth for too long can break the mind. Seekers are taught to use it when they must, and rarely hold it for more than a day, so they are in no danger."
"In danger of what?" Guy demanded. "Linus said he has held it for 2 days, and he was fine."
"Linus is strong," Theopolis replied. "His mind and spirit are resilient. He is counting on your heritage to keep you safe. But I'm not as certain. I would not see you possessed."
"Possessed?" laughed Guy. "Possessed by what? The earth?"
"Precisely. The power you use can become addictive. In time you will not be able to release it without great pain."
Guy shrugged.
So what? I'm stronger, faster. I can hear and see better, and more importantly, I'm better able to keep those I love safe.
All true, said the elf. But in time it will burn your mind and drive you mad. You will endanger everyone near to you, even the ones you love.
Has this ever happened to an elf? Asked Kiwi.
Long ago. It is why elves are taught to use it sparingly. And there's something else. You are able to use many times more of the flow than any elf. It may accelerate any adverse effects.
It doesn't change the fact that we need to know if more of those creatures are about, insisted Kiwi.
True, admitted Theopolu. But I will not have a mad godling roaming the earth. Be mindful.
I will, said Kiwi, aware of Theopolu's implied threat.
Theopolu got to his feet. We will rest for 2 hours. That should be enough time to eliminate any suspicions about you. With that, he walked away toward 3 of his guards who were talking near the fire.
Kalia and Linus sat next to Kiwi a few moments later.
What did he say?
Asked Kalia.
Nothing important. He just wanted to know if I was tired.
I see, said Kalia, clearly not believing him. I would rather you say nothing at all than tell me a lie, even if it is to spare me worry or hurt.
I'm sorry, Kiwi sighed. I sometimes forget I cannot fool you.
I think I know what Theopolu wanted, said Linus. He was concerned about you using your power for too long. Am I right?
Kiwi nodded.
He said it could drive me insane.
Unlikely, said Linus. I've heard the same tales of caution, but as wise as Theopolu is, he has no real experience with this matter. It would take many weeks of constant use to have any lasting effect.
He said that, because I can use so much more of the flow than any elf, that it might take less time, said Kiwi.
He may have a point, admitted Linus. How do you feel now?
Good, Kiwi replied. In fact, better than good. I've never felt so strong in my life. I think I could run for days without stopping.
Linus thought for a moment. Tomorrow I want you to release the flow when we rest. I and the others should be able to keep watch well enough.
Okay, said Kiwi, smiling,
though the thought of releasing the power of the earth made his heart ache. Kalia at once picked up on this feeling.
I'll see to it, she said.
Linus threw his head back in laughter.
Then I have no need to worry. I am sure all will be well, so long as you are keeping watch over our young man. He moved to his bedroll. Don't forget, you must at least pretend to rest, Kiwi.
Kiwi lay on his blanket and closed his eyes. He could hear the forest's sweet song as the wind caressed the trees and moved across the grass. Nocturnal predators stalked their prey, and high above an eagle soared in the direction of the sea. It was now so much more natural than the first time he had done this. In fact, he couldn't imagine a time when his ears were deaf to such marvels. Sleep was not a possibility. Chapter 9. When the elves broke camp, Kiwi was bursting with energy. His mind raced with the thoughts of the coming days. The elves seemed satisfied that Kiwi had had enough rest and took little notice of his energetic behavior. In the hours before sunrise, they covered many miles. Kiwi was astounded by the pace the elves maintained. His original journey from Sharpstone would have taken half the time had they been able to move at this speed. He was certain Lee could match it, but doubted he would have been able to at the time. When the sun broke the horizon, Linus called for a halt, though no one put down their packs. Each helped another to retrieve bread and a flask from their gear, and they continued, eating and drinking along the way. By midday the sun was blazing, but the elves did not appear affected by this as the party increased its pace. Kiwi, still using the power of the earth, was as strong as he'd been when they left. In fact, with each hour that passed, he felt stronger.
"Does the human need rest?"
asked Akakios, a short, stocky elf with sandy blonde hair.
The human has a name,
said Giui irritably. Akakios laughed and slapped Giui on the back.
I meant no offence, young one. Come, walk beside me and perhaps you can instruct me on human manners and customs.
Giui allowed his irritation to subside and gave the elf a friendly smile.
I'd be happy to, if you can call me Giui.
Akakios bowed his head.
Agreed.
Akakios and Giui walked together until the light of the day began to fade. Giui told him stories of his home and his upbringing, and he found Akakios to be an elf of good humour. Just as Kalia had first done when hearing of his old life and upbringing, Akakios also told Giui that he and many other elves also longed to live in such a way.
To live a simple existence is the desire of many of my people, said Akakios. Perhaps when all of this nonsense that plagues the world is done, we can.
Do you hate humans? Asked Giui, then realized the rudeness of his question. I only ask because—
I know why you ask, Akakios said. The answer is no, though I have no love for them either. Hatred is a useless emotion. Though I would not choose to live among your kind, I see no cause to dwell in the past. The world is big enough for all to live within it.
Giui thought for a moment. So are you against what Linus and others like him are doing?
I am, Akakios admitted. They invite the destruction of our culture. The result of living side by side with humanity would be a mixing of the races. I would not see the blood of our people corrupted.
He lowered his head.
I hope I have not offended you, but it is how I feel.
Giui's thoughts turned to Dina.
I'm not offended. I don't agree, but you have the right to feel any way you wish. But then why spend the day in my company?
You have shown yourself to have great strength and courage. I would know the man behind it. I am not close-minded. I realize that virtue does not live within my people alone, and your company does not cause me discomfort.
I'm glad, said Giui. Maybe in time I can change your mind even more.
One can never know the future, said Akakios. You're welcome to try.
Once they had made camp, Theopoulou informed Giui that they would be resting until the morning. Giui insisted that he could continue, but Theopoulou would not be dissuaded.
Your stamina is already causing talk, said Theopoulou. Besides, as I understand, you will be releasing the flow tonight. You may find that your body needs to recover.
A chill shot through Giui's body. He had all but forgotten that he would be spending time without the power of the earth inside him. Giui was sat on his bedroll, staring at the fire, when Linus approached.
It's time, said Linus. Release it.
Anger swelled in Giui's chest.
I'd rather not.
Linus studied him for a few minutes.
I was not certain before, but I am now. You must release the flow now.
I will not, he growled. There is no reason to. I'm fine.
You are not fine, shot Linus. If you were, you would have no trouble doing as I request. I can see that you should not hold it for so long.
Giui jumped to his feet, rage swelling inside him. His eyes focused on Linus, and his hand felt the urge to slide to his sword.
Giui,
called Kalia. Her voice came from just outside the light of the fire.
Come here, now.
Giui's mind snapped to attention. It was then he realized that the entire camp was staring at him. He lowered his head and started toward Kalia. She was stood with her eyes fixed on him. Once he was beside her, she took his hand and led him away from the camp.
You must release the power, she said softly, and you must do it quickly before you lose yourself.
Giui pulled away, his anger returning.
Why? Why must I become weak again?
Do not call yourself weak, she said. You insult me. My spirit would not bind itself to the weak. Your strength, your true strength, does not come from the flow. It comes from within. She placed her hand on his chest.
Do this for me.
His heart raced at her touch. He lowered his head, allowing the power to drain away. Giui felt weakness and fatigue wash over his entire body, and he fell to his knees, weeping. The absence of the flow made him feel hollow and afraid. The sounds and smells he had found so enthralling were gone, and he was left in silence. It was like the world had been ripped away. Kalia knelt down in front of him, pulling his head to her shoulder. "It will pass." She stroked his raven hair. "I am here." After a few minutes, Kiwi regained his composure. He wiped his face and his eyes. "It's dark," were the only words he could manage. Kalia smiled sweetly and kissed his cheek. "And it will get darker still, but not tonight." "Thank you," said Kiwi weakly. "You were right. I must not hold the power for that long again. I nearly lost myself."
"But you have returned to us, I trust," came the voice of Linus from a few yards away. He walked into view, Theopolu at his side. Kiwi rose to his feet.
"I'm back to normal. I'm sorry for what I did at the camp. It won't happen again."
"No apologies needed," said Linus. "The fault was mine. I should never have asked you to hold the flow for so long without knowing what it would do to you." "Indeed you should not have, Seeker," said Theopolu. "I hope you will heed my advice from here on." "In matters such as this I will," said Linus.
"What about the others?" asked Kiwi. "I'm sure they noticed what happened."
"They believe you pushed yourself too far and your human body affected your mind," replied Theopolu. "A fiction I am not inclined to correct at this time." "If you are able, we should get back," said Linus. "You need to rest."
Kiwi nodded and followed the others back to camp. The elves all watched him closely as he made his way to his bedroll. Embarrassment welled up inside. He rolled onto his stomach and hid his face.
"All is well."
It was Akakios. Kiwi turned over to see the elf smiling down at him.
"I'm fine, just tired."
"I must admit I was amazed that you kept pace with us with so little rest," said Akakios. "Don't feel bad. We may not show it, but we are tired as well. If it were not for the demons that attacked us at Valshara, we would not be moving at this speed."
"I appreciate your words," said Kiwi, forcing a smile.
"I'll be better once I've had some sleep."
"I will leave you to it, then."
Akakios walked away to join a group of elves gathered on the other side of the fire. It didn't take long for sleep to take him, and his fatigue held off any dreams. Kalia woke Kiwi just as the sun breached the horizon.
"Theopolu has said we will stop at the home of Cephalos."
Kalia handed Kiwi a piece of bread and some dried meat. She huddled close.
"Why?"
asked Kiwi.
"I thought we were in a hurry."
"Theopolu wants to show him the head of the Vrykol," she replied. "Cephalos is very knowledgeable in ancient lore and may be able to give us information we need." The thought of seeing an elf dwelling excited Kiwi.
"When will we arrive?"
"We should be there by sundown tomorrow." Kiwi smiled with satisfaction. Having Kalia next to him seemed more natural than before, though the others stared with disapproval. The next day he woke before dawn, ready for a new march. By midday the trees began to thicken, and the ground was covered by dense, moist grass that made walking at speed difficult. The heat of the sun made the air like earthy steam, and sweat beaded on Kiwi's forehead.
"How is it so hot this close to winter?"
Kiwi asked Linus.
"We are near the fire hills."
"I've heard of them," said Kiwi. "My father said it's like summer all year there, and that great plumes of steam erupt from the ground. I had no idea we were so close."
"Your father was correct," said Linus. "But we will only be just outside the hills, not within them. One day, if you wish, I will show them to you properly. They are truly a wonder."
"I'd like that," said Kiwi.
By late afternoon they had found a narrow trail that wound through the forest. Here Theopolu called a halt, and asked Kiwi to speak to him privately. He led him into a small clearing about 100 yards east of the trail. Kalia tried to follow, but Theopolu stopped her.
"When we arrive at the home of Cephalos, it is important that you do not speak unless spoken to," Theopolu warned Kiwi once they were alone. He is a kind elf, and not prone to violence, but he fought in the Great War for many years, and feels the same way as I do regarding human and elf living together. Kiwi had almost forgotten that Theopoulou was not really on his side. If not for the Dark One and his bond to Kalia, Theopoulou would never suffer the company of a human, let alone a god.
"I'll keep quiet," said Kiwi. "I don't want any trouble, at least not until it's time for it."
"And that time will come soon enough," Theopoulou added. "If I can, I will convince Cephalos to come with us. If he agrees, you may be forced to travel in silence for the remainder of the journey. I tell you this because I would not have you feel it is an insult from my guard or me. Once we arrive at my home, you are under my protection and may speak as you wish."
Kiwi almost laughed, but managed not to.
"I won't be insulted. I understand that this Cephalos might hold hatred for me, and I don't want to make things more difficult than they have to be."
"One other thing," said Theopoulou with a sigh. "You must refrain from speaking to Kalia in his presence."
This irritated Kiwi, but he nodded slowly.
"If he comes, I won't speak to her, at least not until we get there."
"You must convince her of this as well," said the old elf with a hint of embarrassment that amused Kiwi. "She is strong-willed, and has never been one to take orders well."
"You're not kidding," Kiwi chuckled. "I'll speak to her."
"Thank you."
Theopoulou held out his arm, motioning Kiwi to return to camp.
"I advise you to speak to her before we arrive."
When they got back to the others, Kiwi told Kalia what Theopoulou had said. Kalia was enraged.
"If he thinks I'll pretend to be some close-minded, human-hating fool, he has lost his senses."
Her voice rose with each word.
"I understand," said Kiwi, trying to calm her. "But until we reach Theopoulou's home, I think we should listen to him." "You would have this?" she demanded.
Kiwi could feel her fury through their bond.
"As it is, we are deceiving the others. They don't know what has happened between us. What does it matter if we keep it up a bit longer?" "It's one thing to hide a spirit bond," she countered. "It's quite another to pretend we do not know each other. That is what he is asking." "I don't like it either, but if it keeps things calm until we get there, then I think it's best." "Fine," she huffed. "But once we arrive, I plan to reveal the bond between us to every one of those closed-minded morons."
With that, she stormed off, staring daggers at Theopoulou. Linus came up to Kiwi and slapped him on the back.
"That went better than we thought."
"She's right," said Kiwi. "I entered into a bond with Kalia by means I didn't understand, but I am not ashamed of it. I don't like hiding it any more than she does."
"You won't have to hide it for very long. In fact, I doubt you will be able to."
"It's time," called Theopoulou. They continued for another hour until they came upon a smooth stone path leading east. Either side of this was dotted with tiny white flowers and waist-high shrubbery that had been meticulously manicured. The scent of lavender and magnolia wafted through the air, bringing a smile to Kiwi's face. The path wound on through the forest for about half a mile, ending with an elegantly carved wooden gate bearing ancient elfish symbols etched along the outer braces. Beyond this gate, the forest ended, and the land opened up, revealing lush grass similar to that which Kiwi had seen when they'd drawn close to the fire hills. But this grass was much thicker, and was covered with beads of dew. As the house came into view, Kiwi was both surprised and disappointed. It appeared rather like a human dwelling. It was a single-story wooden structure with a white-tiled roof. The windows were small and round, and a well-kept flower garden surrounded the entire building. In Kiwi's eyes, it looked like a house he might expect to find in any human town.
"What's wrong?"
asked Linus.
"Nothing," Kiwi replied. "I just imagined something, well, different."
"Really? Like what?"
Kiwi shrugged.
"I don't know. I always thought that elves lived in different kind of houses to humans."
He waved a hand.
"You know, more tree-like."
Tree-like? Linus laughed. Do you think us birds or squirrels? We live in houses, my friend, though I must admit I was expecting something a bit grander from an elf of Kafalos' stature and reputation.
They were about 50 feet from the front door when it flew open. A tall elf stood in the doorway, dressed in a grey robe made from a fabric Giui had never seen before. It looked heavy, but it flowed like silk. His hair was silver and tied in a ponytail that fell loosely down his back and shoulders. His face was wrinkled and looked ancient. This was another shock for Giui. The elves he had seen so far did not show the ravages of time as a human did. Theopoulou was old. Giui guessed him to be well over 500, yet he could pass for a human in his 40s. The elf looked over the group and shook his head.
What do you bring to my door, Theopoulou?
His voice was deep and menacing.
I wish to speak to you, old friend, Theopoulou replied. You bring a human to my door and expect my welcome.
I am an elder and your friend, said Theopoulou. So I do indeed expect your welcome.
And who else is this I see?
Said Kafalos, looking at Kalia.
Is it the elf who comes to judgment, or does she still defy her kin?
Kalia stepped forward to speak, but Theopoulou held out his hand to silence her.
She is under my protection, he announced, as is the human.
Times have surely changed when the great Theopoulou harbours a filthy human and a fugitive elf, Kafalos sneered. I would know why. Enter.
He disappeared inside. Chapter 10. Theopoulou gave Giui a quick glance before leading the group inside. The interior of the house was a bit more as Giui might have imagined. The main hall just beyond the doorway was roughly 50 feet wide and equal in length. The walls were built from a material the like of which he had never encountered. Though rough in texture, it shone and sparkled with countless tiny, semi-precious stones, causing the entire room to change hue from moment to moment. The floor was covered with a thick carpet that resembled the grass outside. It even looked as if it bore the same beads of dew, though it was not slippery. Opaque glass orbs hung from each corner of the room, giving off a soft and pleasing light that mixed perfectly with the sparkle of the walls. No pictures or tapestries hung, but on the far wall, carved into the stone and inlaid with pure gold, was the perfect likeness of an ancient willow. The room itself was devoid of furniture, apart from a round oak table that stood only 1 foot off the ground. The elves knelt around the table. Theopoulou motioned for Giui to sit beside him. Kafalos placed himself directly across from Theopoulou and stared intensely.
Tell me, Theopoulou, said Kafalos, when did you begin befriending humans and traitors?
I am no traitor, Kalia blurted.
Silence, girl,
Theopoulou scolded.
Kafalos sneered. I was referring to the Seeker.
Linus glared.
You dare name me traitor? I should take your life for that insult. I would expect as much, said Kafalos. You would kill your own kind while saving a human animal. But be warned, I am not unprotected. If you strike me down, you will not leave these woods alive. My kin are nearby and know that you are here.
That is enough, commanded Theopoulou. From everybody. I did not come here to fight, nor did Linus.
Then why did you come?
Asked Kafalos.
To ask you to accompany us to my home, Theopoulou replied. Surely you have received my invitation?
I have,
said Kafalos dismissively. I have no desire to listen to the elders bicker. I am content to remain here.
Theopoulou nodded to Linus, who brought forth the cloak containing the Vrykol head. Kafalos stared, stunned, as the cloak was opened.
What is this abomination? He gasped.
We hoped you would know, Theopoulou replied. It claimed to be a Vrykol.
Vrykol?
Kafalos whispered.
Certainly not. That is impossible.
He reached across the table and pulled the cloak in front of him.
I thought the Vrykol were merely a legend, said Theopoulou. In a way they are, said Kaphalos. Their true nature has been lost to all but a few. Most stories you hear today are but myths with not an inkling of fact. What are they, then? Asked Linus. The damned, replied Kaphalos. They are spirits forced to serve the gods within the decaying remains of mortals. The gods created these beasts? Asked Linus. Why? To punish those who dared to defy them, said Kaphalos. They were cursed assassins, roaming the earth. How is it you came by this?
Theopoulou told of the encounter.
You say this human killed 2 Vrykol? Kaphalos laughed. Are you certain? Or is this merely what he told you?
He saved the life of one of my guards in the process, said Theopoulou. You may doubt the word of a human, but surely not that of an elf. Kaphalos glared at Kalia.
Depends on the elf.
Kalia glared back furiously.
In any case, Theopoulou continued, it was not the gods who created these creatures.
Kaphalos threw his head back in harsh laughter.
The Lord of Angrail has seen to that, hasn't he?
He rose to his feet, turning his back on the table.
You think I am ignorant to the goings-on in the human world? I know what you would have our people do, and I will have no part in it. Then you would sit idle while the fate of our people hangs in the balance? Theopoulou challenged. The fate of our people was sealed the moment the human plague set foot on this world, said Kaphalos. The Great War was only the end result.
But it does not have to be the end, Linus cried. Can't you see that?
Kaphalos spun around.
I see more than you know, Seeker.
His eyes fixed on Giui.
I see what you have brought among us. You think he will save us, don't you?
Giui's heart raced. Did he know?
You're wrong, said Theopoulou. Our people may still rise again, but we must not succumb to our own stubborn nature. We need the humans if we are to resist Angrail.
Resist? Kaphalos scoffed. What resistance can you offer? The humans will scatter before the might of the army that now gathers. Once they are gone, we will be annihilated.
There is something you do not know, said Theopoulou. We have recovered the Book of Souls.
Kaphalos raised an eyebrow.
Have you? How nice. But even if you can open it, and even if it tells you how to defeat your enemies, what then? Do you not see what will happen?
I see that we will survive, said Theopoulou.
Survive, yes, Kaphalos retorted. But to what purpose? The humans will not suffer those unlike themselves. Our people will be absorbed, and our race will cease to exist. I have already heard rumors that one half-breed walks the earth even now.
Giui tensed. This did not go unnoticed by Kaphalos.
Human, said Kaphalos to Giui, if that is even what I should call you. Somehow I think not.
His face was one of disgust.
Theopoulou wisely instructed you not to speak, but I would know your thoughts. Would you have human and elf live as one?
Giui took a deep breath, trying to steady his nerves.
Yes, I would.
There was a long pause.
That's all you have to say? Surely you have more than that.
I don't know what you want of me, said Giui. I know you are wise, and I know that you believe you are of a right mind.
He chose his next words carefully.
I would not presume to debate with you in matters that are beyond my understanding, so I don't see what I can offer you.
You offer nothing, agreed Kaphalos. At least, nothing I would have from you. Still, I am interested in your reasons for trying to deceive me."
Kiwi was aghast and suddenly afraid. Kalia shot him a glance, feeling his dismay through their bond. Kafalos let out a malicious laugh.
"You have not told them that you have bonded yourself to an elf woman?"
This caused the elves to stir.
"Theopolu has kept this a secret as well, I see."
He shook his head slowly.
"Did you really think I wouldn't know? I knew the moment I saw them."
"I don't see what that has to do with anything,"
Kiwi growled with irritation.
"You wouldn't," said Kafalos. "But it just confirms what I have already said. You are the first, but you will not be the last."
"Is this true?"
Akakios asked Theopolu, appalled.
"It is," said Theopolu. "Kiwi and Kalia have bonded their spirits."
"Why keep this from us?"
he demanded.
"It was not for me to reveal," Theopolu replied. "The bonding is a personal matter and not to be spoken of lightly. I made my choice. You do not have to agree with it."
The elves were clearly upset, but calmed themselves and continued to listen.
"I am bonded to Kalia,"
announced Kiwi in a clear, strong voice.
"I know this may anger you, but it was not my intent to do so. But know that I'm in no way ashamed." "Nor am I," added Kalia.
"It matters not," Kafalos said. "It is unlikely either of you will live long enough to regret it. Angrael will march soon and slaughter us all."
"Is there nothing I can say to convince you to come?" asked Theopolu.
"You know there is not," Kafalos replied. "But you needn't fear. I will not hinder you. There would be no point."
Theopolu bowed his head.
"Then we will take our leave."
Linus gathered the Vrykol head.
"Farewell," said Kafalos. "Perhaps we will meet again before we rejoin the Creator. If not, know that I hold you in high regard, even though we do not see eye to eye."
"As do I," said Theopolu. They left the house and filed back down the walkway. Once they had reached the beginning of the trail leading to Kafalos' house, Akakios halted.
"My lord Theopolu,"
said Akakios.
"we must speak, all of us."
The other elves nodded in agreement.
"And what would you speak about?" Theopolu asked.
"I think you know," replied Akakios. "I have never questioned you before, but to knowingly protect someone who has—"
He could hardly bring himself to speak the final words.
"Bonded with a human,"
he finally said. Theopolu crossed his arms.
"So you would have me kill her here and now, I suppose? You would have me break my word? You ask if I would dishonor myself?"
"No."
Akakios was clearly uncomfortable.
"But you help her to avoid judgment by offering your protection."
"I am doing nothing of the kind," said Theopolu. "Kalia has agreed to face judgment according to our laws upon the completion of her task, and not before. She entered into this bargain in good faith. You should know that, despite our laws, her life is sought even now by the very elders with whom we are going to meet."
"Before judgment?"
gasped Akakios.
"Why?"
"They feel as Kafalos," Theopolu explained. "They harbor hatred from the Great War, and they fear a mixing of the races will be the end of our kind. I share some of these fears, but I will not turn my back on our traditions because I lack the courage to do what is right."
Akakios bowed his head.
"You are right, of course. Forgive me."
Theopolu smiled kindly.
"There is nothing to forgive. But you should know that there are other things I hold as secret and have not told you. I will tell you now if you feel you must know."
His eyes scanned his guard. They looked embarrassed to have questioned their master's motives. Kiwi snapped to attention.
"You cannot,"
pleaded Kalia.
"I can," corrected Theopolu. "And I will if I must."
"Lord," said Akakios, "if you feel we should not know,
It is enough."
Theopolu thought for a long moment. "No," he said. "You deserve to know what is so important that I would hide things from my most trusted companions." He turned to Giui. "Step forward." Giui obeyed, keenly aware that Kalia was at his right side, fingering her knife. Linus slid to his left. "You may have wondered how Giui was able to kill 2 Vrykol so easily," Theopolu began. "Some may have guessed that he is a half-man." A few of the elves nodded. "You are only half right. Before you stands the only being ever born from the union of 2 gods. Before you stands a god who walks the earth as a human." There was dead silence as all eyes fell on Giui. Akakias was the first to speak.
"This is true?"
"It is," Giui affirmed. "But I only found out a few weeks ago. I've lived my entire life as a human. Until Lee proved what I am to me, I didn't know anything."
"That is why he is here," said Theopolu. "We hope he will be able to open the Book of Souls."
"Why would he need it?" asked Akakias. "Could he not simply go and defeat the Lord of Angrail? If he is a god, does he not possess such power?"
"I don't know much about my power, or what I can or can't do," admitted Giui. "I'm only now discovering my abilities."
"But you're a god," countered Akakias. "A god!"
"True," interjected Linus, "but he is not all-powerful. He can be injured, maybe even killed. It would be foolish to send him to confront the Dark One until he is ready."
"Angrail is not what concerns me," said Akakias. "It was the gods that split our people. It is our lives I worry about."
"I would never harm you or your people," said Giui. "I swear it. If my kind have hurt you, I am sorry, but I am not them."
"Even so," said Akakias, "you are one of them."
"I would ask that you trust my judgment in this matter," said Theopolu. "Giui is not to be harmed in any way. We need him."
"I beg that you give us a few moments to consider what you have revealed," said Akakias.
Theopolu nodded his consent. Giui, Kalia, Linus, and Theopolu watched as the others gathered in a tight circle, speaking in hushed tones. Minutes ticked by as Giui's nerves began to unravel. Kalia gave his hand a light squeeze and smiled. This calmed him. After several more minutes, the elves finally broke their circle and slowly advanced toward Giui.
"You have done me no harm," said Akakias, "and I trust my lord. We will do nothing against you as long as Theopolu commands it. That you have bonded with one of our kind is troubling, but I see nothing that can be done, short of killing you both. And as you are not subject to our laws, I see no call for that."
"I thank you," said Giui, bowing low. "But understand that should Kalia face judgment, I will stand with her."
"As her mate, that is your right," said Akakias.
"We have yet to complete the bonding," interjected Kalia. "And should I be sentenced to death, I will not."
Giui turned to Kalia.
"What do you mean?"
Kalia locked eyes with him.
"If the bond is sealed and I die, you die as well. I will not have that."
"You would doom his soul?" asked Theopolu.
"What do you mean?" asked Kalia. "I would save his life."
"You know as well as I what happens when the bond is left unsealed for too long," said Theopolu. "It is the same if you die. His soul will be torn apart."
"Is there nothing to be done?" she asked.
"To my knowledge, no," he answered. "You should have considered this beforehand."
"It wasn't her fault," said Giui. "It wasn't something either of us planned."
"I see," the old elf muttered. "Then there is only one thing to be done. You must seal the bond between you. If your souls reached out without prior knowledge, then there can be no other choice." Kalia stared in disbelief.
You would have me complete the bond? But
You should think more and act less, said Theopolu. I have no desire to see you or any elf bonded to anyone other than another elf. But that does not change the facts. Keep in mind that I advise you as your uncle, not as an elder. As an elder, I would see you judged.
I understand, uncle, said Kalia. Thank you.
We should depart, said Linus. There is a clearing about 2 hours' march ahead where we can make camp. Agreed, said Theopolu. We have tarried long enough.
Chapter 11. Travel for the next 2 days was uneventful. At first, the elves kept their distance from Giwi, but by the morning of the second day, their curiosity had got the better of them. Giwi tried to answer their questions as best he could, but soon it became apparent that he didn't have the information they wanted. He knew nothing about heaven, the Creator, or immortality. The day before they arrived at Theopolu's home, Theopolu asked to speak with Giwi and Kalia alone. They walked a few yards from their evening camp and sat on a large fallen dogwood.
When we arrive tomorrow, Theopolu began, I will ask that you keep to your quarters until you are summoned. He looked at them disapprovingly. And you will be housed separately.
We do not share quarters, said Giwi, turning bright red.
Good, said Theopolu. Until you have completed your bond, you should not.
I may not share your opinions on humans, said Kalia, but I am no Scortus. What's a Scortus? Asked Giwi. A woman of ill repute, Kalia replied.
I was not implying that you are, said Theopolu, but I'm still your uncle and am protective of your honor.
I would not dishonor Kalia, said Giwi, with all the sincerity he could muster through his embarrassment.
Theopolu cracked a smile.
I believe you.
Then his smile faded.
Now listen to me, both of you. You must keep out of sight until I call for you.
How long will we have to wait? Asked Giwi.
Theopolu shrugged.
An hour, a day, there is no way to know. But you must stay put no matter what. Each of you will have a guard outside your door.
Kalia's eyes narrowed.
Do you expect treachery?
No, Theopolu replied. But I will be prepared nonetheless. Timing will be crucial, and I will get us every advantage I can. Since I opposed your assassination, I have lost support. I still hold position and influence, but not as much as before. You must do exactly as I tell you.
Giwi and Kalia both nodded in agreement.
Good, said Theopolu, satisfied. Now we must rest. Tomorrow we will arrive. I can only hope that we get there before the others.
They slept for only a few hours and were on their way once again, long before daybreak. By midday, the forest grew thicker until it was nearly impenetrable. Giwi snagged his clothes countless times on thorns and brambles. Insects swarmed around him, making a feast of his flesh. The elves seemed unaffected by the conditions, deftly hopping between the trees and thick brush, avoiding thorns and low-hanging branches as if they weren't there.
Linus noticed Giwi's difficulty. "Stay just behind me," he said. "Do as I do."
Giwi tried his best to follow Linus' every move, and as a result was able to lessen his hurts considerably. Even so, he still managed to inflict a few extra scrapes on himself before the forest thinned.
"How can he stand to live in such a place?" Giwi asked.
"A bit much to get through for anyone other than an elf," Linus chuckled. "It is why we choose such places. Most of our dwellings are not easily accessible, even our towns. Some you could never find unless you knew exactly where to look."
Giwi tried to imagine what an elf town would look like. Majesty and magic must be everywhere. Then he dismissed the notion. So far, he had been way off the mark. Kaphalos lived in a house, and though it was well-built and beautiful, it was nothing like he had pictured. The forest thinned even more, and soon Giui found himself walking along a colourful cobblestone street. It was wide enough that the party could comfortably walk 4 abreast. Theopoulou turned back to Giui.
"Once we reach the end of the road, Akakios will guide you and Kalia to your quarters. You should be able to get there unseen. The servants will be preparing the house, and we are the first party to arrive."
"How can you tell?" asked Giui.
"It's my house," replied Theopoulou. "I know when someone is about. Not even Linus could enter my land without my notice."
The road ended at an immense gateway, 20 feet high and solid as steel. It shone like silver and bore long carved ivory handles. A polished granite wall spanned east and west farther than Giui's eyes could see. He stared in wonder. Even the walls of a human city weren't so well constructed, and the gate looked as if nothing could bring it down. The rest of the party halted while Theopoulou approached the gate. He placed his hand upon one of the handles. Suddenly, the handle hissed and glowed with a pale white light. Then, as if by command, the gate swung outward without a sound.
"Magic,"
whispered Giui as they moved closer.
Theopoulou sniffed. "It is not magic."
His eyes fell on Kalia.
"If he is to be yours, then you should teach him properly."
Giui could feel Kalia's embarrassment.
"I'm sorry," he apologized to her. "I shouldn't have said anything." "It is not your fault," Kalia lowered her eyes. "I have not told you enough about us. I should have instructed you more about our ways the moment we were bonded."
Giui was on the point of trying to console her, but Theopoulou held out his palm. Akakios moved in front of Giui and Kalia.
"Wait for the rest to enter," said Akakios. "Then follow me to your quarters."
Once Theopoulou and the others were about 50 feet ahead, Akakios led them through the gate. Giui sucked in his breath. A solid, polished white marble path lay before him. Each stone was etched with an intricate golden inlay of elf ruins. The grounds were dotted with ancient willows and strong oaks, and wildflowers covered the area like a glorious carpet of colour and splendour. Directly ahead stood a 10-foot-tall, solid crystal statue of an elf maiden. Her right arm held aloft an orb surrounded by tiny vines of ivy. As the sunlight struck the orb, it sparkled and split, causing rainbows of light to dance playfully. The craftsmanship was far beyond anything Giui had ever imagined possible. But what impressed Giui most of all was the house, if such a structure could indeed be called a house. The entire building was constructed from pure white marble, and it stood 3 stories high, rising to an apex. Elaborate carvings of horses, wolves, bobcats, and many other animals Giui did not recognize decorated the facing. Not a speck of dirt blemished its beauty, and it showed no sign whatsoever of weathering. A massive flight of stairs, as wide as the entire house, led to broad double doors made from the same gleaming metal as the gates. Lining the front and supporting the lip of the high ceiling stood 6 massive columns, 10 feet apart and as big in circumference as a mature oak. As Theopoulou and the others passed by the crystal statue, each stopped in turn and bowed their heads.
"Come,"
Akakios commanded. He led Giui and Kalia to the west side of the house, where 3 small, round buildings stood in a line separate to the main dwelling. They were crafted from smooth white stones, and the roofs glittered with quartz tiles. The doors were blonde maple, with a silver door knocker in the center.
"All of the rooms are identical," said Akakios. "Each is equipped with a shower. Food and fresh clothing will be brought to you right away."
They thanked Akakios. Kalia took the room nearest to the main house, and Giui the one next to her. When opening the door, Giui immediately felt the welcome relief of cool air. The room was large enough for 4 people, and was well lit by the same strange orbs he had seen at the home of Kaphalos. 4 of these orbs hung from a silver chain near to the wall. To his right was a single bed with fine linen sheets and a plump, comfortable-looking round pillow. On his left stood a small circular oak table with 4 chairs. A plush couch with a brass table at each end had been placed at the far side of the room. But what really caught Kiwi's eye was the area between the table and the couch, the shower. Kiwi nearly forgot to close the room door behind him before throwing down his pack and stripping off his clothes. Apart from slightly more elaborate fixtures and a small marble table provided for the soaps and bathing implements, this shower looked much like the one he had previously used in Lord Gunflin's manor. Once inside, he pulled the curtain around. Remembering the shock of the water from his first experience, he twisted the knobs carefully on this occasion. Soon he lost himself in the glorious feeling of steaming hot water pouring over his body. When he finished, he grabbed a towel hanging on the wall and stepped out. To his amazement, a fresh set of clothes lay neatly on the bed, and a bowl of hot stew and fresh bread had been placed on the table. He had not heard the slightest sound of anyone entering or moving about. He dried off and donned the clothes that had been provided. They were simple tan pants with a thin leather belt and shirt of the same color. The fabric was comfortable, fitted nicely, and was highly durable. A pair of calfskin moccasins and cotton socks completed the ensemble. Kiwi was sat at the table and had begun to eat when the door swung open. It was Linus.
"You look very much the elf in those clothes," remarked Linus, smiling.
"This is what elves wear? I've never seen an elf dressed this way."
"Of course not," Linus laughed. "This is what we wear at home while relaxing. Do you find it comfortable?"
"Very."
In fact, the longer Kiwi wore the clothes, the more he noticed they had certain properties. His skin felt cool and alive, and the moccasins hugged his feet to the point that he barely noticed he was wearing them.
"I'd love to know how they're made. The tailors back home would go crazy for this. The cobblers, too."
"I'm sure they would," said Linus. "But you may find it is easier to sway the minds of the elf elders than to pry the secrets from our craftsmen. They are very protective of their art."
He sat across from Kiwi.
"It may be some time before you can leave this room. Do you need anything? I can have it brought."
Kiwi thought for a moment.
"Some books would be nice. About the elves, if possible."
"I'm sure that can be arranged."
"Have you seen Kalia?"
Linus shook his head.
"Not yet. I am going to see her after I leave here. Do you have a message?"
Kiwi hated that he couldn't speak to her when she was just yards away.
"No, I'll deliver it myself."
Linus frowned.
"You must not leave this room. Give it to me and I'll convey it."
Kiwi flashed a mischievous grin.
"I don't need to leave this room to deliver my message. I agreed to stay here, and I will. But where my spirit travels is my business."
Linus burst out laughing.
"I sometimes forget what you are, and what you're capable of. Mind that you keep this ability to yourself for now. Once the elders are told of your heritage, many are likely to fear you. Give them no more reasons than necessary to do so."
"I was wondering," said Kiwi. "The gate, how did it open?"
"By the same means you gain strength when you use the power of the earth," Linus replied. "We can create tools and objects that can harness the flow, just as you do. It is said that in ancient times the elves created things of such power that they could upend the very earth, moving entire mountains."
Kiwi's eyes widened at the thought.
"Incredible! Have you ever seen such a device?"
Linus shook his head as sadness washed over him.
"No, I have not. No one has in many generations. The wisdom and knowledge of our forefathers was said to rival that of the gods, but I fear we will never regain what we have lost."
"Maybe together we can rediscover the secret."
Linus forced a smile.
"Perhaps. I fear I will not live to see such a thing."
"Don't say that," said Kiwi. "We're all going to make it through this alive. I swear.
Linus furled his brow. Never make a promise you cannot keep. Besides, I have no fear of death. It comes to us all, except perhaps to you.
I may be a god, but I am not immortal. Whatever I am, I'm part of this world, just as you are.
He stood and turned his back.
What bothers me is that if I am bound to Earth as a human, I may have a human lifespan. Kalia could live for 400 or 500 more years.
Realization washed over Linus. You're afraid that if you complete your bond, she will only live a human lifetime.
Kiwi nodded and lowered his head.
Your fears are justified, said Linus. But certainly that should compel you to value the time together you will have.
He stood and placed his hand on Kiwi's shoulder.
Do not dwell on it. You and she are the first to have such a bond. It could be that if you have a human life, it may be extended to that of an elf. There is also the possibility that you may not die at all, and that the two of you will be able to live together forever. Whatever the case, there is nothing to be done.
You're right, Kiwi sighed. But sometimes it's hard not to think about it.
Linus gave Kiwi's shoulder a light squeeze.
I'll have the books sent. Perhaps they can occupy your thoughts.
Kiwi turned and smiled.
I'd appreciate that.
After Linus left, Kiwi lay on the bed and closed his eyes. He reached out with his mind, hoping to touch Kalia's, but found this to be more difficult than expected. It felt as if something was blocking him. He looked inside his pack, retrieved a small flask of Java's tea, and took a long draught. He could feel its effect at once. His body and mind relaxed, and his breathing deepened. He reached out again, but even now he was unable to make contact. It seemed as though a brick wall was barring his way. He tried a few more times, but always with the same result. Frustrated, he got up and began pacing the room. The desire to leave the room and ask Kalia if she was experiencing the same thing was nearly unbearable, but he knew to do so would cause serious trouble. Instead, he busied himself by first unpacking his things, and then by polishing and oiling his sword while sitting on the edge of the bed. The weapon never seemed to need such care, but he enjoyed the task anyway. Simply by holding it, he could feel the throbbing pulse of the earth. He closed his eyes, allowing the flow to move through him. More and more he opened himself until every fiber of his being was saturated.
"Stop this!"
cried a loud, deep voice. Theopoulou was standing at the doorway, fury in his eyes. Kiwi released the power. Immediately, he longed to hold it once more.
"You must not do that again," Theopoulou told him, slamming the door behind him.
"Why?"
asked Kiwi.
"What can it hurt?"
"Fool," the elf grumbled. "You expose yourself when you draw that much power."
Kiwi got to his feet.
"I don't understand."
"Then understand this. Should an elder be nearby when you draw that much of the flow, you will not need to tell anyone what you are."
Theopoulou sat at the table and motioned for Kiwi to do the same. Kiwi, irritated by his inability to contact Kalia, resisted.
"I'll stand."
"You tried to contact Kalia through your bond," said Theopoulou. "Did you not?"
Shocked, Kiwi sat.
"How did you—"
"I know everything that happens within these walls," he said. "And though another elder may not be as sensitive as I am within my house, they will know that you are not as you seem if you do that again. You are fortunate that no one has arrived yet."
Kiwi nodded, but still felt angered.
"Why can't I contact Kalia? It's as if I'm being blocked. And why is it that you can feel when I use the power, but your guards do not?"
Theopoulou's mouth tightened.
"I am not inclined to be your instructor, but I suppose on this occasion I must be." He folded his hands on the table and leaned forward.
As far as your inability to spirit travel is concerned, I prevented it. I cannot risk you accidentally ruining my plans. And as for why I can feel you using the flow, it is a trait of my race. As we age, we become more sensitive. Seekers develop this ability, which is why Linus can feel it, but it would come naturally with time anyway.
Theopolis stood.
That is all you need to know. Any further instruction will be from Kalia, or perhaps Linus.
He walked to the door.
Do not be a fool and try that again, or we will be undone.
Left alone to feel like an ignorant child, Huey sat in silence. When first departing from home with Lee, he'd been rebuked many times, but Theopolu's words had struck home keenly. He had thought his experiences had matured him, but now he was forced to question himself and his worth. There was still so much he didn't know. The door opened and Akakios entered, carrying an armload of books.
Linus sent these.
He placed them on the table.
Mostly children's stories, but Linus thought it best for you to learn our culture from the beginning.
Thank you. Huey picked up a leather-bound book with the title Songs of Lilith embroidered on the cover.
Something troubles you?
Akakios asked. It's only that sometimes I realize I have much to learn.
Akakios smiled warmly. It is good to know that about yourself. Even the very wise are not all-knowing, though some may think so. I take it Theopolu had harsh words for you.
Huey shrugged. He didn't say anything I didn't deserve. It's just that for a while I was starting to feel like I was my own man, and then I'm reminded of how young and inexperienced I really am.
Then take comfort from the fact that you are the first being, other than an elf, to grace the home of Theopolu or his family in more than 500 years. That is an honor that you, and you alone, can boast. If it is experience you desire, this is certainly a good start.
His words lifted Huey's spirits. Thank you. I guess I was just feeling a bit out of place and alone.
Think nothing of it.
Akakios turned and opened the door to leave.
I'll be guarding your door. I will see if Theopolu will grant me permission to keep you company. Linus may be tied up with the meeting of elders.
I'd like that, said Huey. He spent the next few hours reading the Songs of Lilith. The book was a collection of stories about a young elf girl named Lilith who was kidnapped by a spirit and taken to the other side of the world. Each short tale recounted her quest to return home and ended with a moral lesson. By the time Huey had read the 5th story, his eyes were growing heavy and he decided to go to bed. He examined the glowing orbs, but could find no way of dimming them. Finally, still with all of his clothes on, he lay down and covered his eyes with a shirt from his pack. He thought it best not to undress, just in case he had to move quickly. His dreams were filled with visions of Lilith and her struggle to return to her family. Chapter 12. Huey awoke to find the lights dimmed and Linus sitting quietly on the couch, flipping through one of the books he had sent over.
"Good morning,"
yawned Huey.
"Assuming it is morning."
Linus placed the book on the end table.
It is indeed. The elders began to show up late last night. Theopolu is hoping they will all be here today.
A breakfast of bacon, eggs, and juice sat on the table. Huey stretched and walked over, his mouth watering.
"I noticed you were reading the Songs of Lilith," remarked Linus.
He joined Huey at the table.
"It was a favorite of mine as a child. I hope you are enjoying it."
"Very much, though the symbolism is hard to understand at times."
He picked up his plate and breathed in the aroma.
"I thought you should start at the beginning. It will help you to know elf ways better if you understand us from childhood.
These books are some of the first lessons we are taught. Kiwi swallowed a healthy portion of eggs. They're certainly different from the stories I heard as a child. My father would have loved them. So would Lee, I bet. I'm sure he would. Linus' face grew concerned. What's wrong? Asked Kiwi. The elders are taking a long time to gather. Theopolis was worried that we would arrive after the others were already here, but instead it is we who wait. Maybe some of them were delayed, offered Kiwi. Linus shrugged. Perhaps, but too many have yet to arrive. I fear they conspire against Theopolis. Conspire? To do what? I do not know, Linus admitted. Many who have yet to come are those who are openly against him. When and how they arrive will tell me much. Do you think they'd try something here? Asked Kiwi. Linus shook his head. Within these walls, no. They would never break our customs to such a degree. To do violence in the home of another elf is one of our greatest crimes. We consider the home a sacred place. Besides, Theopolis controls the flow here. Even if they did the unthinkable, they'd be slaughtered. Linus stood and paced around in thought. No, if they do intend to kill Theopolis, they'll first need to remove him from this place. Easy, said Kiwi. We just make sure he doesn't leave. I wish it were so simple, said Linus. If there is a plot, it will be subtle. They will not simply threaten or force Theopolis to expose himself. They will dress it in a manner so that he will have no choice but to comply. How would they do that? Asked Kiwi. I wish I knew. I am not as wise as Theopolis, nor as versed in the nuances of politics. What can we do? Asked Kiwi, suddenly losing his appetite. Wait and see, said Linus. I may be seeing intrigues where none exist. I hope so. He walked to the door. I must leave you. I'm sorry that I cannot stay longer, but I have much to do before the meeting begins. Kalia says to pay attention to the 10th story of Lilith. A smile crept over his face. She is quite an elf. Kiwi laughed. Yes, she is. He then remembered something. Oh, one more thing before you go, Linus. How did you dim the lights? The elf laughed softly. Rub your hand up the side of the glass to brighten, and down to dim. Thank you, said Kiwi. Linus nodded and left. Kiwi immediately tried out the light. Just as Linus had said, it became brighter as he moved his hand up the side. He marvelled at the skill it must have taken to make such a wondrous device. Kiwi spent the next few hours reading. He made it to the 9th story in the Songs of Lilith when there was a knock at the door. Kiwi opened it to find Akakios standing there, a broad grin on his face. Theopolis granted me permission to keep you company, said Akakios. Then please come in, Kiwi responded, happy to have someone to talk to. Akakios sat down at the table and gestured to the book Kiwi held. What do you think? I'm loving it, said Kiwi as he sat across from the elf. Do you know who wrote it? Akakios raised an eyebrow and chuckled. You think you might know the author? He picked up the book and thumbed through the pages. Anyway, if I told you, you wouldn't believe me. Try me. Legend says it was written by Lilith herself, thousands of years ago. Kiwi's eyes widened. You mean these are true stories? Perhaps, but I think not. He leaned back and crossed his legs. More likely Lilith was just the one who invented the stories. Of course. Kiwi felt foolish. Has the meeting begun? Yes, Akakios replied. About an hour ago. The last of the elders arrived just before they were going to start without him. How's it going so far? Akakios shrugged. I would not know. The only non-elder allowed inside is Linus. I'm sure he'll fill you in later. In the meantime,
He pulled a set of 8-sided dice from his pocket.
"How would you like to learn an elf game?"
Dewey beamed. "I'd love to, but I must warn you, I'm not a very good gambler, and I really don't have much money." Akakios leaned back in his chair and gave Dewey a devilish grin.
"Don't worry. We can play for fun. For now."
Dewey fetched the few coins he had with him, 3 coppers and a silver, plus 1 gold coin that Lee had given to him. He tossed these onto the table. "That won't be necessary."
"Don't worry,"
joked Akakios when he saw Dewey's money.
"I'll give you a loan if you need one."
The game was similar to others played at the tavern in Sharpstone, and though Dewey had not been one to visit the place at night very often, he caught on to this new game quickly. Soon he had nearly doubled his money.
"Not a gambler, you tell me?"
teased Akakios as he fiddled with his dwindling pile of coins. "Is that what I said?" said Dewey, feigning innocence. Linus entered, looking very unhappy. Akakios quickly gathered his remaining coins and excused himself. "From the look on your face, things aren't going too well," said Dewey as they took a seat on the couch. Linus lowered his head and rubbed his neck.
"That is putting it mildly. Things are turning sour and fast."
"What happened?"
"To begin with," started Linus, "they knew you were here."
"How?"
asked Dewey.
Linus shook his head slowly.
"I don't know, but somehow they discovered in advance that both you and Kalia are here. Some of the elders are calling for Theopoulou to face judgment for treason and for harboring a fugitive."
Dewey shifted nervously. Without Theopoulou's protection, he wasn't sure what could happen.
"They can do that." "It's doubtful. It's just a prelude to another move."
Linus looked disgusted.
"Even if they can get enough support to call Theopoulou to judgment, they would never be able to convict him."
"Then why do it?"
"To force him to expose himself," said Linus. "If he is called to judgment, he will have to go to the chamber of the Maker."
"What's that?" asked Dewey.
"It's where all judgments are made, and where the council meets during times of war."
Linus stood up and began pacing.
"If he leaves these walls, he is vulnerable."
"You don't really think they'd try to kill him, do you?"
Linus sighed heavily. "If you had asked me that question a year ago, I would have said no. But now—"
Dewey thought for a moment. He needed to speak to the elders and convince them to join him against Angrail. If Theopoulou were brought to judgment, he didn't know if there would be another chance.
"There's more," said Linus. "They want to speak to you and Kalia."
This sent a chill throughout his entire body.
Together?
Yes, Linus replied. They know about your bonding. Needless to say, they are not pleased.
Dewey shot to his feet.
What will they do?
Linus grabbed Dewey's shoulders, trying to calm him.
They can do nothing so long as you are under Theopoulou's protection. If they tried, the elves who are undecided in this matter would move against them. And don't forget, this is the house of an elf sage and council elder. Only a great fool would attack him here. He controls the flow within these walls.
But if we are forced to leave?
Then you have the greatest living seeker to fight at your side, Linus assured him. Even the elders will pause at that.
But that will put you at war with your own people.
Dewey shook his head.
I won't have that.
I'm already at war.
Linus held a deep sadness in his eyes.
I've been called to judgment.
Dewey's eyes shot wide.
What? What are you going to do?
Linus forced a weak smile.
I've refused to recognize their authority. Once I leave these walls, I am to be considered a fugitive and a traitor.
I'm so sorry, said Dewey.
Don't be. I knew this would happen. It was just a matter of time.
He squared his shoulders. I have made my choices, and I do not regret what I have done. The door opened and Theopoulou entered, dressed in a long white robe. He looked weary. I imagine Linus has filled you in, said Theopoulou. Kiwi nodded. The council wishes to extend you an invitation to join them at the Chamber of the Maker, said Theopoulou in a clear, even tone. Do you accept?
Why? Asked Kiwi. Why do they want me to go there?
They feel that your presence has jeopardized the gathering, Theopoulou replied without conviction. They fear you may have led others here. That is a lie, and you know it, Linus roared. They are luring you into a trap. You must see that. Once you're outside of these walls, they will kill you, and Kiwi. I pray that you are wrong, Seeker, said Theopoulou. But if you are not, you must take the Book of Souls and keep it safe. I'll entrust it to you before I leave. Keep it hidden. No need, said Linus flatly. I'll be going too. Theopoulou nodded. Very well.
What about Kalia? Asked Kiwi.
She will be accompanying us, Theopoulou answered.
I won't let you march her to her death.
She is not to be judged, said Theopoulou. At least, not yet. She has been called to bear witness and give testimony.
Testimony? Said Kiwi. What kind of testimony?
Against me, Theopoulou replied. I have been called to judgment. You cannot do this, said Linus. Your enemies know that you will not be found guilty. It can only mean they intend to move against you once you are away from the safety of your home. If so, said Theopoulou, I shall count on you to come to my aid. My seekers should come as well, Linus told him. No, said Theopoulou. If you insist on coming, they must not. It will be taken as a sign of aggression. You must help me to keep the book and Kiwi safe.
So I won't be opening it here? Asked Kiwi.
I do not think that would be wise, Theopoulou replied. It would cause more trouble than I care to handle at this point. The council is aware that I have reacquired the book, and that has gained me some support. But introducing a god into the situation this soon would be most unwise. Linus is right. I will not be found guilty. Once that happens, we can move on from there. I will gather the council once more after I am found guiltless, and then you will open it. Is Kiwi still to meet with the council before we depart? Asked Linus. Yes, Theopoulou replied, though his petition to have the elves join his cause must wait.
Kiwi's heart sank. Isn't there any way for me to speak to them about this before we reach the Chamber of the Maker?
It would be a foolish risk, said Theopoulou. Beyond the grounds of my house I cannot protect you. Certain revelations may cause my kin to react poorly.
I have to risk it, said Kiwi. Every day wasted brings the dark night closer to our doors. I need to do what I came here to do.
Theopoulou sighed. If you must, I cannot stop you. But I think you would do better to listen to my counsel. He turned to Linus. The road ahead may hold danger. Prepare. Linus nodded. I may not be able to bring my seekers, but I can see to it that they are not far away. He shot a stare at Theopoulou before he could argue. I insist. They must stay out of sight, said Theopoulou reluctantly. They are seekers, said Linus. The finest the tribe of Melantha has ever produced. That bumbling group of fools could not spot my elves if they were standing on top of them. I know you are angered by them naming you traitor, scolded Theopoulou. But they are not fools. If your seekers are not careful, they will be discovered. They will not be discovered, said Linus. But I must take my leave now to inform them. Theopoulou nodded curtly as Linus left the room.
What happens now? Asked Kiwi.
Now you will speak briefly with the elders. Theopolu looked Giui up and down. You may keep your present attire.
And Kalia?
Asked Giui. She awaits us. Theopolu led Giui out of the door and around to the front of the main house. The opportunity to see the interior of such a magnificent building excited him, and his sense of anticipation grew further when the great metal doors automatically swung open as they approached. What Giui saw as they stepped inside made even the exterior of the house seem trite and common. The immense receiving hall was brightly lit by the same type of orbs that were in his room, only these were much smaller and vast in number. The floors were of deep emerald green marble, polished to a bright shine and veined with ivory. The walls, made from the same gleaming silver metal as the door and gate, were etched with elf letters and symbols of such artistry that it brought tears to Giui's eyes. Above him, running along the entire length and breadth of the hall, was a green marble balcony. Darkly stained wooden doors lined the wall leading to various rooms and chambers. In the center of the hall, a crystal statue, similar to the one outside, was holding a book. Giui immediately thought of the Book of Souls. Theopolu's family had guarded this for generations. It must have pained the elf over the years to look upon the statue and know that it no longer held the same meaning that it once had. At the rear of the room, a broad staircase led up to the next level. There was a set of double doors positioned on either side of the stair base, with another matching set of doors at the top. Giui stared, mouth agape, as he passed the statue. He could hardly wait to see the rest of the house. While cresting the staircase, Giui caught sight of Kalia. She was dressed in the same type of white robe as Theopolu, and her hair hung loosely down her back. She smiled when she saw Giui, and he could feel her relief through their bond. Kalia appraised his elven garb.
"You look good dressed this way."
Giui blushed.
"It's very comfortable, but I feel underdressed to meet elf elders."
He decided not to mention that he had also slept in them. "Are you ready?" asked Theopolu. Giui and Kalia both nodded. Theopolu clapped his hands loudly, and the doors swung silently open. As they followed the elf inside, Giui took a deep breath, hoping that this trip had not been a huge mistake. Chapter 13. The High Lady of Valshara paced the halls of the temple, immersed in thought. She had hardly been able to sleep ever since Linus had reported the presence of possible agents from Angrail watching them. Then 2 of her scouts had disappeared 3 nights ago. On top of that, the Temple Watch had reported seeing shadowy figures lurking just beyond the walls. Their location was compromised, and she felt sure that an attack would come soon. The few nights she had available were not enough to hold off an attack, should the walls be breached. They had attempted to convince her to escape, but she'd refused. The High Lady of Valshara would not scurry away in the night, and she would not leave her people behind. If evacuation became necessary, everyone would go. Of course, if their enemies had found the hidden exit, then they would all die. Her mind wandered to thoughts of her son. She yearned to speak to him one more time. Their reunion had been all too brief, though she was thankful that she had at least been able to see him before the end.
"My lady."
It was Urtik. Selina forced a smile.
"Brother Urtik, how are the preparations coming?"
"They go well, my lady,"
he replied, though not convincingly.
"If the walls are breached, the knights will be able to slow any invaders long enough for everyone to get out."
"I want you to spread the word," commanded Selina. "Gather all packs and gear and place them in the receiving hall at once. If it comes to that, I want nothing to hinder our escape."
"Yes, High Lady."
Urtik bowed and left. Selina busied herself by inspecting the provisions and defences. The knights tried once more to convince her to leave, but she would not be moved. When it was time for the evening meal, fatigue was setting in. Her feet had swelled and her legs ached. However, even after a hearty meal and hot bath, she still could not bring herself to sleep. After lying in bed for an hour, she decided to read. She sent for some hot tea and settled into her favorite chair, curling up with one of her favorite comedies. She needed a laugh. But she had barely got beyond the first paragraph when a loud knock sounded at the door. It then burst open before she could even respond. Jericho, the captain of the knights, stepped inside the chamber. He held his sword tightly.
"We are besieged, High Lady," said the captain. "We must evacuate."
"I heard no alarm raised."
Selina reached for her coat. She was thankful that she had begun the habit of dressing in clothes suitable for travel, rather than her cotton nightgown.
"Have they breached the defences already?"
She slipped into a pair of short leather boots.
"I don't know how it was done," Jericho admitted. "But they killed 3 knights before we even knew they were there. Whatever they are, they're neither human nor elf."
A cold knot twisted in her stomach.
"How many are there?"
"We can't be sure," said the captain, "but they fight as if possessed. We cannot hold. You must leave now."
Selina squared her shoulders, standing straight and tall.
"Begin the evacuation. Then, and only then, will I leave."
Jericho lowered his eyes, but made no move to obey.
"My lady, if you do not come with me willingly, I regret that I must take you by force."
"You wouldn't dare," she hissed.
"It is my duty to protect this order."
He took a small step forward, but did not lift his eyes or place his hands on her.
"You are not only our leader, you also symbolize what we are. Should you die, we die with you. The knights are falling back as we speak to aid in your escape. Every second you delay, more of us meet our end."
Selina boiled with anger, but she had no other choice. She nodded sharply and allowed Jericho to lead her through the temple to the receiving hall. Screams echoed everywhere as the enemy found new victims, but Jericho wouldn't allow her to pause. Tears streamed down her face. Her people were being slaughtered, and she was helpless to do a thing about it. She hoped desperately that the gathering in the receiving hall would be large, but as they entered, those hopes were dashed. Just 3 knights, Ertic and 2 novices, were waiting there.
"So few,"
Selina whispered in horror. She felt her legs begin to give way, but Jericho caught her.
"Come, High Lady,"
said the captain softly. He led her to the tunnel entrance.
"Others may yet follow."
Selina tried to fight back her tears.
"I will stay behind and help others get out,"
said Ertic.
"No,"
Selina shouted.
"You will escape now."
Ertic bowed and helped Selina to the ladder once Jericho had descended. When they reached the door, Jericho motioned for them to wait before creeping outside into the cool night.
"All clear," whispered the captain. "My lady, stay close behind me."
Jericho led the group down the trail, sword in hand. The others followed as closely as they could, without tripping on each other. They had walked for about half a mile when they suddenly heard footsteps approaching from out of the darkness. Jericho crouched, and the rest followed suit. As the footsteps grew louder, the lights from 3 torches came into view.
"Off the path,"
whispered Jericho. They scampered into the nearby brush, trying to stay quiet. Soon the torches were right next to them. Selina's heart raced, her breaths short and swift. Then the torches halted. From where they were behind a small bush, she couldn't see who it was.
"Come out,"
hissed a foul, unearthly voice.
"I can smell you, hiding like scared rabbits."
Selina was the first to stand.
"Who are you?"
she shouted.
"Why have you attacked the sacred temple of Valshara?"
She stepped onto the path. The others quickly jumped up and followed. The knights stood at her side, while the others stayed close behind. Ertic had drawn a small dagger. What she saw shocked and revolted her senses. 2 soldiers stood in full chain metal, each one bearing a vicious-looking curved scimitar in one hand and a rope attached to a bound and blindfolded elf in the other. Selina recognized the elves as being part of Theopolou's guard. They had been badly beaten, but there was no mistaking who they were. Standing in the center was a creature she had never seen. Even in the dim torchlight she knew it wasn't human. Hunched over and swaying from side to side, it was wrapped in a long, flowing black cloak and wore heavy boots of leather and iron. Though its face was hidden behind the drawn hood, she could feel its eyes on her. It took a step forward and drew a long, jagged sword. The creature's movement was unimaginably quick and fluid. Jericho and the knights leapt in front of the High Lady.
"Stay back, demon!"
commanded the captain.
"The Vrykol bid you greetings, High Lady," said the creature. "You will come with us, or all of your companions will die."
"You will not lay your foul hands on the High Lady of Valshara," growled Jericho.
The Vrykol hissed a laugh.
"Brave words, human. I think I'll kill you slowly." "You will harm no one," said Selina. In a flash, she reached inside her sleeve and threw a small glass vial straight at the Vrykol's head. The sound of breaking glass was followed by another foul laugh. "Holy water has no effect on me, foolish woman," said the Vrykol. "Your gods have no power in this world."
Selina smiled fiendishly as smoke began to rise from the Vrykol's hood. A second later, it burst into intense blue flames. The 2 soldiers standing beside the Vrykol stepped quickly back as the creature desperately tried to beat out the flames eating away at it. It was no use. The fire grew larger and hotter until the light was blinding. The creature dropped to its knees and let out a short series of unearthly screams. The sound caused Selina to wince and cover her ears. Then, abruptly, the noise stopped. The smouldering remains of the Vrykol crumbled to the ground. The 2 human soldiers immediately dropped the ropes they were holding and ran off into the night. Jericho started after them, but Selina ordered him back. "We can't waste time chasing them," said Selina. "We must move quickly." They untied the elves and examined their wounds. "You are Theopolou's guard, are you not?" asked Selina. The elves nodded. "I am Stintos, and this is Haldrontis. We owe you our lives, High Lady." Selina smiled. "We are happy to aid you. How did this happen?" Stintos explained how they had been attacked by the Vrykol, and how Guy and Linus had slain them. "We were to return to the temple until I was able to travel, but we were ambushed and held captive." Anger raged in his voice. "They tried to get us to turn spy, but I would not dishonor myself or my kin with treachery. They are devils, and they have elf allies. Now that we are free, I must get this information to Theopoulou." "He will be told," assured Selina. "But your wounds must be tended. We go to Alphatas, and the 2 of you are coming with us. I will send word the moment we get there." Stintos opened his mouth to protest, but Selina shot him a stern look that told him there would be no argument.
"Can you travel?" asked Jericho.
"Yes," Haldrontis spoke with fierce determination. "And we will fight if need be." Jericho turned to one of the knights.
"Give him a dagger."
The knight obeyed, while Jericho gave Stintos a dagger from his own belt.
"I wish I could arm you better."
"This will be fine," said Stintos. "An elf with a dagger is a thing to be feared." The elves struggled to their feet. "What was that thing?" asked Selina. "It called itself a Vrykol." "I'm not certain," Haldrontis replied. "But they fight like they are possessed, and the only way I know to kill one is to remove its head." He glanced at the smoking corpse. "And it would seem they do not like fire, either." The entire group erupted into uneasy laughter. "Let us go," said Selina, still chuckling. It's many miles to Althetas." Despite their injuries, the elves easily kept pace. By the time dawn pierced the darkness, they had travelled many miles. To everyone's relief, there was no sign of pursuit. Chapter 14. Several days had passed since Millet and Jacob had parted with Malstisos, Maybell, and the caravan. Once they arrived in Menesalia, Maybell discovered that the oracle had fled more than a year before, and no one knew where she had gone. Malstisos arranged for Maybell to have her own tent, and they purchased enough provisions to last the rest of their journey. Though it was bitter cold, the blizzard had not reached the far west, and the roads were clear enough to allow travel after only a few days. The nights brought cheer and laughter, as Maybell and Malstisos made friends among the merchants. Maybell instructed the men in manners, and the women in how to keep a man in his place. Soon she became viewed as a sort of caravan elder, settling disputes and advising the merchant leaders. Malstisos spent a great deal of his time with Grentos and Vadnaltus, exchanging stories and news from their tribes. Maybell checked in on them from time to time, but her newfound duties kept her busy. On the 8th night, Maybell was preparing for bed when Malstisos came to her tent. He looked worried and anxious.
"What is it?"
asked Maybell. Malstisos' lips pressed tight and his brow furled.
"I fear my kinsmen are not what they seem."
Maybell's back stiffened.
"How do you mean?"
Malstisos knelt down near to the entrance of the tent and peered outside before speaking.
"First of all, they are seekers."
Maybell looked confused.
"Why is that odd?"
"Because seekers do not hide who they are," he explained, "and they have attempted to mask what they are from me."
"Is that all?" asked Maybell. "There could be any number of reasons for that."
"Perhaps," he agreed. "And if it were only that, I wouldn't be so concerned. Seekers can be an odd bunch, and the ways of my kin in the steppes are different. But these two have been probing me for information, the kind that can only be for one purpose. And they have underestimated me. I am not a seeker, but I am a worthy diplomat. Much more so than either of them. I know when I am being manipulated."
Maybell tensed. She knew how vulnerable they were.
"What do they want to know?"
she whispered, suddenly afraid that they were being spied on.
"The identity of allies who are hiding their sympathies, the location of Valshara and its strength, things of that nature."
He fingered the knife on his belt.
"The thing is, if they had asked me directly, I wouldn't have become suspicious. But they hide their questions behind other, seemingly innocent questions. Their poor attempt at subterfuge has made it clear to me that they are not what they seem."
"Should we run?"
Malstisos shook his head.
"No. We are better off remaining with the caravan for now. I do not think the humans are aware of their deception, and I doubt my kinsmen will want to draw attention to themselves so far from home. If we run, we are vulnerable. They are seekers. They will hunt us down and kill us both."
Maybell's eyes brightened.
"I know what to do."
She stood and began to pace the tent.
"We will be near Farmington in 2 days' time. I have friends there who will give us shelter. We should say that we need to pick up extra supplies, then take refuge."
"Good plan," said Malstisos, nodding in agreement. "It is unlikely they will openly attack us in a human village. Until then, behave normally. I will quietly gather what we can carry without being noticed."
"Good," said Maybell, satisfied. "Then, if you'll excuse me, an old woman needs to sleep, especially if we're going to be running for our lives in 2 days' time."
Malstisos bowed and left the tent. He took a deep breath and returned to the fire where the humans were laughing and singing. He knew that he should join Grentos and Vadnaltus so as not to raise their suspicions, but he needed time before he could face them. The thought of being deceived by his kin caused his blood to boil, and if they were to escape, he needed them to believe he knew nothing. He just hoped that the place of refuge Maybell had in mind would be secure enough to stop 2 seekers. After a couple of hours of socializing and singing with the merchants, Malstisos finally steeled his emotions sufficiently to join Grentos and Vadnoltis in their tent. The talk was light and cheerful, and for once they didn't try to gather any information from him. Around midnight they all went to sleep, though Malstisos found it nearly unbearable to stay in the same tent as the treacherous seekers. He slept light and woke several times. He decided he would find a reason to stay with Maybelle in her tent the following night. Chapter 15. Salmatia cursed as she slapped a horsefly, stinging the back of her neck. Her plain wool dress was stained with mud and grime, and her brow was beaded with sweat. She was not accustomed to humid climates, or the way she was now being forced to live. For 2 weeks she and Yanti had been in Baltria, and for 2 weeks she had worked for him as a slave. The home they stayed in was a modest, single-story dwelling, though well decorated and comfortable. Located on the northern outskirts of the city, populated mostly by merchants and store owners, it had a decent yard and a small flower garden in the back, a garden well tended by her own back-breaking efforts. There had been 2 servants at the house when they'd arrived, but Yanti promptly dismissed them both. "You are all I need, my love," he'd told her in his melodic tone. "I wouldn't want you to feel useless." He then made a list of her daily duties, though they changed from moment to moment on his whim. The first day had nearly killed her. She'd been forced to rearrange all of the furniture, tend the garden, prepare the meals, and then go to the market to pick up a week's worth of food and supplies. After she completed each task, Yanti would inspect her work. "You must do better, my love," he would say. "Otherwise you will never leave my service." Angrail had forced her to give up her position and wealth, and had indentured her to Yanti until he felt she had earned the right to regain her status. She had gone from a powerful high priestess to a lowly servant overnight. At first she had hoped it wouldn't be so bad, but it didn't take long to realize that despite Yanti's smooth and cultured demeanor, he was, in truth, a vicious and cruel monster. She had attempted to escape during the very first week, only to be caught less than an hour into her flight. She still cringed at the thought of the beating he had given her, and at his promise that, should she try to do the same thing again, then he would most certainly kill her. Very slowly. Today, her duties consisted mostly of scrubbing the house clean from a black mold that seemed to cover everything in Baltria. Yanti had commanded that she be finished by midday, because he had other errands for her to run later on. She looked up. The sun was high in the sky, and she was still only halfway done. Her back ached, and her hands were blistered from constant scrubbing. "Tyre, my love," called Yanti from behind her. She jumped. Yanti moved silently and was constantly sneaking up on her. "Yes." She tried to hide her hatred by averting her eyes. "I need you to check the inns again. See if your friends have arrived yet." He turned and strode away. Just as he reached the corner of the house, he paused. "Later this evening, we'll discuss the fact that you weren't able to finish your work on time again. Perhaps we can find new ways to motivate you." Salmatia shuddered as she watched him disappear around the corner. She dusted herself off, put away the bucket and brush, and headed to the tavern district. The streets of Baltria were filthy by Kaltenor standards. Though well paved and maintained, you could actually hear the mud and grime crunch beneath your feet. The city was situated in the very center of the largest delta in the world. The soil was rich and black, and the humid climate meant that the ground was wet for most of the time. It was nearly impossible not to track mud wherever you walked. Frequent rain helped to wash away the build-up before it could get out of hand, but it left a strong, musty odor, to which Salmatia swore she could never grow accustomed. The houses were mostly single-story, bricks and mortar structures, even those owned by the nobles. However, As she drew closer to the docks, she began to notice the many houses and shops built on tall pylons in order to avoid the occasional extreme high tides. One of the largest cities in the world, Baltria was known mostly for its massive ports and marketplaces that were as big as some towns. A colossal variety of goods were shipped both into and away from the Good Branch River, and from there spreading to all points near and far. Salmataya despised the tavern district. Yanti had her coming here every 2 or 3 days to check the local gossip and pay his informants. At first, she feared she might be spotted by someone from the temples. Word of her betrayal had certainly travelled this far by now, and if she were caught, then she would be doomed to spending the rest of her life in a dark temple prison cell. However, it soon became clear that, in her present state of filth and dishevelment, no one was likely to recognize her. Twice before she had seen sisters and brothers who she had known quite well, but they simply walked right past without so much as a second glance. After that, she removed the mirrors from her room. Snow would be falling at this time of year in Kaltanor, but here it was unbearably hot. Her heavy clothing made the heat feel like a torture, and the humidity made the countless patches of filth on her skin cling like leeches.
"Tyre!"
called the raspy, uncouth voice of Saul Millspend. Salmataya clenched her jaw and stepped up her pace. Saul was a fish merchant and one of Yanti's local informants. His bald head, short round frame, and smile that was missing several teeth caused her to recoil every time she saw the man. Worse, he was constantly trying to touch her on the hand or shoulder in a clumsy attempt at flirting.
"Tyre!"
he called out louder. Salmataya dropped her head and stopped. She could hear Saul's lumbering footsteps running up behind her. Saul seized her by the shoulder.
"I'm glad I caught you."
Salmataya recoiled. "What is it, Saul?" The stench of rotten fish caught in her nostrils.
"The innkeeper at the Malton Main said you should come by. He said to make sure you come through the back."
He held out his hand and gave her a toothless smile. Salmataya reached into the small pouch that hung from her belt and gave him a copper. Saul tried to thank her, but she walked quickly away in the direction of the inn. The streets were crowded with city dwellers and merchants, both local and foreign. Fashions from the farthest reach of the world could be seen everywhere. Salmataya was particularly fond of the silk wraps and colourful dresses of the eastern desert, though every time she saw one, it reminded her painfully of her own poor appearance. It took her the better part of an hour to wind her way through the city to the tavern district. The Malt and Main was typical of the many inns in Baltria. Not particularly nice, but not a flop-house either. Still, as a lady of culture and dignity, it was not a place she wanted to be. That she was instructed to enter from the rear was as much of an insult as she could bear, but she dare not ignore it. Yanti had intrigues everywhere, and was constantly gathering information. Salmataya reckoned he had dirt on every influential person in the city, and he made sure they knew it. She was still thinking about this as she rounded the corner leading directly to the inn. Suddenly, she froze. Not 20 feet away stood Celandine. She was talking to a fruit merchant. Salmataya immediately spun around and returned quickly the way she had come, pressing her back flat against the building on the corner. Slowly, she peered around the edge of the building, taking care not to be seen. Celandine was wearing a tan linen dress rather than her novice robes, and her hair flowed loosely about her shoulders. Even so, there was no mistaking who it was. Salmataya watched her until she entered the Malton Main, then sped off back to the house, unsure what she was going to tell Yanti. By the time she reached the house, she was drenched in sweat and her legs were burning. She paused, composed herself, and entered. It took a moment for her eyes to adjust to the gloom. A small lamp in the living room to her right was the only source of light. Yanti sat cross-legged in a plush chair, dressed in a white cotton shirt and trousers, reading a small, leather-bound book. How he could see to read, Salvatire couldn't imagine. Yanti looked up and smiled, closing the book. "Well, my love," his voice was honey, "I see that you're back quickly. A bit too quickly." Salvatire tried to meet his eyes, but couldn't. "I saw Celandine in front of the Molten Main." "Celandine?" he remarked, raising an eyebrow. "She was a novice." Yanti raised his hand, silencing her. "I know who she is." He rose from his chair. "Interesting choice." "I don't understand," said Salvatire. "You—" Yanti shot her a glance and drew close. "My love, there is much I know that you don't. The sooner you accept that, the easier your life will be." He reached out and held her chin, lifting her head to meet his gaze. "You should stay out of sight for the time being. I wouldn't want you to come to harm. At least, not yet." She began to tremble. Whatever his plans were, she knew she was disposable to him. She needed to prove her value in order to stay alive. "Let me help you," she begged. "I can watch her without being seen." "I am pleased with your enthusiasm," he replied, sounding almost sincere. "And I'm certain you could do a wonderful job. But I have enough eyes. No, I will restrict your movements to inside this house for the moment." He released her. "You should be happy. It will be a respite from your normal duties." "Thank you," she said in her most submissive voice. Yanti laughed softly. "Get yourself cleaned and rested." Salvatire bowed her head and turned to leave. "I don't want you to worry," Yanti called after her. "I will have much for you to do, soon enough." A chill ran down Salvatire's spine. Tears welled in her eyes. Whatever he had in mind, she knew it wouldn't be good. Chapter 16. Dina entered the Molten Main carrying a basket of fresh strawberries. She let the scent fill her nostrils. As a child, her father would often take her into the forest to go strawberry picking. Most of the time they would eat half of them before they even got home. Dina hadn't thought of this in many years, and a small smile crept across her face.
"You look far away,"
remarked Lee, sitting at the table next to the kitchen door. The inn was typical for the area. There were 2 large common rooms, one on either side of the entrance. The room on the left was furnished with 12 tables, each large enough to accommodate 6 people. The room on the right offered customers a bar on the far side, with tables scattered along all the walls. It also featured a raised platform in the middle for entertainment purposes. Just next to the bar were 2 doors, one leading to the kitchen and the other to the guest rooms. Brass lamps hung from the ceiling, and 2 small fireplaces were in opposite corners. Dina joined Lee at the table and handed him a strawberry, which he took gratefully. "I was just thinking about when I was a child," said Dina, still with a faraway look on her face.
"Is your father still alive?" asked Lee.
"No," she replied. "As you know, I'm older than I look, and I was very young when I found the order."
"I'm sorry."
"It's fine," she said, shaking off her melancholy. "It's just that I haven't been home in a very long time. I'm still rather tired as well."
Lee and Dina had only just arrived the previous night. Their trip was uneventful, but their rapid pace had pushed her limits. Lee figured that Millet and his son would make their way to the Good Branch River and sail down. That would certainly cut down on their travel time, and he had wanted to be sure of arriving ahead of them.
"Perhaps you should rest,"
Lee suggested.
"I think I will."
Dina picked out a large strawberry.
"But not before I enjoy a few of these."
She popped the fruit into her mouth and sighed with pleasure as she bit down.
"Good," said Lee. "In the meantime, I'll check with my contacts here. I should like to get the feel of things."
Dina nodded in agreement. "I can check the temples this evening," she said, still chewing.
"I don't want you going off by yourself. I'm certain there are agents of the North about. Probably informants among the locals as well."
"How would they know who we are, or what we're doing?" she asked, swallowing the remains of the berry.
Lee lowered his voice to a whisper. "They knew about us from the moment we left Sharpstone, and we were followed, at least for a time, out of Valshara. Clearly they have a more efficient system for gathering intelligence than we do." He scowled. "I intend to change that situation."
"How do you plan to do that?" She picked up another strawberry.
"I am very wealthy, my dear," he stated, "and so are many of the people we have met, such as Lord Brohin and Lord Ganflin. Information is nothing more than a commodity. If you have the coin, it's yours."
"But won't the informants have already been bought?"
"Almost certainly," he affirmed, smiling. "But the one dependable thing about scum is that they will always serve as many masters as can pay. But I won't be contacting the street dregs directly. I have friends among the nobility. I'll make my inquiries through them."
Dina furled her brow. "And what happens if your friends have been bought as well, or worse, joined our enemies?"
He shrugged. "Then that will tell me what I need to know. But I doubt they'd betray me openly. Most know me from my days studying under local swordmasters. I had a reputation as a very skilled swordsman." He chuckled and shook his head. "The nobles aren't what you would call courageous, at least not in the way a soldier is courageous. They wouldn't risk my wrath unless they were certain they could get away with it."
Dina recalled watching Lee battle the elf-seeker, Barathis. "I don't imagine any of them would want to upset you."
Lee grinned fiendishly. "Not unless they want me to pay them more than a social call. But I know one lord I can trust. I saved his life."
"Really? How?"
"He made the mistake of drinking and gambling at the wrong tavern," Lee replied. "And he tends to flash his money when he's had too much wine. Not something you want to do in Baltria after dark. I stopped 3 thieves from killing him for his foolishness."
"Well, I certainly hope that would buy you a bit of loyalty," said Dina. She yawned and blinked her eyes. "And on that note, I need to rest for a bit. Wake me before sunset."
Lee nodded. "Just don't leave here until I return."
"And you remember that you are not invulnerable," she said as she got up from her seat, making sure not to forget her remaining strawberries. Lee laughed, sprung up, and snatched a berry for himself.
"I'll be fine."
He made his way to the door and ventured out into the city streets. The sun was still high in the sky, and the heat reminded Lee of how far removed from Sharpstone he was. He had sent a messenger to his friend early that morning, asking that they meet near to the docks. He couldn't risk being noticed. Dina was right to think that the nobility could have been bought off. Their entire world revolved around the acquisition of wealth. In some ways, they were no better than bandits. Then there was the real possibility that they had sided with Angrail, which would be worse still. Bought loyalty could be changed, but a true believer? It wasn't long before the houses transitioned from typical Baltria dwellings into the structures that had been built on tall pylons. Lee had been in the city during a particularly bad flood year, when the water had risen sufficiently to cover even the high porches. He'd wondered that the entire city hadn't been drowned, but then discovered that Baltria was equipped with a system of drains and manual pumps that could be used to keep the majority of the city reasonably dry. The mould stench of the docks filled the air as Lee neared. Sailors in brightly coloured shirts and hats stumbled drunkenly through the streets, while merchants enthusiastically shouted their wares to passers-by. It wasn't long before he could see the tall masts of the ships peeking over the rooftops, and hear the sounds of orders being barked and bells ringing. A minute or so later, the massive dock came into view. It stretched out from east to west as far as the eye could see. When he had first come here, many years ago, there had been hundreds of ships coming and going, loading and unloading, but now there were less than 50 ships in all. He frowned. The dark times have struck everywhere. The Plank Walker's Cafe, where he was to meet his friend, was located only a few yards from the docks. Mostly patronized by officers and merchants, Lee knew the place well. It boasted the best seafood stew in the known world, a claim well supported by popular opinion. Lee had once tried to get the owner to give him the recipe, but to no avail. Lee climbed the stairs to the deck, where a short, plump, young woman greeted him. She smiled warmly and showed Lee to a table.
"And what'll you be having today, sir?"
she asked cheerfully, with a thick Baltrian accent.
"Seafood stew, of course," Lee replied.
"Right away."
She spun around, heading for the kitchen. A few moments later, a young, dark-haired boy brought him some bread and a bottle of wine.
"Careful, Starfinder," said a voice from the steps. "That isn't weak northern wine you're drinking."
"Lance and brim," Lee laughed. "I don't think it's my drinking that needs to be monitored."
Lanson was a tall, slender, middle-aged man. His fine, sandy blonde hair blew carelessly in the sea breeze. He wore a blue cotton shirt and trousers with white silk embroidery. A silver-handled, short sword hung from his black leather belt. Lee stood and embraced the man tightly.
"It's good to see you."
He offered him a chair.
"Are you eating?"
"I'm sorry, my friend," said Lanson. "I must leave you soon. Frankly, I was surprised to receive your invitation."
"Why is that?" asked Lee.
Lanson shook his head and wagged his finger.
"You've made some powerful enemies. Every noble in the city has been paid for information on you, and the gods only know how many street vermin are on the lookout."
Lee straightened.
"Paid by whom?"
"Don't be naive, Starfinder."
He reached over and took a piece of bread.
"The ambassador from Angrail started making inquiries months ago."
"Ambassador?"
Lee exclaimed.
"In Baltria?"
"I'm afraid so," said Lanson. "He and his attendants have set up residence inside the governor's mansion."
Lee suddenly felt exposed.
"The king allowed that?"
"Allowed?" laughed Lanson. "He gave it to him."
"And the governor?"
Lee asked.
"He moved into his own private home, claiming it was his decision."
He bit off a piece of bread.
"I personally think the man is no longer running the city in any capacity."
"Why would you think that?" asked Lee.
Lanson shrugged.
"Because crime is down, and in spite of the empty docks, profits have never been better. Governor Greenlee is a moron. He couldn't even manage the city in good times. If he wasn't the king's nephew, he would never have been appointed in the first place. No, Angrail is in charge around here. They're pumping gold on top of gold into the economy."
Lee was appalled.
"So you want them here?"
Lanson nodded indifferently.
"Sure, they're good for the city. So long as they don't send an army our way, I don't mind."
He could see Lee's apprehension.
"Don't worry, I'm not one of the faithful. Those people are lunatics."
"The faithful?"
said Lee.
"What in the name of Dantinos are the faithful?"
Lanson cocked his head.
"You have been gone a long time, old friend. The faithful follow the reborn king of Angrail. They claim he's the reincarnation of King Retstafel, and spend most of their time causing trouble for the temples. Lately it's become fashionable to become one of them if you're nobility. But if you ask me, it's a bunch of hogwash. None of them really believe it. They just like the idea of their purses getting ever fatter."
"What are the temples doing to stop them?" asked Lee.
"What can they do?" Lanson replied. "King Talminian doesn't seem to care what the faithful do. just so long as the gold keeps flowing into his coffers. As for me, I have found it wise to stay out of it."
"Talminian has always been a fool," Lee grumbled. "And weak."
"Dangerous words," said Lanson. "But as you're already in danger, I suppose it doesn't matter. Speaking of which—" He reached in his pocket, pulled out a small key, and pushed it across the table. "I assume you'll not heed my words and leave the city at once. So, in that case, you remember my rental house?" Lee nodded. "It's vacant," continued Lanson. "I want you to hole up there until your business here is finished. Which brings me to the next question. What is it you need me to do?"
"I need you to tell me when Millet arrives in Baltria," he answered. "And if I'm found out, give me warning."
"You didn't drag poor Millet into your adventures again, did you?" he scolded. "But I already know the answer to that, don't I? Even if you tried to leave him behind, he wouldn't let you." Both men burst into laughter. Just then the server arrived with Lee's meal. Lanson stood from the table. "I must leave you to eat alone, I'm afraid. I'll make inquiries regarding Millet, but please stay out of sight. The gods only know what will happen if you're discovered."
Lee smiled warmly. "I'll be careful, my friend."
Lanson twisted his mouth and shook his head. "I doubt that very much. But at least I can say that I warned you."
Lee watched as Lanson turned and walked away. Alone, he felt even more exposed. He ate quickly and headed back to the inn. His paranoia grew with each step. He knew he couldn't leave the city until Millet and Jacob arrived, but should the servants of the Dark One realize his presence, that could get them all killed. He briefly considered sending Dina away, but dismissed the idea. If they were aware of him, they would most likely be aware of her as well. She would need his protection. When he arrived at the inn, Dina was still in her room, sleeping. Lee regretted waking her, but considering what Lanson had told him, he felt he had no choice. She came to the door, yawning and wrapped in a blanket.
"Get your things together and meet me in the common room," Lee ordered.
Before Dina could ask questions, Lee moved off down the hall to his own room and began packing his gear. 20 minutes later they were both in the common room. Lee had the horses brought from the stables and walked with Dina to the door.
"What's going on, Lee?" she asked.
He recounted his conversation with Lanson as they secured their gear onto their mounts.
"At least your friend didn't betray you," said Dina.
Lee nodded.
"He's a good man, but I still hate that he goes along with what's happening here."
Dina mounted her horse.
"What would you have him do? Besides, from what you said, Angrail isn't acting aggressively. He has no reason to suspect their true intentions."
"That's just it," Lee countered. "They're not a bunch of uneducated fools. They know what's going on. Some even welcome it. So long as they stay rich, they'll go along with anything."
"But you thought that might be the case," said Dina. "Why are you so angry?"
"I'm angry because we have been lazy," said Lee. "We've allowed the Dark One to spread his lies unchallenged. Now, who knows if he can be dislodged? He'll conquer the world one city at a time before even one battle is fought."
"What can we do?"
"We can play his game better. The moment I've secured Millet and my son, Valshara must be told what is happening here. In fact, when you visit the temples tonight, I'll have you send a message to Althatas."
They wound their way through the streets to Lanson's rental house. Lee remembered Lanson using it to rendezvous with his mistresses in years past. The man had had a bit of a wild side and a reputation with the ladies. But it seemed his friend must have settled down these days if he was now renting the house out. It was a modest, single-story dwelling typical of the merchant class. Its solid brick walls and tan tile roof were well built and suited for the climate. The yard was small but well kept, and a wrought-iron fence surrounded the property. Lee led them to the rear of the house and put the horses in a small stable at the back. They entered through the back door, and he set about lighting lamps. The interior was well decorated and deceptively spacious. The main living room was equipped with a small fireplace, a plush suede couch, and 2 matching chairs. With the local hot climate usually preventing any need for a fire, the fireplace was more for decoration than anything else. Elsewhere in the house, the 3 bedrooms were each big enough to accommodate a married couple comfortably, and the beds had thick goose-down mattresses. There was a bathing room that had running water and a tub heated by coals placed in a compartment beneath its base. Lee and Dina each picked a bedroom and washed and changed in turn. Once dressed, they relaxed in the living room.
"I'll go out later for food and drink," said Lee. "There's an eatery a few blocks from here that serves wonderful mince pies."
Dina smiled, trying to hide her apprehension.
"I should go with you," she said. "I don't think I like the idea of either of us venturing out alone."
Lee nodded.
"I'll walk you to the temple and we'll pick something up on the way back."
There was a knock at the door. Lee drew his dagger and peered out of the window. Lanson stood uneasily outside. Lee opened and let him in.
"I see you're prepared," said Lanson, glancing at the dagger. "Good."
"Has something happened?" asked Lee.
Lanson eyed Dina.
"Such matters can wait until after we've made proper introductions."
Dina smiled and got to her feet.
"Lanson," said Lee, "this is my dear friend, Celandine."
He paused and looked at Dina, embarrassed.
"I'm afraid I don't know your last name."
"Such things have not come up," Dina replied. "Lord Lanson Brim, I presume?"
She curtsied elegantly.
"I am Celandine Selborne."
Lanson took her hand and kissed it lightly.
"My dear, it is an honour."
He tilted his head.
"Do I detect a Baltrian accent?" "I lived here in my youth," she said. "That is to say, when I was a little girl." "Indeed," said Lanson. "Well, our city has certainly missed your beauty."
Lee slapped him on the shoulder.
"And here I was thinking that you've settled down."
"Me?"
Lanson smiled mischievously.
"Never."
He made his way to the couch and sat down while Lee and Dina took the chairs.
"I thought you might want to know that I was told to be on the lookout for you just after we parted company."
"By whom?"
Lee asked, leaning forward.
"One of those blasted faithful," he replied. "I think they must know you're in the city, and it's no secret that we are friends." "Isn't it dangerous for you to come here?" asked Dina.
Lanson smiled.
"It will be after today. I had only walked a few blocks from the cafe before they stopped me. I'm afraid I can't risk returning here until you've left Baltria."
"Did anyone see us together?" asked Lee.
"I don't think so," said Lanson. "I followed them after they spoke to me, and they gave me no indication that they knew anything. They spoke to 3 other nobles, then went to the governor's mansion." He held up his hand. "And before you ask, I wasn't followed." "We should leave," said Dina. "I wouldn't want to put you in danger." "My dear," Lanson replied, "I may not be the hero that Lee is, but I do not abandon a friend, especially one who has saved my life. Besides, no one will think to look here, even if they suspect me of helping you. As far as anyone knows, this house is still occupied. The last tenants only moved away a week ago."
His face was grim with resolve.
"I'm having food and supplies brought for you within the hour." "We had planned to visit the temples," said Dina. "Don't," Lanson objected. "All the temples are being watched by the faithful. They like to know who comes and goes. There's no way for you to enter unnoticed."
Dina crossed her arms in disappointment.
"How will you communicate with us?" asked Lee.
"Do you remember my servant, Jancy?"
Lee nodded.
"He'll bring you any word of Millet."
Lanson stood up.
"I wish I could say I'll see you soon, but—"
Lee and Dina got to their feet. Lee embraced Lanson tightly.
"Thank you,"
he said, smiling.
"I think we're even now."
Lanson laughed and turned to Dina.
"My dear, I only wish I could behold your loveliness once more. But, alas—"
Dina kissed Lanson's cheek.
"Thank you for your kindness."
Lanson put his hand over his heart and walked to the door. He turned just before he crossed the threshold.
"I know you were upset by my attitude regarding Angrail, but I think that attitude is changing."
He bowed and left. Soon after his departure, a young boy showed up with a wagon-load of food, wine, and other essentials. Dina and Lee busied themselves putting things away, then prepared the evening meal. Dina tried to convince Lee they should attempt to get into the temples, despite Lanson's warning, but Lee wouldn't allow it. That night, Lee slept in one of the chairs in the living room, his sword across his lap.